All right, ladies and gentlemen, live from Annapolis, we have the Environment and Transportation Committee. I'm here, your friendly chairman, Kumar Barve. I'm joined by the equally friendly and hardworking, much more hardworking vice chairman, Dana Stein, and the wonderful cast and crew of ENT. So let me begin by saying that we have 112 witnesses today. The first bill will be House Bill 831, and then the rest of the bills will follow in numerical order. House Bill 831, in my opinion, is the most important bill we will have in this committee. It is controversial, but before I get started on it, I just want to say that I want to compliment the vice chairman of the committee and his trusty sidekick, Margie Brazel, who almost literally began working on this subject matter after sine die, the adjournment of the General Assembly last year. And so I'm very proud of the hard work that they've done here. And there you have it. I'm not unbiased, I have to say. I'm very fortunate to have all of you as members of this committee, but I'm especially fortunate to have my vice chairman, Dana Stein. And so we have many people signed up on this bill. And in many instances, the rule in the Maryland General Assembly for Zoom meetings is that we have a 50 witness limit. And we had more than 50 people sign up. And in many cases, more than one person signed up for an organization. And so in consultation with these individuals, we picked one person to testify, and the other people who are with them will be present to answer questions. And it's my hope that it's my expectation that we'll have a terrific conversation, and let's get started. And so I believe that's all I have to say at this moment, but if I think of anything else, one other thing, just as an administrative thing for all the members of our committee, since you appear to all be here, and that is that next Friday, we're going to have a relatively light workload. And so I anticipate having one big voting session Friday afternoon. So that's the way it's going to be. I think that's the best way to do this. So without any further ado, let me turn the committee over to the vice chairman of the Environment and Transportation Committee, the hyper hardworking Dana Stein. Dana, you have the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to committee members and to the chair for the opportunity to present on House Bill 831. This bill, as you know, deals with buildings and the use of fossil fuels in buildings, which is a substantial source of CO2 emissions. And most of this energy use is for space and water heating. Now, the state's plan for reducing greenhouse gases set a goal of electrifying fossil fuel end uses in buildings, those using natural gas and oil. And this plan called on the state's Commission on Climate Change to identify measures to decarbonize the building sector. So what the commission did in response to this request that it develop recommendations was that it established a building subgroup with representation from many sectors to develop these recommendations and to then present them to the full commission. And these recommendations were approved by the full Climate Change Commission as part of its annual report last year by a vote of 24-2. The two no votes for state agencies. So the two core concepts of the plan and these recommendations are, number one, construct new buildings to meet space and water heating demand without fossil fuels. An all-electric construction code for space and water heating should be developed by 2024. And number two, with respect to existing buildings, implement a flexible building emissions standard that would reduce direct building emissions to net zero by 2040. So the key provisions of this legislation of HB 831, they very much track the recommendations and the subgroup's plan. The bill would establish a code that requires new buildings to meet water and space heating demand without using fossil fuels. This code would be established by the Department of Labor and by 2024, by a sponsor amendment, I moved the date to 2024. Existing commercial buildings larger than 25,000 square feet are to reduce on-site emissions to zero by 24. The Department of the Environment is tasked with developing a flexible building emission standard to achieve this. Now, in both cases, for new buildings and existing buildings, builders can seek a variance or use an alternative compliance pathway. For new buildings, they can use mixed fuel equipment if all electric construction is too expensive. Existing commercial buildings could offset emissions that are too expensive to eliminate. Also, the bill sets up a building energy transition task force that will recommend to the legislature and the governor a plan to assist commercial and residential building retrofits through tax credits, subsidies, and other state support. And the bill establishes a goal of retrofitting 100% of low-income households by 2030. So that's a summary of what the bill does. I do want to address what the bill does not do. Existing homes do not have to electrify or in fact make any changes under the bill. New buildings will not cost more. In fact, almost all building types will cost less to build and to operate as electric buildings. And that's per the in-depth study by the consultant hired by the Department of the Environment, E3, and also a nationally known group called RMI. Existing buildings are not required to electrify to meet the net zero requirement. The Commission's plan assumes that many buildings can keep gas systems using an alternative compliance program. Also, renewable gas and other low carbon fuels would qualify. And also a build out of the electric grid is not necessary to handle increased electric demand, at least not before 2030. This company E3 study shows that winter power demand, which is what will increase as we electrify heating sources, will be the same as summer demand in 2030. Now, if we pass this legislation, it's important to note Maryland would not be the only jurisdiction requiring electrification of new buildings. The plan, according to E3, will not only reduce emissions substantially, but also reduce costs to build and operate buildings. And then the firm RESI and Towson University did an economic analysis of what this building energy transition plan would do in terms of economic activity. It found that it would create anywhere from $4.5 billion to $23 billion in net economic benefits and create anywhere from 29,000 to 215,000 jobs. And then finally, I just want to bring to the committee's attention this editorial from the Sun Papers 3 days ago, which expresses strong support for what we're trying to do through this legislation and takes on and refutes a number of the key claims of the opponents of this legislation. So I urge you to read this editorial as you consider this bill. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge a favorable report.
Mr. Chairman, you are muted.
That's not good. Okay, we're going to go through the advocates and we will entertain questions for the sponsor and the advocates. After that, we'll go through the 3 informational witnesses for this bill and then follow and entertain questions for them. And then we will go to the opponents to the bill. And again, as always, we have a 2-minute limit. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to enforce this pretty strictly because we've got 121 witnesses today, and it would be nice if we could get to bed on time. So with that, let me turn our attention to Chris Parts with the American Institute of Architects, Maryland. Chris, welcome back to the committee. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. And again, I'm Chris Parts with AI Maryland, representing 2,000 architects across the state here in support of House Bill 831. Many of our members have already signed on to the AIA 2030 Challenge, which follows a parallel path to this bill to help meet emission targets and diminish the impact of climate change. I'd like to speak to 3 aspects of the bill related to buildings. First is measuring. This bill helps us measure progress and chart a path to reach our goals. Benchmarking requires owners to measure and report building emissions, and it gives us an important starting baseline and measuring tool, one that we don't currently have. Second is building emission performance standards. It sets the goals that guide us in measured steps toward emissions reductions and provides data to compare and assess the means to continue improving. And the second issue related to buildings is efficiency and timing. Building efficiency, reducing demand for energy to conditioned spaces is a key component of progress. It's not just the system selected for the buildings. In my 30 years of practice, building science has evolved significantly, but one principle remains true. The better we make the envelope, the less energy we need to condition our spaces. Benchmarking and building emissions performance standards will help us make more informed decisions as we plan buildings to meet these goals. And then timing. The goals of this bill are set towards natural replacement cycle of building systems. Most architecture professors may tell their students not to buy a 20-year-old house unless you plan on replacing all of the building systems. The schedule of emission reductions and zero emissions in the bill is not meant to be a mandated cost burden on the owner, but a conscious step that drives us in thoughtful choices in building systems tied to natural equipment replacement cycles. And then finally, all electric buildings. Across our membership, we have many architects designing all electric homes, multifamily buildings, schools, and commercial properties. We have some client sectors that are requesting these because electric is a preferred choice because they feel it's safer for residents of certain buildings. This bill simply puts a light finger on the needle and nudges all of our members toward designing all of the projects that way.
Okay, if you could begin to wrap up.
And that's it, yes. We believe this bill puts us on a sensible path toward reducing greenhouse gas emissions and sets a framework that enables us successful achievement of the goals. We ask for a favorable vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's turn to Benjamin Rausch. Benjamin, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Yes, thank you for having me. I'm Ben Rausch, principal at FSI. I am co-chair of the AIA Baltimore Committee on the Environment. I'm a licensed mechanical engineer, fire protection engineer, and a certified commissioning professional. I've been asked to address some misconceptions around building electrification that I expect you'll hear today. And to be clear, buildings can electrify now for less money and within grid constraints. The biggest one to address is cost. The truth is that new construction electric buildings cost the same or less than gas buildings, and existing system replacement is a very modest cost addition for most systems. Electric heat pumps cost less to operate than similar gas equipment. The electric grid, as Delegate Sines said, has plenty of capacity for winter heating with no added capacity until at least 2030. Very modest increased capacity after that. Pepco has a great report I cite in my written testimony. Heat pumps work in every climate in Maryland, even in a bomb cyclone or a polar vortex. Our temperatures are just not extreme enough where heat pumps can't work, or heat pumps with their electric backup like many of us have in our homes. The electric grid is currently just as clean as natural gas on CO2 emissions, and when you include equipment efficiency, and heat pumps are about 2.5 times less polluting than natural gas equipment on a CO2 basis, including efficiency. And this is only going to improve as we work out to our 2030 current targets or our improved targets in these bills. The Energy Code can easily accommodate all electric provisions for building heating and domestic water heating. Other jurisdictions have already shown the way. It takes about a paragraph in each of the sections in the Energy Code. So Washington, Seattle, and New York City are already out front of us, and we've got other jurisdictions coming up that we can use for examples. On grid reliability, I really want to hit this one. Your gas equipment does not work when the power is out, with some very, very modest exceptions, notably natural gas generators. So nearly all equipment requires power for fans, for controls, keep going. Claiming gas is more reliable isn't true for most systems.
If you could start to wrap up, the committee would appreciate it.
I can, that was my last point, thank you. So like I said, not true. And this bill allows natural gas generators. It's targeted at HVAC and domestic water heating. So in wrapping it up, continuing to allow natural gas buildings is a disservice to consumers and honestly a downright waste of taxpayer funding to taxpayer funded buildings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's turn next to David Lapp with the Office of the People's Counsel. David, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair Barvet, members of the committee. David Lapp, People's Counsel, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak here today in support of HB 831. We enthusiastically support this bill. I want to cover 3 points quickly. First, electrification is the lowest cost path for residential customers. This has been shown by the technical analyses referred to earlier and is the path many other states are heading, and many of them are far out in front of Maryland. But as we talk about electrification, the state's gas utilities are investing billions in new gas infrastructure that they plan to collect from customers through rate increases that will occur over many decades. The cost of the spending is spread out among all gas customers, so as customers electrify, rates will have to rise for the remaining customers. And as those rates rise, more customers will electrify, and over time, the customers left on the system will be those that are unable or cannot afford to electrify. That's why we need state policies like HB 831 to help low and moderate income households electrify first rather than last. My second point relates to the economics at issue in this debate over electrification. Utility monopolies make money for their shareholders by investing in capital for which they are given a return on their investment. The multi-year plan recently approved by the Public Service Commission for Exelon's BGE subsidiary shows that its shareholders earn a lot more from gas investments than electric. Specifically, BGE's approved gas capital plan has a per customer cost impact that's about 4 times greater than the per customer impact for its electric capital plan. That's because BGE is spending about $1.3 billion in gas infrastructure over just the 3 years of that plan. Third, one apparent argument in opposition to electrification concerns the ability of the system to handle greater use of electricity. The previous witness referred to that. The evidence is otherwise. The evidence includes a study performed by Pepco by the Brattle Group for the DC service territory. Electrification will take time, and with appropriate planning should be managed in the normal course of business by a competent utility.
Okay, if you could begin to wrap up.
In sum, electrification is what residential customers need, and state policies are needed to electrify less affluent customers first. HB 831 is critical policy to advance that need. We applaud Delegate Stein for moving this bill forward and ask for a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next, let's go to Michael Hindell. Michael, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Delegate Barbe and Delegate Stein, thank you for holding this hearing. My name is Michael Hindell. I own a envelope and building energy consulting company called Passive to Positive in Catonsville, Maryland. Hello, Delegate Ruth. We have been doing since 2010 exclusively passive house and zero energy buildings, from single family to multifamily, small commercial. We're doing retrofits and new construction. We are doing a high school in Pittsburgh. We're doing even an 11,000 unit affordable housing neighborhood redevelopment in Washington, DC. So I'm here to say that this is very possible. We do it every day, and we can do it cost effectively. So everything that Chris Parts and Ben Roush have previously said, I agree with wholeheartedly. I would add that in Pennsylvania, there were small measures taken in the Housing Finance Agency's qualified allocation plan to allow 10 voluntary bonus points for their housing tax credits applications. It unleashed a wave of innovation. And it went from everyone in the state, developers, builders, designers saying, oh, we couldn't possibly do this, to all of a sudden, hundreds of applications for the tax credits premised precisely on zero energy ready buildings. Subsequently, Connecticut, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Washington, DC have all initiated these kinds of incentives. My point is that we can easily accomplish this goal. I know it can be done. I do it every day. We can easily accomplish this goal if we change the mindset from resistance to possibility. And once you unleash the competitive spirit of those developers and builders, it will take care of itself. I fully believe we can realize this potential with zero added cost. The last thing I will say is Pennsylvania achieved a -2% incremental cost for passive house buildings, which is to say zero energy ready buildings, in the first year of their program. And over 3 years, it continued to fall. In other words, systems-based design, systems thinking-based design delivered lower cost construction. for
Yeah.
decades of 70% energy savings before.
Okay, if you could start to wrap up. Okay, thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Meghana Kotraya. Meghana, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Delegate Barvey and all members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Meghana. I'm a sophomore student at the University of Maryland. I'm the Speaker of the Legislature for our Student Government Association, and I'm a born and raised Marylander. So I grew up in Montgomery County, lived in Germantown, Gaithersburg, and now I live in College Park. So having spent all of my life here, I know how deeply Marylanders care for the environment and the communities around them. And my parents are the perfect example of this. A few years ago, we were able to sign a lease on solar panels for our home. My mom bought a new electric car. We installed an EV charger. And we did this because of the care and regard that my parents have for the environment, but we were able to do it because of the privilege that we had to do so. HB 831 would manifest Marylanders' concern and regard for the environment and our communities into law, as it contains essential aspects of environmental protection, including building emission standards and new construction regulations. This bill includes building emission standards for commercial and multifamily buildings, which are responsible for roughly 30% of total US greenhouse gas emissions. Because of efficiency standards and building codes, energy intensity and use has decreased since peaking in 2005. But however, due to rapid population growth and commercial development, the current standards are not enough. We need stronger goals for our new buildings to ensure that they are not contributing to these greenhouse gas emissions. My parents chose to take individual action for our environment, and we all have that choice. As students in SGA at Maryland, we make that choice by being here today, giving testimony, the rallies we plan, and the action that we take. My student government has been excellent in pursuing climate action, and I would like to see the MGA make that same choice. I strongly support HB 831 and its requirements that it includes in the bill. I urge a favorable vote and hoping that you all make your own individual choices towards environmental protection. This is our responsibility as citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and 10 seconds to spare. Next, let's listen to Caroline Thorne. Caroline, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. You have 2 minutes.
Hi guys, thank you. Thank you, Chair Barvey and all members of the Education and Transportation Committee. My name is Caroline Thorne, and I'm a sophomore government and politics major and sustainability minor at the University of Maryland. I live in College Park, and I'm from Silver Spring, and I've lived in Maryland all my life. I'm highly in favor of HB 831, and I emphasize the importance of the requirement for gas utilities to develop decarbonization plans, as well as the responsible development of commercial and residential buildings. So growing up in Silver Spring means that I experienced the natural gas explosion at the Flower Branch Apartments in 2016. As a 15-year-old, hearing about children and adults being injured and even dying in this explosion and fire really shocked me. I didn't think that gas explosions like this would happen in Maryland, especially not in my hometown, Silver Spring. And residents additionally reported smelling natural gas for weeks before the explosion. And despite this, people still had to pay with their lives. This is focal in my understanding of how human and environmental welfare are always intertwined. Natural gas is not safe or environmentally responsible, and we must stop using it in order to protect human lives and our environment. I know that Maryland is growing in all areas, and growing up, I've watched it bloom. I've watched Silver Spring bloom into like kind of an urban hub and urban center. I know that as Maryland grows, we need places to live and jobs to work, but it's necessary to develop these areas with a strong consideration for our environment. It's essential to our growth that we reduce the number of greenhouse gases being released into the environment. And that being said, buildings are responsible for 33% of greenhouse gas emissions. We're at a pivotal point in the climate crisis, which requires us to take action. Without climate action, there's no point in developing a world which will not support human life in a few years. I strongly support HB 831's requirements, and I urge a favorable vote on this bill and request continued action to fight climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the students are teaching us political professionals what it is to stay under 2 minutes. And so next, let's turn to Nina Jeffries with Mary Perg. Nina, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Delegate Barvey and members of the committee. My name is Nina Jeffries. I'm from Tacoma Park and currently a resident of College Park. I'm also part of our Student Government Association. The science tells us we must move away from natural gas, both to protect our climate and also our public health. Also, when I was in high school, there was an explosion 5 minutes from my house at the Flower Branch Apartments. 7 people died and 65 were sent to the hospital. That weekend, I volunteered with tens of other people to help sort through donated clothes for those who had lost everything. Having not replaced out-of-date and dangerous components that followed the leak, Washington Gas settled in 2019 with affected residents. I think we forget, natural gas is dangerous. According to a Harvard study, Maryland ranks in the top 10 states for most premature deaths from all fossil fuels burned in buildings. As our Student Government Association wrote in our comment on our county's draft climate action plan, natural gas is not clean, and we cannot afford to perpetuate these deceptive narratives spread by the fossil fuel industry. On campus, the entire university is run by an on-campus natural gas plant, making us the single largest emitter of greenhouse gases in state government. It's embarrassing and dangerous. The superheated steam plumes burned students and struck natural gas lines, caused disruptive evacuations. Due to the expensive infrastructure, the cost of moving campus away from natural gas was deemed too high, and we have to wait another 15 to 30 years. We cannot afford to put more buildings on natural gas. We need an all-electric new building code, and we need gas utilities to lead the way by developing decarbonization plans. Natural gas is detrimental to the climate system. At the Senate hearing last Tuesday, throughout the 8 hours that I was there, I heard a lot of pushback. Different excuses amounting to we don't have the will. Maryland must write into policy that gas utilities decarbonize, otherwise they will continue to hijack the public process with false truths about their intention and continue to jeopardize my life, your life, and the lives of those that will come after us. We urge a favorable report on this bill and remind you all that climate action does not stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Stephen Barrett. Stephen, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair Barbe, Vice Chair Stein, all members of the Education and Transportation Committee. My name is Stephen Barrett, and I'm a sophomore pursuing a double degree in computer science and government and politics at the University of Maryland, College Park. Throughout my time at UMD, I have witnessed firsthand the damages greenhouse gas emissions have on our local and global environment and the importance of reducing these emissions. Currently, UMD relies on a natural gas power plant to provide energy for the university. This supposedly clean form of energy is a misleading title when considering the fact that the methane released from drilling is 86 times stronger than carbon dioxide at trapping heat over a 20-year time period and is responsible for roughly 25% of the man-made causes for our current climate change crisis. The current infrastructure at UMD has also led to many potential dangers for students, such as in 2021 when a gas leak occurred, causing many buildings on campus to be forced to be evacuated. Along with the random stacks of dangerous plumes of steam pouring out of the ground and walls that stain our otherwise beautiful campus, it can oftentimes feel unsafe walking around campus. This is why it was so devastating to hear that our university has already begun working on replacing our current power plant with another natural gas power plant to last another 30 years. This new power plant was ironically named the Next Gen project, which was a huge slap in the face for students who felt that the next generation had no voice in the project's direction. As someone who is passionate about getting student input listened to in the development of Next Gen, I was selected as the only undergraduate student to sit on the Next Gen Advisory Committee. That's right, I myself was somehow tasked with representing over 30,000 student voices in a project that greatly affected every student that attended this university. However, even more to my dismay, the committee met only 2 times in over a year, and my input wasn't even considered. Instead, I felt I was used as a scapegoat by my university to say they checked the box of involving students in the process. It's clear to me that the university is not going to listen to students on finding alternate solutions to natural gas, which is why it is essential that legislation such as HB 831, which takes the first step to introducing sustainable ideas, such as an all-electric building code, must pass to ensure that our next generation is truly protected. As a student, an advocate, and someone who cares for the future of my planet, I urge a favorable report on this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Emily Scarr with Mary Perg. Emily, welcome back to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Nice to see you, Chairman Barve. My name is Emily Scarr. I'm the director of Maryland PERG, the state consumer group here on behalf of Environment Maryland and Maryland PERG to support HB 831. We support this bill to begin to transition to cleaner, safer electricity to power our homes and buildings. In addition, we support the amendments being recommended by the Climate Partners Table. I want to focus on how the bill is good for Marylanders' health and safety, as well as consumer protection. A 2021 study from the Harvard School of Public Health found that fossil fuel-powered commercial and residential buildings are now responsible for more than 18,000 early deaths in the US and over 200 billion in health impacts, which is a very conservative number considering it doesn't look at the serious health impacts of extraction or indoor air quality, which you can read more about in my written testimony. Fossil fuel powered water and space heating also poses a risk to our communities. I really appreciate Caroline and Nina sharing their stories about the Flower Branch explosion. In August 2020, there was also an explosion leveling homes and killing 2 people near the daycare where I send my 2 children here in North Baltimore. And I'm sure you've also heard about the explosion in Columbia, Maryland, which leveled an entire shopping center. Gas explosions are not rare. And finally, as David Lapp mentioned, as Maryland shifts away from fossil fuels like gas to power our homes, ratepayers will be left to cover the stranded gas infrastructure costs, which are only growing. The best way to avoid these stranded investments is to not make those investments in the first place, which is why utilities making a plan to decarbonize and setting these standards for new buildings is so important. This bill will absolutely help ratepayers. So we respectfully request a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Let's next turn to Jonathan Lecoq-Nisley with Interfaith Power and Light. Jonathan, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Barve. Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Lecoq-Nisley. I am the Director of Faithful Advocacy for Interfaith Power and Light in DC, Maryland, and Northern Virginia. I'm speaking today in support of this bill because Maryland faith communities have long been taking action to green our houses of worship as a way to care for our climate and our neighbors. My organization has tracked over 30 houses of worship in Maryland that have gone solar, from First Baptist Church of Glenarden and Greenbelt Baptist Church to Homewood Friends Meeting of North Baltimore, from Pennsylvania Avenue Seventh-day Adventist Church in Capitol Heights to Still Meadow Community Fellowship in West Baltimore. The list goes on and on. I know that sometimes these conversations about our power sources and our heating systems can seem very dry and technical, but for these more than 30 congregations and the many more who have invested in energy efficiency or all electric appliances, conversations about green buildings are in fact conversations about how we can best love our neighbors. In the past year, many congregations have been learning more about the danger that burning gas in our buildings poses to our health and our climate. The Sikh Spiritual Center in Rockville is one of many congregations across our region that have participated in a gas leak tagging event. Using a handheld methane leak detector, they were able to find a number of leaks in the gas network right in their own community. Sadly, this is not surprising. Just this week, my organization and our partners released a report highlighting hundreds of leaks we found in Washington, DC's gas network. And there's no reason to think DC is an outlier or Rockville. That report echoes what similar efforts across the country have found. The gas networks beneath our streets, bringing gas to our furnaces and water heaters, leak constantly. Our leaky gas networks are a climate catastrophe and a public health menace. Across Maryland, faith communities are starting the work of turning away from burning, choosing healthy and clean electric appliances, and we ask you to join us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Nishant Khanna. Nishant, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. You have 2 minutes.
Unmute myself. All right. My name is Nishant Khanna. I'm currently a practicing neuroradiology physician working for Hopkins, and I'm also a board member for the Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibility. And I'm here today in support of HB 831 out of a concern for the health and well-being of my patients in Maryland. So we're currently living in a time which has brought about wildfires, droughts, hurricanes, and other extreme weather events, which only 10 years ago would be considered unprecedented, but are now considered the norm. Physicians, likewise, across the country are reporting a record number of tick and mosquito-borne diseases, such as Lyme disease, due to the warming of our climate, which increases the geographic range and prolongs the season during which we see ticks and mosquitoes, including here in Maryland. And the climate science is unequivocal that unless we act expeditiously to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, we can expect to see even more deadly and destructive extreme weather and more catastrophic public health, a more destructive public health crisis as a result. Methane gas is released in large quantities at every point of the natural gas supply chain, from its beginning, during drilling and exploration, to the end point in residential and commercial buildings. Methane is a much more potent greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide and accounts for roughly between 30 and 50% of planetary warming we've experienced thus far. The good news is that while methane is about 80 to 120 times more potent to greenhouse gas, its half-life is only 9 years, whereas carbon dioxide is over 100 years. So that means that if we rapidly reduce our emissions related to methane, we can see actual improvement in our climate and reduction in global temperatures within the next 10 to 20 years. I'm wary of the magnitude of the looming public health crisis if we do not act urgently to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, including the potent but potentially reversible effects of methane on planetary warming. As a physician concerned with the well-being of my patients and on behalf of fellow physicians in the Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibilities from a variety of specialties, I implore the committee to meet the urgency of the moment and take this important step to protect the health and well-being of Marylanders. I urge a favorable report.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Next, let's turn to Jamal Lewis. Jamal, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair, for sponsoring this piece of legislation and holding this important hearing. My name is Jamal Lewis, Director of Policy for Rewiring America, and I support House Bill 831, which would make Maryland the first state to secure an all-electric future for its buildings and residents. Any new fossil fuel infrastructure at this point will be in use for decades, leading to greater warming, or they will need to be retired before they are fully depreciated, leaving many Marylanders with stranded costs. Burning fossil gas in buildings is also dangerous to our health. Children living in a home where gas is used for cooking have a 42% increased risk of having asthma. And even when a gas appliance is turned off, it can still leak and expose occupants to toxins like benzene, which cause cancer. The good news is that the electrification of Maryland's buildings will tackle climate change, create good paying local jobs, and deliver significant public health benefits. As noted in the Building Energy Transition Plan, all electric homes cost about the same or less as mixed fuel homes to both construct and operate. Our analysis shows that 99% of Maryland homes would save $863 million a year by just switching their space or water heating to an efficient electric appliance. Importantly, nearly 40% of these homes will be low and moderate income homes, saving over $400 a year on energy bills. Further, all electric homes do not have less resilience than homes with multiple fuels. In fact, many homes that heat with gas or oil also require electricity to operate them. Moving towards all electric homes will maximize building resilience. Climate change does not impact us all the same. People of color are exposed to higher than average levels of air pollution, with residential gas combustion and commercial cooking among the largest sources of these disparities. Indoor gas pollution in low-income households is compounded by typically smaller housing sizes, poor air ventilation, and the use of stoves or ovens for additional heating in the winter. It is crucial that our strategy includes pathways for these communities to benefit from Maryland's clean electric future. To this end, I applaud the commitment to retrofit 100% of low-income households by 2030, which will place Maryland on the path to achieve its state climate goals and ensure that this is accomplished in an equitable fashion. I urge a favorable report on HB 831 from this committee. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Ruth Ann Norton, a frequent guest in our committee. Ruth Ann, welcome back to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chairman Barrett, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be here in full support of HB 831. I want to take less than 2 minutes from the committee because I think you have really heard excellent testimony. But GHHI is the foremost healthy housing organization looking at the health impacts of unhealthy housing. Key to that is the decarbonization of our older housing to advance in a transformational and tangible way, health and racial equity. The impact that gas stoves have on our residents not only has tremendous impact on exacerbation of asthma, as was noted in the previous testimony, not only for our most vulnerable children, but for our older adults with COPD. But what we also look at is the low-level poisoning on neurological impacts here. By being able to set a standard and advance Maryland to lead the nation in this investment, we believe that by decarbonizing and moving to an all-electric future. We will stabilize housing. We will lower the rates of emergency room visits and hospitalizations. This has been shown in many of our studies that have been done through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And one of the net benefits is not only better health and better quality of life for residents, but it will be in lowering the Medicaid costs for the state of Maryland in a direct manner that will help to pay for a better future. We commend the committee in looking at this bill. We support its efforts here, and especially where it will have a major impact on improving intergenerational wealth transfer by building the equity and value in housing for our communities of color and our low-income communities. We stand in support of HB 831, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Susan Miller. Susan, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman Barrett, and good afternoon, committee members. My name is Susan Miller. I'm a senior attorney with Earth Justice, but in a previous life, I spent 20 years with the Maryland Public Service Commission, including 7 as a general counsel. I had intended to discuss how this bill will not harm the reliability of the grid, but that has been discussed very well by several witnesses, so I will just highlight a couple of points. Particularly, I wanted to highlight the Pepco electrification study, which Mr. Lapp mentioned. That was a study prepared by Pepco for the electrification of DC. It assumed 100% of light-duty vehicles and 95% of all buildings would be fully electrified. It found that the peak demand would grow an average annual rate from 1.4% to 1.7%. And that just was well within the parameters that Pepco had of growth that Pepco had dealt with in the past. So it would have no difficulty dealing with this growth in the future. But it also noted, and I wanted to stress it here because I don't believe it was mentioned by any other of the witnesses discussing reliability. What Pepco also found is that robust, achievable energy efficiency and demand response programs actually lowered that annual growth by another 14%. And save customers money. So it's important. This bill is absolutely vital for climate change and for Marylanders. And it is important to recognize that done in conjunction with very well-designed energy efficiency and demand response programs, Maryland will be able to achieve even more and lessen the cost to Marylanders and lessen the cost on their individual bills. With that, I would just note that I agree with the others that this is a ramp up. It's not a burst. So there should be no reason to believe that the utilities would not be able to handle this program once it begins to be implemented. And I thank the committee for its time and its indulgence.
Thank you very much. Let me just make a quick announcement here. Apparently 1 or 2 people who've signed up are having difficulty getting into the waiting room because apparently we have a 150-person limit in the 100% limit in the waiting room. So if you are testifying a little later on, I'd ask you to get out of the waiting room, watch the public hearing on YouTube, and then when your turn comes up, you can then get back on because we do want to hear absolutely everyone who has signed up to testify. So if we can accommodate one another in that fashion, I personally, of course, would very right. And you can call our committee office if you have any questions. So hopefully we can all get through this and everybody gets to be heard. Because that's our intention. Let's go next to Stephen Dodge with the Clean Fuels Alliance of America. Stephen, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Stephen Dodge. I am Director of State Regulatory Affairs for Clean Fuels Alliance America. Clean Fuels represents the farmers, the producers, the distributors, the end users for all of the products our members produce, which include biodiesel, renewable diesel, sustainable aviation fuel, bioheat fuel for thermal space heating, as well as maritime and railroad fuels. Clean Fuels supports the aggressive carbon reduction goals already established in Maryland state law and the legislative proposals to further limit carbon emissions. But we are disappointed that no biodiesel pathways are established in this bill or any of the others. We believe consideration of biodiesel in the state's climate change plan will result in immediate greenhouse gas reductions, something every state is striving for. Made from an increasingly diverse mix of resources such as recycled cooking oil, soybean oil, and animal fats, biodiesel and renewable diesel are better, cleaner fuels that are available now for use in existing diesel engines and heating furnaces and boilers without modification. Every credible study, including the most recent one from the United Nations, comes to the same conclusion. We must reduce greenhouse gases now, and further, reducing carbon emissions now is more valuable than reducing the same amount of emissions later. It's the same principle we learned in high school. A dollar invested now is worth more than a dollar invested 20 years from now. This is because earlier reductions limit the long-term climate impact caused by the accumulation of greenhouse gases. And other states like New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts have already established biodiesel pathways to reduce carbon emissions in the building sector. For example, in Massachusetts, Governor Baker has issued an executive order requiring state agencies to increase their use of biodiesel in state buildings for heating purposes over the next 10 years. These initiatives demonstrate that other states have recognized biodiesel as a viable and immediate carbon reduction pathway in the thermal heat sector. Mr. Chairman, I have submitted written testimony and included some suggested very minor amendments. We look forward to working with you and members of the committee and staff on this important matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dodge. Next, let's turn to Brett Mastropieri. Brett, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. You have 2 minutes. I hope I got your name right. And I hope you're not one of the persons who's having trouble getting into the waiting room. Okay, we're going to move past you and come back, and hopefully we will pick you up later. Next, Josh Tolkien with the Maryland Sierra Club. Josh, you out there?
I am here. Good afternoon, members of the committee, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Sierra Club 70,000 members and supporters. We urge a favorable report with amendments. HB 31 tracks a important path for Maryland to move off of gas, which is responsible for 13% of—
No, hi, thank you for your time. Can you hear me?
Okay. Brett, you need to mute your mic.
Could you please mute yourself? We'll get, if you're Brett, we'll get to you after Josh Tolkien. Josh Tolkien with the Maryland Sierra Club.
Am I good to go?
Josh, you're good to go. Somebody else, though, is playing the YouTube video in the, just go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So our homes, the gas we burn in our homes is responsible for 13% of Maryland's emissions. When you consider the electricity that we use in our homes and the emissions that result from that, it adds up to 40% of Maryland's emissions. This is a critical piece of Maryland reducing its greenhouse gases and achieving our goals. So what does this bill actually do? I'm going to focus on 2 components. First, new construction code. The bill requires that all new buildings are constructed without the use of fossil fuels to heat the homes. We're talking about space heating and hot water heating. If you're trying to lose weight, you get a gym membership. You don't get a gift certificate to Sizzler or the Bacon of the Month Club. If you want to move off of gas, we need to stop putting fossil fuels into new buildings, which invests us in decades of infrastructure and makes it far more costly to eventually move off of it. Number 2, it creates a building and performance standard for existing buildings. So buildings over 25,000 square feet, there would be a benchmarking process which reviews the energy data and then sets goals for similar type buildings. I've heard misinformation suggesting that every building needs to make the exact same reduction. That is not the case. You do get credit essentially for the changes that you've made in the past, benchmarking against similar buildings. We are coming in supportive with amendments. We've broken those out in our testimony. To summarize, it's important to clarify that the Building Energy Performance Program will consider both on-site emissions, the burning of gas for heating, as well as emissions related to the use of electricity that offers more flexibility. Secondly, we urge adding an efficiency target into the new construction code. Along with reducing gas, we need to be mandating higher levels of efficiency that allows for cost savings as well. And lastly, we urge protection for tenants as we require residential housing to make these important changes, we need to be thinking about low-income tenants and ensuring that we are minimizing impacts and displacement. Thank the committee very much for your time.
Thank you. Is Brett with us now? Is Brett Mastro Pieri with us? Apparently not. Okay, we'll move. We'll try and pick him up later. Next, Ruth White. Ruth, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, I'm Ruth White with Howard County Climate Action, a grassroots organization representing more than 1,400 subscribers. We were very pleased to see the MCCC Building Transition Report. In fact, we had several webinar type panels on building electrification in our community since October 2020 and many Zoom meetings since fall of 21. And we applaud the provisions, especially to electrify new buildings. We want to point out that, as we heard from others, pipelines leak, and there are plans, in fact, action starting to put what's called biogas or biofuels into pipelines. These are made from organics, so they're not fossil fuels, but they are also methane and methane leaks. So that's equally a problem. We also, although we love the report and the provisions in this bill, we want to point out that 2/3 of Americans already use electric stoves, and this bill is drafted allows electric stoves to continue in new buildings. And as you've heard, they're responsible for indoor air pollution and illness. And if they are allowed, we recommend the bill mandate that codes for new buildings require venting to the outside to remove these gases. Lower income homes especially may not vent to the outside over the stove. And in addition, if builders install gas stoves, they should be required to install electrical outlets to provide choice of appliances when appliances reach their end of life and need to be replaced. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to John Fiastro. John, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. Sir, you have 2 minutes. Is John there? John Fiastro? Okay, we'll try and grab you a little later on. Victoria Venable, welcome back to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I hope you all are doing well. I'm here to express my support of HB 831. For the record, my name is Victoria Venable, and I'm the Maryland Director of Chesapeake Climate Action Network and CCAN Action Fund. In order to meet our climate commitments, we must be focusing on ways to address how our building sector contributes to climate change. We at CCAN strongly support the provisions in this bill that come from the core recommendations of the Maryland Commission on Climate Change, including the adoption of a building emission standard and all electric new construction code. Building electrification is particularly important for the residential building sector because the costs and health benefits associated with shifting from gas to electric energy systems are particularly helpful in that area. In my written testimony, you will see numerous studies cited that show that all electric buildings cost less to construct and have lower annual costs. This includes equipment, maintenance, and energy costs. These cost savings are more relevant than ever as fuel prices across the country continue to rise throughout this winter and likely into the spring. We have to consider how we support our residents. The volatility of fossil fuel prices will continue as we see conflict in Eastern Europe. And the US Energy Information Administration predicts that households with electric heat pumps will see the smallest increase in costs this year of all different fuel sources. So with that, I wanted to focus mostly on those benefits to our everyday Marylanders. And as many of my colleagues have said, we are supporting amendments from the Climate Partners Coalition and believe that they will help strengthen this bill. For all of the reasons stated above and concurring with many of my other panelists and witnesses, I urge a favorable vote from the committee on HB 831 and congratulate the sponsor on this great work.
Thank you very much. I understand that Brett Mastro Pieri is with us now. So Brett, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. You have 2 minutes. Well, I was told you were here.
Mr. Chairman, John Piastro is here.
Okay, but all right, John, go ahead. You go ahead, and then we'll go to Brett.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of Environment and Transportation. It's been a while since I've been in front of your committee, so thank you. For the record, Mr. Chairman, John Piastro, on behalf of Vicinity Energy. Vicinity is a district energy company that operates the franchise for district energy services within Baltimore City. District energy is an important technology. It relies on a central steam source or a central source for steam, hot water, and cold water, and relies on a distribution system of pipes, underground pipes, to deliver those 3 items to commercial buildings. Vicinity Energy serves 245 buildings in Baltimore City, National Aquarium, Raven Stadium, Oriole Park at Camden Yards, Mercy, University of Maryland Medical System, among others. District energy is viewed as a decarbonization tool by the U.S. Green Building Council and is actually graded. Buildings that use district energy are actually graded higher for LEED certifications. It's also recognized by the Green Buildings Initiative, who is responsible for establishing the Green Globes certifications. The legislation, and we appreciate the legislation, it actually coincides goal-wise closely with Vicinity's own decarbonization plan of adopting a total net zero plan by 2050. However, there is a concern about the legislation in the respect that it does not speak specifically to district energy. And for that reason, Vicinity Energy respectfully requests an amendment that would provide an exemption for new buildings hooking up to water and space heating, serving water and space heating demand to a district energy resource like Vicinity's district energy asset. District energy is used oftentimes in hospitals, Hopkins Hospital, University of Maryland College Park, it's not a hospital, but a institution of higher learning. It depends on district energy as well.
Okay,
so thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. John, I think Brett is with us. Brett, if you could unmute, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Yes, hi, thank you for your time. I apologize for the technical difficulties. I'm Brett Mastrier-Pieri, a member of MMHA and Vice President of Regional Management, a Baltimore-based landlord who owns and manages a large portfolio of workforce housing. We fully support the intention of this bill. However, we have concerns about the funding of retrofits and their potential to negatively affect Maryland tenants financially. Therefore, we're favorable with amendments. This climate solution bill is very costly for multifamily residences currently relying on fossil fuels. The upgrading of the electrical infrastructure to handle these loads, combined with the equipment and logistics of installing heat pumps, are the main costs. We've estimated a minimum of $850 or $8,500 per unit during a full building retrofit, which would yield an increase of about $150 to $200 per month in rent. That's considering mortgage interest, vacancy and delinquency costs, depreciation, and management costs. Renters cannot absorb this, so meaningful subsidies and credits must be provided for these retrofits. There are currently partial grants available for solar and geothermal. However, both of those methods also yield large energy savings. Adding heat pumps and water heaters, electric water heaters, will provide negligible cost savings over time, so the tax credits must be significant. This bill hints at providing maximum flexibility to building owners to achieve net zero facilities, having the state engage local inspection offices and utility companies to streamline processes for upgrading electrical services to buildings would be extremely beneficial. Additionally, MMHA would like to be a member of the Energy Task Force being developed from this bill. Thank you.
Okay, okay, thank you very much. Let's next go to Diana Younts. Diana, welcome back to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman Barrett. I'm Diana Younts, co-chair of the Climate Justice Wing.
I'm going to speak to the complementary elements that are in this legislative package that make building performance standards work well. Many of these are in companion bills that will not be heard by this committee, but should be considered when evaluating this bill. There are similar successful building performance programs across the country, and these complementary programs are modeled after those, including those in the Washington, D.C. Building Performance Standards Program. These programs include a one-stop shop clearinghouse for information, financial incentives, and technical advice for professionals and the public. In Maryland's bill, it's called the Climate Transition and Clean Energy HUD. It also has a transition task force to develop recommendations for further complementary programs and incentives. The legislation expands the Empower program to increase the size and number of rebates for heat pumps, particularly for low-income households, and energy efficiency retrofits to ease the transition from fossil fuel. It creates a just transition and retraining work group for labor and a climate justice corps to create climate career training opportunities for our youth and disadvantaged youth, including doing low-income retrofits and solar installations. Importantly, it requires the Commission on Environmental Justice to analyze and propose strategies for addressing the needs of underserved, overburdened, and vulnerable communities, and to establish goals for the percentage of funds to be targeted for these communities to ensure that they not only are not left behind, but so that they thrive. In this, it should coordinate with related bills offered by Delegate Boyce, Delegate Wells, and by Vice Chair Stein. We further recommend that the committee provide seed money to the proposed Climate Catalytic Capital Fund for Maryland's Green Bank that is—
Diana, if you could begin to wrap up, the committee would appreciate it.
I will. That's my very last sentence. These are important programs for the success of this legislation, and we recommend you take them into account as you consider this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Kim Coble with the League of Conservation Voters. Kim, welcome back to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Kim Coble. I'm the Executive Director for the Maryland League of Conservation Voters. I'm also co-chair of the Maryland Commission on Climate Change and co-chair of the Mitigation Work Group of the Climate Commission. So I mention that because I was involved with Delegate Stein on the building transition plan of which this bill is based on. And I'm very proud of that work, and I applaud Vice Chair Stein for his leadership on this. We've provided written testimony with a few amendments that I'd like to draw your attention to. I'm not going to take your time up. We agree with previous speakers about the risks of climate change. We also agree with previous speakers about the need and the doability to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And we urge the committee to consider that. The only new piece of information I have is that Maryland League of Conservation Voters looks at this bill as a critical bill for the future of Maryland, and we are strongly, this is a high priority bill for us, so we urge your passing of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to signed up favorable with amendments, Paul Rosenberg with Suburban Propane.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Hello, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Paul Rosenberg. I'm the Senior Manager for Government Affairs and Corporate Communications at Suburban Propane. We're the third largest retailer of propane in the United States. We support House Bill 831's goal for net zero building emissions. However, requiring electricity over all other energy sources does not achieve the legislation's goal. Rather, based on the feedstock currently used to generate electricity, grid electricity in Maryland is more carbon intense than fuels like propane and renewable propane. Therefore, we urge the committee to amend the bill to adopt a technology neutral approach to emissions reductions that utilizes all low carbon, carbon neutral, and even carbon negative fuels, similar to the clean fuel standards adopted for the transportation sector in California, Oregon, and Washington. Not only does this approach efficiently reduce emissions, as it has in California and Oregon, but it also acts as an economic generator, incentivizing innovation and investment in producing lower and lower carbon fuels. Again, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, sir. Next, let's turn to Cecilia Plant. Cecilia, welcome back to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Barve and members of the committee. My name is Cecilia Plant, and I represent the Maryland Legislative Coalition and our 30,000 members. I am testifying in strong support of HB 831 and the amendments that were put forth by the climate partners. I think everyone understands the problem that we're trying to solve, and I'm going to let others with more experience in building decarbonization tell you how affordable that building all electric buildings and homes are, and how important this work is for our future. I want to simply point out the obvious, that gas infrastructure is on its way out. We all know that it's both expensive and unhealthy. The alternatives are cheaper, cleaner, and much better for our health and for our children. At some point in the next decade, gas costs will go up as the pool of people who use gas diminishes and maintenance costs on fossil fuel infrastructure will also rise. We need to make sure that the first people to get off of gas are the people who can least afford to pay the increased costs. As we make this necessary transition, we applaud the commitment to ensuring that we incentivize the transition of low and moderate income residents. And we urge a favorable report in committee. So I'll cut off short.
Mr. Chairman, you are muted.
Of course. Thank you very much. Let's turn next to Robin Clark with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. Robin, welcome back to the committee.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you both for your sponsorship of this legislation. Robin Clark, representing the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, here in support with amendments offered by our climate partners, and agreeing with much of what's been said. I will me too. Thanks.
Well done. That's how you do a me too, folks. Okay, next let's listen to Ryan Washington. Ryan, welcome to the community. Welcome to testify. You are signed up favorable with amendments. Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of the committee. I will keep this very short and simple. And for the record, my name is Ryan Washington. I am with the Apartment Office Building Association, Metropolitan Washington. We very much agree with our colleagues from MMHA, and we believe the task force is a necessary component for legislation, and appreciate that the task force will have members from our industry as representation. But however, we do have a few concerns in that in assessing Montgomery County's BEPS law, the Building Energy Performance Standard law, we know it will cost an estimate of $1.8 billion to implement. So seeking appropriate incentives and cost offsets for retrofits is essential for our members, and to prevent passing those costs to tenants, as you know, as a lot of our members are working toward rebuilding their heating pump and power energy to a more electric and renewable source. And with that, I will stay for any additional questions, and thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Not at all. Thank you very much. That is the last proponent. So I will begin to entertain questions for the proponents, and the first question goes to Delegate Melissa Wells. Delegate Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Vice Chair for this bill, and just for everyone that's here to testify today. So I'm going to limit mine specifically on the workforce piece, because I know there's a lot of questions. And so, you know, I think we know that this green economy is going to create a lot of jobs. I think there was a slide that showed 4.5 billion to 23 billion in net economic benefits, 29,000 to 250,000 jobs. But I would like to know, though, to that point, though, which was, you know, very pointed in the presentation from the Vice Chair, I don't see any language in the bill that speaks to labor in terms of the jobs that will be created, in terms of standards, in terms of apprenticeship and training. And we are creating a new green economy that's going to require training and also provides potential jobs, and a lot of conversation around equity and intergenerational wealth, all of those buzzwords. but I don't really see that this bill has any language that is meaty on that front in terms of ensuring that these are going to create great paying jobs, that people will be able to take care of their families. And if they do have to pay for retrofits, they'll be able to afford those retrofits. So can you please speak to that and what we can do to get that on the right page?
Who'd like to take a stab at that?
Mr. Chairman, I can start with that. Thank you, Delegate Wells. That's a very on-point question. I guess I've got a two-part answer. First is that, as you know, this HB 831 is one part of the House's climate package. The chair has his House Bill 708, which is a key part and very comprehensive provisions in his bill concerning climate legislation. And included in his bill is a just transition task force, which will look at and make recommendations on exactly these issues, how we can, in the emerging green economy, especially with the jobs that we know are going to be created by these types of transitions, how can we ensure that there are proper labor standards, that wages are sustaining, and that and related issues. So I guess I would say I didn't put anything in my particular bill on buildings because of the chair's provision, which is really meant to cover all aspects of climate, be it buildings or transportation or other aspects of the transition. And I guess my second point is that this type of building transition will create a boom in weatherization work, which in at least parts of Maryland is represented by organized labor. I know there is a local, I forget the exact name of the local, but that does represent workers in the weatherization field. And this type of legislation would drive even further demand for that type of work.
I just have one follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair. So I think
Sure.
It's great to hear. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's great to hear about HB 708. That's really important. What I will say, though, is that it is important that we do include, when I say labor, I'm really just talking about job specifications. And so in this bill, we are speaking to the building code. And when we talk about building code, that specification is necessary for when people bid for jobs. And you have to be sure that you have properly trained individuals to do the work to the specified building code. And so I would say that it actually is important that we do include those standards in this piece because it specifically does relate to a workforce and contractors, engineers having what they need in terms of the work labor piece, not organized labor only, but that would be great, obviously, but specifically. So I want to be very clear that we should be including that in this because it is very relevant to the overall specifications of the building code.
Sure. If I could just add, I hear you, Delegate, and I'd be happy to work with you on language that would address those issues for this bill.
All right. Next question goes to Delegate Boyce.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate Vice Chair Stein, for this bill. I have several questions, so I want to be very thorough and brief. The first one is Mr. Roush or Mr. Parts and/or still on the call? I had some questions for them.
Yep, there they are. One of them, please.
Good. So I want to ask questions about the idea about gas equipment having the ability to or not to work without electric power. Can you talk about that a little bit and elaborate on that?
Yeah, I'll do the engineering version first. So most gas equipment, we're talking gas furnaces, gas boilers, and the like, have electric power to them to operate fans, blowers, controls. And when the electric power is out, there are safeties on that equipment. It cannot operate. The only gas equipment that can operate without electric power are things like fireplace inserts that direct vent to the space. We heard another testimony about all of the indoor air pollutants that puts in, or of course, natural gas generators. And I believe this bill allows natural gas generators. It only really deals with space heating and space water heating. And so if you really want that reliability and you want natural gas-based reliability, great, let's talk about the gas generator. The rest of the time, I mean, if you go down in your basement, you turn off the circuit breaker to your furnace, I guarantee it turns off. Same thing with your stovetop will work, but your oven likely won't turn on. So you can experiment in your own home.
And even your stovetop typically needs a match to light because those are triggered with electric ignition.
Right.
Mhm.
Right. Yep. So next couple of questions is one, can we talk about, so there was a lot of testimony about gas, the safety issues of gas, hearing about a lot of apartment or housing explosions. We've had a couple in Baltimore City. Every 2 years, BG&E is on my block digging up my street because there's always a smell of gas. So in the reverse, can we talk about the safety of electricity in the same way? That's a lot of electrification, and I want anyone who can to speak about the safety in the same way of electricity. I mean, of course, I think to Delegate Wells' point about, and Delegate Stein's point about the increase, kind of this boom in weatherization, but there's going to be a boom in electrifying, which we're talking about electricity, we're talking about electricians, and I want to talk about the safety of electric versus electrical fires, so on and so forth, bad wiring. So can someone speak to that?
Yeah, I am both a mechanical and a fire protection engineer, so I'd love to jump into that one. So electricity on its own is not fire causing, is not explosive, is not, right? Sure. There is a life safety aspect to both natural gas and electricity, of course. But if your electric heat pump shorts out, if it malfunctions, it doesn't pose a substantial fire risk to your home. I'm sure we could go back in the literature and find some example of an electric device beyond electric heaters, little space heaters, right? The electric resistance heaters. Other devices, we could probably find something that once shorted out. But the way our electrical systems are designed, if there's a short, it flips off a circuit breaker, the power is disconnected. We don't have safeties like that in our natural gas infrastructure, where there's some disconnect other than the manual must have the gas company out at the street turning off the valve. I've experienced similar in my own family. My grandparents-in-law, my wife's grandparents' home was literally lifted off of its foundation from a gas explosion. So I sympathize and definitely hear what other people are saying about the life safety aspect.
Thank you so much. And to follow up with that, a lot of people are talking about the grid, and I think we're talking about the grid a lot more because of what happened in Texas. And so I'm hearing a lot of folks say we're not necessarily going to need an enhancement of the grid till probably 2030. And so is the thought that we electrify and then by 2030, we start building up the grid? I'd like to talk a little bit more about the grid and this idea that there is a lot of room on the grid to support what we're doing.
Yeah, so right now, most of us, at least those in the BGE area like I am, get that summer peak hour notification. If you reduce your power that day, you get an incentive back. Yeah. That's because those are the peak days when we have peak cooling loads. It's the hottest days of the year. It's directly correlated. Yeah. In the winter, we're nowhere near peak capacity. We have lots of peak capacity to work with, or lots of excess capacity to work with. So that's why we're saying 2030. And honestly, that's a very, very conservative number. I've seen estimates that go out into the 2040s, but we want to be conservative here. Pepco has this great report, and you'll note Pepco is one of the few utilities not selling gas. That's important. That's part of why I think they could release this report, showing a 1.4 to 1.7% increase in grid capacity is needed year over year to get to 2050 and electrifying buildings and transportation, which is saying all of the things that we emit carbon with, electrifying all of them. And they also did a great retrospective showing a 1.4 to 1.7% increase is teeny. It's just teeny compared to what the country was able to do in the middle of the last century.
Okay, so it's your thought that we're not going to have a Texas issue come 2031 when we're all kind of moving to this direction. And
Texas's issue was actually one of, and cut me off if I get too technical, but it was one of infrastructure. Their natural gas infrastructure at the generation level was not weatherized. They didn't expect to ever get below freezing long enough to have lines freeze. Their natural gas infrastructure froze up, wasn't able to generate power. And Texas, where they don't get cold very often, has by and large electric heating infrastructure. And so I don't believe we'll have that problem in Maryland, where we do expect freezing temperatures and our infrastructure is weatherized for that.
Thank you so much. And my
Mr.
very
Chair,
last.
and this is David Lapp. I'm wondering if I could add.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, so to be clear, the electric utilities are investing all the time in infrastructure. So nothing is on hold. In fact,
that's fair.
BGE and Pepco, their multi-year plans have them spending, I think, around $210 million right now in new infrastructure that was approved in their multi-year plans. So there is planning going on. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of transparency into that planning going forward. There's another bill, HB 88, that would enhance that. And in terms of Texas, Maryland is part of PJM.
Yes.
Texas is its own island, and PJM has its own reliability requirements, which are, it's around 15 or 16% of a margin for reliability, and PJM consistently exceeds that, well over 20%. So there's room, and there's an ongoing process. So nothing is on hold until 2030.
I appreciate that. I'm sorry, Dan, I don't mean to cut you off, but I have one last question, and there's a lot of hands, so I want to get to the next question. I see the chairman looking at me. Okay, my last question is really about just making sure I understand that while a retrofitted building may not necessarily need to electrify, what I'm trying to figure out, Mr. Vice Chair, is does it count if a building increased its maybe efficiency or sustainability practices? In other words, if all of the refrigerators and stoves and so on and so forth transfer to something else where they're using maybe more electricity versus a whole building, maybe, I know again, what specifically, I'm trying to just make sure I understand the retrofitting portion of this and what can potentially count. So it is changing kind of habits and systems versus actually changing the system, something that would count toward a retrofit. If that made sense, I can certainly.
Yeah, I think I get sort of the gist of your question. So if changing habits and systems and, for example, and installing more insulation reduce the amount of time, say, that the furnace would have to stay on, then yes, it reduces. Then that means fewer greenhouse gas emissions would be reduced, and so a building would be on its way towards meeting its goal. So yes, if that helps, yeah.
And so going back to the kind of the retrofitting concerns that I hear a couple of people mention, it's not necessarily saying that you've got to pull out all of your gas and then put in to electrify the building. You're just looking to reduce as much as you can your emissions per se.
That's right. Now there is, the bill does have a zero goal by 2040 for buildings that are more than 25,000 square feet.
Sure. But they would have time to do that, Mr. Chair, I guess what I'm saying. As they're doing the retrofitting, they can be working towards a more sustainable building moving forward.
Yes, and Delegate also, in terms of, this it's now 2022, the 0% goal is 2040, that's 18 years. So presumably buildings are going to change their systems a lot over that time period. They're probably going to need a new HVAC system. So, they could put in an electric system if it's for some reason their building is more costly than the goal is. Under this bill, there will be subsidies for large commercial buildings and other facilities that may have difficulty going electric. And anyway, there's also an alternative compliance payment system, which I won't get into right now, but that's sort of how.
In other words, supply and demand, Mr. Vice Chair. As demand goes up, the cost will go down.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Next question goes to Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, for bringing this bill, and thank you to all the witnesses. It's a great discussion. So I have two questions, and one is around gas infrastructure, and the other is around how gas is used outside of residential and commercial buildings. So first of all, on the infrastructure question, and I don't know if this is better for the vice chairman or for Mr. Lapp. So there was a little bit of talk around stranded costs, the costs of, the pipes and the other infrastructure that, it ends up being unused. So I wanted to understand two things about that. What physically becomes of that infrastructure? Is it allowed to just stay? Is it removed eventually? And then secondly, does this bill address any possible issues around passing along stranded costs to consumers?
I'll take a quick stab at the first one and then defer to Mr. Lapp. I don't see any reason why gas pipeline infrastructure can't just stay in the ground. That's my relatively uneducated take, but I will defer to David Lapp.
Yes. So the stranded cost issue is one that is that occurs because of the investments in natural gas infrastructure that are taking place now and that are paid off over many decades. There are just for gas replacement infrastructure, it extends out to close to 2,100 for BGE, and there is no a study done for DC for Washington Gas has an estimate for Washington Gas DC of stranded cost that if you take those same numbers and apply them to Maryland, it would be in the neighborhood, I think, of 3.6 to 5 point something million for Maryland stranded costs. That does not include decommissioning. Decommissioning is the term for taking them out of the ground and dealing with the pipes that are in the ground. So I think the debate is still out as to whether that is going to happen and needs to happen. Maybe it happens as roads are paved and dug up and repaved. But I think Delegate Stein is correct generally that they can stay there. They can be turned, shut off and capped.
Okay, so right now there is no decommissioning piece to this bill. And that is not envisioned in the near future. Is that correct?
Well, it's not part of the bill. I'll defer to the vice chair.
Okay, well, it's something to think about whether it would be another bill, Mr. Vice Chair. I know, not that it's the same thing at all, but I know, when you shut off a well, a regular water well, there are engineering procedures you do to actually quote unquote abandon the well. And so I would think there could be issues down the road with just leaving all of this infrastructure in the ground. I don't know what that might be, but it occurs to me there might be problems.
Delegate, I will say that in the chairman's bill, House Bill 708, there is a section in there that would require the PSC to engage in transition planning, but for both the gas and electric sector. So presumably that would be one issue that they would consider as part of this transition planning.
Okay, great, thank you. And then my second question is around the fact that I looked up the breakdown of where natural gas goes, and 15% of it, 15% is for residential use, 10% for commercial in buildings, hot water heaters, furnaces, stoves, and the like. What about the 38% that's used to generate electric power? How are we going to address that? Or is that just another future kind of, sort of thing we have to tackle?
Very good question. That issue is not dealt with in this bill. That is the composition of generation, how much is renewable versus natural gas. That's a separate issue that needs to be addressed. We already have, in law, a requirement that we get to 50% renewables by 2030. But otherwise, this bill does not address that issue of, dealing with natural gas as a generator of electricity.
Yeah,
Okay, and
that's sort of an economic matters subject matter.
okay, that's what I was wondering. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again for this great discussion.
Okay, next question goes to Delegate Wyville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to follow up on Delegate Lehman's question. Mr. Lapp, I didn't hear a positive yes or no as whether or not you did plan to allow stranded costs as rate recovery in the PSC proceeding. Do you anticipate they would be allowed to recover the stranded costs, whether in rate base or through their operation costs?
That's an excellent question, Delegate, and that's to be determined in the future. I think the position of the gas utilities is that they expect all their costs to be recovered, even the costs that are planned to be recovered from customers decades from now. I don't know that they would be making the investments that they are without some confidence that they will recover those costs. There are constitutional issues in play. There's a used and useful doctrine that's a constitutional doctrine, as well as in Maryland law that allows for arguments as to why customers should not be responsible for those stranded costs. It depends in part on the expectations of investors. It's one of the reasons why it's important for the General Assembly to act with this bill and other electrification bills to send a strong signal to the utility investors that they shouldn't have expectations to recover these massive investments that are going on right now in gas infrastructure and that will be paid for over many, many decades.
So do you have any estimates on a statewide basis what those stranded costs might be?
Well, we can look at, for example, on the STRIDE investments, which I mentioned in my testimony earlier that Baltimore Gas and Electric's, their 3-year plan is $1.3 billion of infrastructure capital investment. STRIDE makes up less than half of that. But we don't have long-term plans outside of STRIDE, but we do have longer-term plans for STRIDE. And for the state's 3 largest natural gas utilities, their future investments are $4.8 billion in STRIDE alone, not connecting, not new buildings, none of that. And those costs are, some of them are depreciated over 30 years, some 40, all the way up to 50, 60, 70 years. So one could say that a good portion of that 4.8 billion could be stranded depending on the state's decarbonization goals. Washington Gas, again, has an estimate for DC. And if you take those same numbers and apply their percentage of costs that Maryland pays, their estimates are, I believe, in the neighborhood of 3.6 to 5.2 billion. I'd have to confirm exactly those numbers, but it's in that range, and that does not include decommissioning costs, and that's of course only one gas utility. So we're talking billions of dollars.
Okay, it's a big number. Another question. So I guess the assumption in this bill is that the source for the electricity is clean energy?
Increasingly clean, yes.
So, but there's no restriction that fuel source could be fossil fuels such as coal?
Correct. You mean in terms of the fuel that's on the grid, the electricity that's on the grid? Right. Correct. There's no restriction.
All right. So if the fuel source is fossil fuel, is there a net gain in nationwide as far as the carbon reductions that you're seeking?
Yes, there is, because number one, it is when you're swapping out a gas powered furnace or other appliance for electricity powered, gas is all fossil fuels, whereas electricity, it may be generated by a mix that includes fossil fuels, but part of it is nuclear, part of it is as other renewables. And then also generally these electric heat pumps are more efficient than the systems that they're being swapped out for. So there's also the reduction in the power needed by them.
So is Maryland a net importer or exporter of electricity generation? Do we know?
I believe we're an importer.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So we really have little control over how that electricity is generated in other states, I suppose. There was also discussion about winter peaking versus summer peaking. I know Potomac Edison used to be a winter peaking utility, and BGE, Pepco were summer peaking. Is that changed? Mr. Lapp, do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head if that has changed. I know that with higher electrification, we do expect winter peaks to to be closer to summer peaks going forward, if we have higher electrification. But I don't know that specifically. I could get back to you on that.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thanks. And then my last question. The bill talks about financial incentives being recommended by the task force. Do we have any idea what those incentives might be and who would pay for those? Would they be built into the rates, I assume, as a surcharge like some of the energy efficient programs are now?
So Delegate, some of the incentives are ones already existing provided by MEA, and where the funding source and with other funding sources of the RGGI or Empower, as well as state funding, federal funding, but there may very well be additional funding that's needed. And that's the purpose of having this task force look at what our building decarbonization goals are, for example, in trying to transition 100% of LMI households to retrofits, and also where commercial buildings need some financial assistance because it may be too expensive to put in electric systems, providing those subsidies. So it really remains to be determined, and that's the point of the task force, what the total funding needs are. But some of the funding sources would come from sources we already have.
All right. I'm just trying to figure out what the impact would be on the average residential electric rate if we end up with all these stranded cost recoveries and all these surcharges for additional programs. I just think the average resident may end up paying a lot more in their electric rates than what they are now. So thank you.
Sure.
Okay, next question goes to Delegate Love.
Mr. Roush, I believe you mentioned that you do this type of work. Can you give us some examples of some of the buildings, electric buildings that you've worked on?
Yeah, Delegate Stein asked me to make a list of only Maryland electric buildings that I've worked on doing an energy model or MEP design or commissioning. And it added up to 30 something buildings. And we are a mostly West Coast based firm. We only have 2 people in Maryland. So we're a teeny presence compared to the vast majority. We work on, like Michael said, all of his buildings would also be electric. We work on a number of multifamily buildings, and they aren't all high performing like what Michael talked about. They are really run-of-the-mill regular buildings, and they find that they actually save money if they don't bring that gas service in and run all that piping in the building. That running heat pumps a lot of times is actually a cost savings for the building. It also makes their metering easier, so they can net meter tenants and actually charge them. So particularly in multifamily, very, very normal. In commercial, the other buildings that'll fall under here, it's split. It's 50-50. Some are using a little bit of gas just in the rooftop unit, and then using electric all out in the building by way of a variety of technologies. It's actually very flexible. We get complaints that heat pumps can't do tall buildings, but we now have heat pumps that you can do 10 floors up and 12 floors down. So you can do 22-story buildings before you start needing an intermediate terrace for the outdoor unit. Anyway, so yes, we do these a lot. They are often done just from a pure cost. It actually saves money, and that's why they're doing it. It's developers. They're not doing it from the good of their hearts. They're doing it because it makes more sense.
Got it. Thank you. And then I don't know if it was you or someone else mentioned other states and localities that are pursuing building electrification.
I did mention several, and so did several other people. So most of my firm is West Coast in Washington State that will have a 2021 all electrical code. Seattle already has it. New York City, we've already interacted with that code some. And I heard somebody else some other jurisdictions that I'm going to have to go look up.
Yeah, I could add that there are a number of states that are well ahead of where Maryland is: Massachusetts, New York, California, Connecticut, Minnesota, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, Colorado, Wisconsin, District of Columbia. All these states are heading down the path of electrification and have regulatory proceedings that are underway. And I'd be happy to share information about what's going on in any of those states if you reach out.
Thank you.
Delegate Barve, if I could add to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Delegate Love, I work on exclusively passive house buildings, which is to say zero energy ready. And so, like Ben said, we do single family, large multifamily. We're doing one on North Avenue in Baltimore right now. We're doing a whole bunch in Washington, DC. Almost all of my work is outside of Maryland because we do not have these incentives. But Massachusetts is an example. As David Lapp just said, Massachusetts has a Mass Save program, which is an incredibly well-structured incentive program. And I have 3 projects in Massachusetts right now doing decarbonization, precisely because they have those targets articulated and well thought out incentives in place.
Thank you.
Okay, next question goes to Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question is for David Lapp. Right before you ran out of time, you mentioned the Brattle study, and I just wondered if you could talk a little bit more about that, because I think you ran out of time.
Sure. DC has a climate goals, and they have a proceeding going on where they're looking at high electrification. They have the utilities filing plans there. And I think Susan Miller described how the Brattle study for Pepco DC showed that load growth through 2050 would it be in the range from 1.4 to 1.7, I believe. Whereas between 1950 and 2020, Pepco has managed annual peak demand growth on the DC system well in excess of 2%, sometimes substantially higher than that. And so, the study shows that Pepco should be able to manage any increase within the same parameters that it has met those increases in the past. Now, in the past decade or so, it hasn't been quite as high as it was, a couple decades ago. But it's not going. The increase in peak load demand is not going to be anywhere near what it was, decades ago. And the Brattle study clearly concludes that Pepco can manage that without any problem. There's no reason to believe, at least we have no reason to believe, that Pepco Maryland is any different than Pepco DC, and it should be able to handle that. And that's consistent with what other states are finding as well.
Brattle is an international energy consulting firm, right?
That's right. They're very well known, and they do these sorts of studies, and for utilities across the country.
So utilities hire them to do studies.
That's right. And in this case, this was Pepco hired them to do this study. Pepco, had a cover letter, and they filed it with the DC Public Service Commission as part of the proceeding there.
Okay, Delegate Ruth, I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you have a follow-up?
I did have another question, Mr.
Go
Chair.
ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. And for Mr. I think this would go to Mr. Roush. I wondered if you could just talk a little bit about the building emissions standards. I know MDE has to develop those, but what might they look like, and what would the goals of those be?
Yeah, so I want to be clear. The legislation sets up a building emission standard. I'm going to be saying BEPS a lot, Building Energy Performance Standard. And right now, as written, it directs to only carbon that is used or emitted on site. So fossil fuels that are used on site. That's another way of saying you can use as much electric as you want, but you need to slowly wean your building off natural gas up into 2040, right? Which if even buildings being built today, right now, by 2040, they'll be nearing the end of their system life. That felt like a good horizon. And there are alternate compliance pathways, and there's fees you can pay if you just say, no, I don't want to do that. So it's a very modest program compared to some others in the country. Most other BEPS programs in the country include an energy efficiency aspect, so that all buildings, or let's say the worst performers of buildings in their particular category, your multifamily is only compared against multifamily, office is only compared against office, but they have a minimum threshold you have to hit for energy efficiency, including electric. That is not included here. So we see this as a very modest and very fossil fuel reducing targeted measure. Actually, my testimony, if you go read it, suggests at the end that we add energy efficiency to BEPS. That might be a bill for another year.
Thank you. And finally, I just wanted to take a personal privilege and say hello to my constituent, Michael Hindell, and thank you for the work that you're doing.
Okay.
Thank you. It's good to see you too.
Okay, next question goes to the Vice Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, for letting me ask a question for the favorable witnesses. My question is for the MMHA representative. When you talked about what the costs would be for a retrofit, even putting aside potential disagreements with those cost figures, I wanted to ask, are you familiar with the fact that the bill provides an alternative compliance pathway for meeting requirements under the bill?
Yes. Over time, though, that would add up, and I mean, it's in our favor to get rid of or to upgrade to electric also, but to do so is, I think over time, it would be more cost effective to pay the $800 or the $8,500 to initiate the upgrade versus paying these yearly fees. Those are also not defined. So, I mean, I'm not sure what your intent was with them.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what my intent was. Right now, what the bill says is that the alternative compliance pathway is triggered to the social cost of carbon, which right now is $51 per metric ton. So I happened to get some information from a friend of mine who was kind of noodling about for, what would be the alternative compliance cost for a home and an apartment. And he said that the average housing unit in Maryland has direct emissions of about 2.2 tons of carbon dioxide per year. And he assumed that the average apartment, being smaller than a home, has direct emissions of about 1 ton of carbon per year. So using the current price of carbon, and if you pass this on entirely to the tenant, comes to $4 per month. So I just wanted to provide that information, and I'm happy to forward you these calculations so that just your members might understand that even if they choose not to reduce direct emissions, by when your existing furnaces cycle out, by not putting in an electric heat pump, even if you did nothing, the cost would be very modest to comply with this bill. And again, happy to provide you this information.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Over time, though, I think that mindset might change, though, as far as just wanting to eliminate the carbon footprint totally. And, as the world changes and as sort of everybody goes in the path of a greener future.
Well, it's always possible that new laws will be considered in the future. Sure.
Okay, next question goes to Delegate Otto. Charles?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry I had to unmute. I guess my first question is probably to the sponsor of the bill or to some of the others that referred to the other states that have this similar requirements and what the square footage requirement that this bill kicks in for the buildings.
Yeah, I will talk about the square footage requirement. Perhaps others are knowledgeable about how, for example, in New York City, what the square footage threshold is. But under the bill for the building emission standard, which is the bring down of emissions of existing buildings, the minimum size is 25,000 square feet. So any building larger than that would be subject to it. Excluding historic buildings. I mean, they're exempted. With respect to the all-electric building code, there's currently no, in the bill, no.
I'm sorry, did you say excluding historic buildings?
Yes, historic buildings are excluded, yes.
Okay.
With respect to the all-electric construction code, which again, is not really all-electric because cooking is excluded, there is no minimum size there. But perhaps others could talk about what is the size threshold in other states.
I can do that. Montgomery County is doing their own BEPS program right now. It's 25,000. Washington State starts at 50,000, but intends to ratchet down in the next 5-year cycle. They're going in 5-year cycles. And DC is, I believe, is also 25,000. I better go look that one up because I've got clients who will want to know.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think.
May I add an answer? DC goes down to 10,000.
Oh, okay. Charles, you good for now?
I'm good with that question, but I had another question.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead, Charles.
The gentleman from Suburban Propane, I send a check to him every month in New Jersey, where he's from, and my family has for long as I've lived, and we appreciate it, and we do that because we didn't have the electric service at the home to provide the hot water and to cook with or to dry our clothes with, and we appreciate his service and what they provide. And I would like him to explain a little more about the efficiency he talked about with the propane, because I think that's sort of approved and done in the workplace, as it's so efficient that you're not getting the exhaust in an enclosed area, and most of the lift trucks are powered by propane.
Is the gentleman from Suburban Propane still with us? Well, you'll have to. Well, you'll have to include a question with your next check. Delegate Clark has the next, and I believe you may have the last question, Delegate Clark.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, just a real quick learning moment. Your definition between natural gas and propane, is there any difference, or do you consider propane to be natural gas?
Well, Delegate, under the bill, there isn't a distinction. It just refers to fossil fuel emissions, and they're both fossil fuels. So they would both, technically count as the types of systems that we're trying to discourage moving into the future.
Well, I guess,
but not eliminated.
My next question would be: is propane as damaging to the environment as natural gas? One of the engineers could answer that.
Yeah, they have similar carbon emissions, if that's what you mean.
Okay, so well, one is just one. You feel one is just as bad as the other?
On a carbon standpoint, if you're comparing across all fossil fuels, there are some other emissions beyond carbon that really do start to change. But yeah, propane and natural gas are both relatively, I'm air quoting here, clean burning, in that they mostly emit carbon dioxide, not so much of the nitrous oxides or sulfur dioxides, things like that.
Okay. Next question is, new development. Yeah, am I correct, Augustine, that you said it would just be new buildings, new commercial buildings over 25,000 feet that would have, I mean, that would square feet that would have to build 100% electric?
No, Delegate, where the bill is, as it's drafted now, applies to all buildings. Though they can seek a variance if they can establish that the cost of a non-electric system is cheaper.
Okay, question for the engineers. Commercial development of fast food restaurant.
Yep.
That vast majority of equipment runs on natural gas or propane. How do you envision would you envision it ever being cheaper to operate the ovens and the grills and things like that cheaper with electricity as opposed to propane or gas, natural gas?
Yeah, let me take this in a couple parts. First, I read in the bill and took particular note that kitchen equipment is excluded. It can be gas. It is only building HVAC and building water heating.
Okay.
So that's great. But to answer your question longer term, if you choose to keep using gas, we've had our first couple of chefs ask for all electric kitchens. Everything in there is electric. They've got induction burners and they love it. It's less hot. They rave about it. It's pretty interesting. And in the future, as gas prices, when you
say it's less hot, you mean like the ambient temperature?
Yeah, I mean like their comfort level is better in the kitchen. They get every bit of heat into the pan, but it's heat into the pan instead of gas blowing out everywhere. Heat. It's gas. Natural gas burners have a lot of fugitive heat coming out the sides instead of like an induction burner only heats the pan. They love it. Thank you for that clarification. In the future, I do foresee a day where natural gas prices go up faster than electric, and particularly fast food restaurants. It's a bottom line equation. There will come a day someday when natural gas doesn't make sense to them, and they go for electric because it makes more sense on a utility rate basis.
Well, I guess my question back to you is that because if we move towards using less natural gas, that it'll just naturally drive up that price?
This is a yes and. So like I said, there are a fair number of developer-driven projects. They're not doing it because of the good of their heart. They're doing it because of the bottom line, all electric projects already. And that's because of the feasibility of heat pumps has improved in the last decade, and because the cost is not much more, but you get to avoid all that other cost of natural gas infrastructure coming into your building. And so I believe we're already, this car is already on the road. We're already moving that way in a fair number of buildings. I believe there are some, maybe not developer-driven projects, but other projects that are going to do it for reasons that they understand natural gas and the electric grid is getting better and they're doing better overall. So I think we're already headed towards less natural gas over time and increasing rates. I do believe, there will come a time when these lines cross. And if you look at heat pumps versus electric heat pumps versus natural gas, they're already similar utility rates. It's only electric resistance, like my tea kettle, versus natural gas where we can say electric costs more, only in that case.
Yeah, if I could quickly add a couple points. One is that, we are seeing increased gas commodity costs right now, and we're, our office, the Office of People's Counsel, is getting complaints about, in substantial increases. The prices have gone up about 50% just over the past few months. So there are commodity prices that are going up, but the distribution charge is also going up, and it's going to continue to go up. And as customers do leave the system to electrify, because it just makes sense economically, that's going to require that the gas distribution charges be recovered by fewer and fewer customers, which will drive rates up further in sort of it's often called the death spiral. So more customers will leave, and then, ultimately what you have are the customers that are least capable of getting off of natural gas because they don't own their homes, or they don't have the money to switch from a gas stove to an electric stove or hot water or furnace. They don't have the funds to be able to do that, and they'll be the ones stuck paying the higher rates that are just going to go up, and they're already going up because of all the infrastructure investment.
So you're saying your answer to that is that the distribution part of the natural gas is going to cause the natural gas to go up. Is there any credibility in the thought process that the restrictions on pumping natural gas are actually inflating the cost of natural gas? The same thing with electricity. We just experienced here in Southern Maryland a 27% increase in electric bills last month from our supplier, which is Southern Maryland Electric. So do you think that it's just a matter of, in your opinion, of the ability to pump more natural gas that is actually driving the natural gas up higher than electric?
Well, there's two different components to the gas bill. One is the distribution charge.
Well, I understand that, yes.
And so both are going up, and what's driving the recent increase in people's gas bills is the increase in commodity charges. But for BGE, for example, the distribution charge is actually greater than the commodity charge. I'm not sure, Delegate. I'm sorry if I'm not answering your question.
Well, you're rounded pretty good, but it leads me to my next question is BG&E and Pepco and Southern Maryland Electric and Chop Tank are distributors of electricity. They don't produce electricity. So when you say that the grid is going to be fine and they have the ability to move it around the grid, the only reason they have the ability to move it and distribute it to your house is because somebody is producing it and they're buying it from someone. So if demand for electric goes up and we don't follow up in the country with more energy producing plants, i.e. nuclear, how can you say that the price of electricity is going to be less? Because right now, Maryland is a net importer of electricity. We have no way of do you think we have any way of regulating the cost of the electricity coming out of power plants from other states? So my argument would be, we don't know that these guys that are using the grid in supplying electricity to the homes, the guys that run it through the lines are going to be able to hold their prices because they negotiate with some other third party for the cost of that electric.
Yeah, there's the electricity is procured generally through the regional market at PJM. And so, and the utilities, customers in Maryland have the choice between getting a utility default service or buying from a retail supplier. 80% get it through the utility through standard offer service. Those contracts are spread out over 2 years in different procurements, and generally the models that we've that have been cited today in the testimony account for the predictions as best as that can be made as to what that electric commodity price is going to be.
Okay, I'm gonna.
One last question, Mr. Chairman.
Well, Jerry, with the opponents, you'd probably be able to ask these questions to the opponents when they come up later.
Well, I was kind of interested in their opinion on this one last question.
Okay.
Just let me have this one last question.
Go for it.
You say that that the prices are negotiated over a 2-year period, but at peak times, don't these companies buy on the spot market to be able to supply the demand that they have during the peak times in the summer, especially here? that electricity, so the price is on a spot market price. And then if it goes on the grid and the grid is congested, the cost to move it on the grid is even higher. Am I right there, or is that just from the past? And in Southern Maryland, you can't buy electric from anybody but Southern Maryland Electric.
The utilities procure the standard offer service under the statute. They procure it every 6 months for residential customers over 2 years. So residential customers, if they're on standard offer service, are generally protected from extreme spikes in the spot market. Now, if you are signed up with a retail supplier, which you would not be in SMECO's territory, then you could be more vulnerable to spot market prices. But the utility standard offer service is procured periodically in order to protect customers from that. And of course, you can sign on to a retail supplier with a fixed rate, so you're not vulnerable to the to spot market increases. But PJM is not as vulnerable as Texas was to extreme spikes in spot market prices.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No, not at all. There were interesting questions. Delegate Healy will have the last question, and then we'll go to the informational witnesses, and then after that, we'll go to the opponents of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I waited because I wanted to see if somebody else would ask my question, but they didn't. My question is about the long term on this bill. When it gets down to the homeowners that are living in older homes, not historic, but old, maybe even 100 years old, and have been using gas to heat their homes for decades and decades. And maybe like last year, this year, had to make a major investment in a furnace, for example. Are they going to get stuck with their own kind of version of stranded costs that they will not be able to, they'll have to spend more money that they don't have ahead of time before this new furnace wears out?
Who'd like to answer that?
I can take a stab at it, or
yeah, well,
Okay,
maybe
that's fine.
David, you want to take David and Ben, why don't you take a stab, and then maybe I'll add something.
Yeah, let me do the system level, and then David could do the grid level. So at the system level, that system will last another 15 to 20 years. And again, this bill doesn't apply to single homeowners. It's 25,000 square feet and above. But if a building upgraded today and did it with gas equipment, and we have some of our own clients doing that.
You don't have to go on with that. I got that part of it.
Yep.
I'm really interested in this very narrow situation for ordinary consumers.
And so the bill allows that 2040 sunset specifically for this. And that's the system level. David.
Yeah, I don't know that I have much to add to that, but again, this bill does not address single residential homes, but ideally.
Oh, I thought it did. I thought it said ultimately we're going to be at 100% for everybody for gas, going from gas to electric. Isn't that the case in this bill?
No, Delegate, existing homes are not covered.
Ah, okay.
Now, there is a goal for LMI households to be retrofitted. It's a goal, and 100% of LMI households to be retrofitted by 2030. But otherwise, existing homes don't have to do a thing.
Okay, that helps. Thank you very much.
And I think we have time, and people can change their systems as they need to be replaced. I think that's the goal.
Okay, well, let's move on. Thank you very much. Very interesting discussion. Let's move on. We have David Farnsworth as RAP, who is signed up to testify informationally. We have 3 people from ASHRAE, and then we have Jeffrey Guido from the Baltimore, DC Building Trades Council. So let's begin with David Farnsworth. David, welcome back to the committee. You have 2 minutes, sir. I saw you out there earlier.
Are you able to see my screen?
I can see you and I can hear you. Well, I can see you and I can hear you. I don't see your screen.
Okay. I realize you're all pressed for time. I apologize for taking so much time here. Let's see if I can make this happen.
Yeah, now we see a screen. There we go. Okay.
Okay.
You got 2 minutes. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is Dave Farnsworth. I'm a principal of the Regulatory Assistance Project. We're a non-advocacy NGO, largely comprised of former Utility Commission staff and commissioners. I was a hearing officer and a staff attorney at the Vermont Public Utility Commission from about 1996 to 2008 before I joined RAP. I'm not here to support HB 831, but instead to quickly explain the value of what we call beneficial electrification. That's electrification that benefits consumers, the environment, and because of its inherent flexibility, the power grid. We've inherited building related policies that at one time served us really well. In the late 1980s, on-site fossil fuel combustion was generally the most economical and environmentally friendly way to heat homes. Because of these 40-year-old policies, fossil fuels continue to dominate space and water heating. But now in this third decade of the 21st century, there's an opportunity for us to modernize and adopt far more clean, efficient, and cost-effective end-use technologies like heat pumps. When incorporated into our homes and businesses, our buildings become thermal batteries, and that storage can add low-cost flexibility to the grid, a great value. US DOE tells us that buildings, in fact, can be grid resources because they're efficient, they're connected, they're smart, and they're flexible. Load flexibility means you can control your water heater to heat your water for a shower, or you can pre-cool your apartment off-peak when power is cheaper and cleaner. Using flexibility to control energy use is a low-cost way of avoiding expensive, dirty system peaks, unnecessary investment in generation, transmission, and distribution infrastructure. It's an opportunity for consumers to save money on their heating and their water heating, and I'm sorry, their heating and their cooling bills.
Okay, you've got about a minute left because of the delay at the front end.
Thank you. So beneficial electrification occupies a policy middle ground between electrify everything and you can't afford to electrify anything. I want to thank you for this opportunity to talk with you all. This has been a great little sprint. I admire everybody's ability to speak so quickly to you all. And I look forward to hopefully being able to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Sounds good. Let's go. We've got three people from ASHRAE, which is, I forget what that acronym stands for, but we have Stephen Kunkel, Tyler Brown, and Samuel Phillip. And I understand two will speak to us and the other is here for answering questions. So who would like to speak first?
I can go ahead and start.
Oh, but before you start, I'd like to invite all the proponents to get off the Zoom meeting so that we can accommodate all of the opponents who would like to join the waiting room so that they can testify against the bill. Okay, go ahead. I forget who it was who said they wanted to speak first.
Oh, that was Tyler.
Okay, Tyler, you've got the floor. Welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, committee. My name's Tyler Brown. I'm a professionally licensed engineer in the state of Maryland. I'm also the chair of the ASHRAE Committee of Government Affairs. ASHRAE is a global society focusing on building systems, energy efficiency, indoor air quality, refrigerations, and sustainability. And what we'd like to do is offer ASHRAE's assistance in addressing the technical challenges related to this bill and decarbonization in general. ASHRAE is committed to leading, serving, and providing professionals in the buildings industry with the resources and knowledge to drive innovation and strategic improvement in our built environment. This technical expertise can be used in diverse communities across the planet facing varying challenges, including cold climates, humid conditions, and different jurisdictional requirements. As states establish new goals and requirements regarding building decarbonization, ASHRAE continues to provide unbiased technical resources to respond to the building's evolving needs. In addition to the Society's published technical resources, ASHRAE is also able to provide assistance through the expertise of our members. According to the bill, the proposed Building Energy Transition Implementation Task Force would include an engineer with experience in modifying or replacing systems in order to achieve greenhouse gas emission reductions. Many of ASHRAE's members, which include over 1,100 in the state of Maryland, would qualify as experts to serve in that specific capacity on the task force. And we hope that ASHRAE's experts will be considered for participation on the task force. And we'd be happy to provide a list of experts and their qualifications. Also want to call to attention the letter that was submitted by ASHRAE President Mick Schwedler regarding House Bill 831. We appreciate the committee's consideration of ASHRAE's comments on this matter, and we welcome any questions that you may have. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Who's the next person who'd like to speak from ASHRAE?
Stephanie Kunkel. Well, thank you, Chairman Barrett. Good afternoon, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Stephanie Kunkel, and I'm a professional engineer, former president of the Baltimore chapter of ASHRAE, and currently serve on ASHRAE's Global Strategic Planning Committee. The decarbonization technology is already here, and it's constantly advancing. I'd like to provide an example where a local building's design just won an award for building technology systems by utilizing high-performance, all-electric heating and cooling systems. Recently, a 60-year-old office building in downtown Baltimore completed a renovation and upgrade of its HVAC system using technology that maximizes energy recovery and reuse. The design converted the facility to a highly efficient all-electric HVAC design system using high-performance heat pumps. The HVAC system now includes technology called variable refrigerant flow, or VRF. VRFs are all-electric systems that use heat pumps to provide heating and cooling to building spaces. They can serve multiple zones in a building, each with different heating and cooling requirements. The outdoor units can modulate capacity based on the requirements of the individual zones, thus saving energy by not always running at 100% capacity and improving occupant comfort by maintaining temperature as needed in each individual zone. The VRF system uses energy recovery hardware to harvest heat generated in the building to be repurposed as needed. For example, heat can be transferred from south-facing offices with windows and large solar heat gain certain times of the day or year to north-facing offices that would normally require dedicated heating equipment and use energy unnecessarily. Heating and cooling operations from the VRF are all performed electrically, and the efficiency of the VRF system exceeds code required minimum and offers energy and cost savings as compared to typical HVAC design. The system's closed nature does not rely on combustion of the use of fossil fuels. I appreciate the committee's time and welcome your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to hear from Jeff Guido with the Baltimore DC Building Trades Council, who's testifying informationally, and then we will entertain questions from the committee. Jeff, welcome back to the committee. Always good to see you, man.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, and committee members. On behalf of the Baltimore DC Building Trades, many of our international building trade unions are part of the Blue-Green Alliance and have been for decades. Our local building trade unions have been teaching green construction as part of our apprenticeship and journeyman training also for decades. When it comes to the retrofitting and new construction of buildings as described in the legislation, as our tax dollars are being spent, we want to have our labor standards instituted in these buildings. Energy storage, energy efficiency, environmental protection. When we get these standards involved as far as prevailing wages and benefits, registered apprenticeship programs, contractors with a clean record of 3 years in compliance with wage and hour laws. It's an empowerment, it creates a better middle class and an empowerment to Maryland's working families. Currently, the solar and wind industry does not pay the same sustainable family wages as nuclear, fossil fuels, and coal. When we go forward when working on these projects, we want to create a pathway for minority citizens, underserved communities, veterans, women's to get involved into these construction projects and have these middle-class jobs. We can have members that can install these systems safely and economically. And that is our information. So take these into consideration when the committee casts their vote, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Are there any questions for these witnesses who signed up informationally? I see Delegate Stewart's hand is up, so let's go to Vaughn Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being with us this afternoon. So my question is for the two ASHRAE representatives. If they were here earlier, they probably heard some of the discussion around load on the electric grid. So given y'all's expertise, I just wanted to ask that when you convert these heating systems from natural gas to electric, do the systems create an increased load on the electric grid in the winter? Obviously, we all know what happened. We're familiar with what happened in Texas recently. And so I just wanted to get y'all's expert opinion on that issue.
Sure, I can answer that. This is Stephanie. The electrical load for a system like this would use no more electricity in the winter than it does in the summer. So overall, the electrical grid impact of this type of building is significantly no higher. Anecdotally, by designing and installing higher performance systems with better ventilation, we see a reduction in the use of individual space heaters that people would have at their desks, et cetera. So with these types of systems, there would be an incremental increase of energy every year, but there are decades until the heating systems overtake the summer electric utilization. So keep in mind that the grid is always expanding and growing at approximately 10% a year, as you heard earlier today.
Great. Okay, that's helpful. I appreciate it.
Okay, next question goes to Delegate Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is also for Stephanie. I wanted to actually understand, I mean, it's very exciting, the technology that you described for the new buildings that don't require fossil fuel at all. And I want to know, are these systems now available in the marketplace, or are they still just in development? Is this way in the future or right now?
Great question. The technology is here, and facilities are currently being designed with the high performance all electric cooling and heating systems. Like I mentioned with the variable refrigerant flow systems, we also have heat pumps, as some of the testimony spoke about earlier today. There's geothermal and energy recovery heat wheels, electric boilers. So we have a variety of equipment that is currently available and on the market right now. I could certainly go into more definition from some of these systems, but as an industry, there's constant work being done in this area. So technology is always advancing, and in 5 years, there will even be more efficient all electric systems. So we're hard at work providing the resources based on the needs of our clients.
Thank you so much. That's great.
Delegate Otto is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These witnesses, they may be able to answer my question. How do these requirements in this bill differ from the LEED certification, or LEED silver or gold or whatever that requirements?
Well, Delegate Otto, I would say that the LEED certification doesn't exclude or make it exclusively electric. They're looking for a reduction in carbon footprint, and it may include the installation of a green roof, which would be a sod roof, thermal pane windows, geothermal systems, rainwater catchment systems, in addition to, say, a solar panel on the roof or somewhere thereabouts, to achieve that LEED certification.
Thank you.
Next up is Delegate Wyville.
Yeah, my question is to Ms. Kunkel, in regards to the answer you provided to Delegate Stewart.
Could you Will, could you talk a little closer to your microphone? I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
I'm trying to speak louder, but I don't want to get accused of yelling.
Oh,
can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, Ms. Kunkel, my question is for you. I assume the answer you provided to Delegate Stewart's question regarding additional load assumes that utilities are currently summer peaking.
That's correct, yes.
All right, which may not be the case, because that was similar to a question I'd asked earlier, and the public service gentleman from People's Council was supposed to get back to us on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
If I can chime in, Sam Phillip from ASHRAE Baltimore chapter.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Just got back from the ASHRAE conference or winter conference, representing all of ASHRAE from around the world. And a lot of the theme this year was around building decarbonization. And a big part of that was the impact on the grid. So one of the presentations I went to actually focused on the New York Independent System Operator, their equivalent of PJM. And they, are a much heavier heating load area than we are. Looking at their load balance, they don't predict heating grid peak until past 2040, closer to 2050. So we have decades there. Looking locally, PJM, they actually do have a load projection report that they put out every year. They just put out 2022, and it actually breaks down for every utility what the peak is projected. Most of them are summer peaking. I think Allegheny Power in Western Maryland is one of the few winter peaking we have. However, I think the interesting thing you'll gather from that is the growth of the grid capacity year over year. So if you look at historic grid capacity growth versus the increase that we're projecting for heating grid load, you'll see that it's well within historic, bounds. So, as far as ASHRAE is concerned, we have our Building Decarbonization Task Force and lots of, informational material out there that can kind of help address these issues. And I also wanted to call attention to those grid operator reports. I think they're very interesting to look at for these questions.
Okay, we have another question from Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for Jeff Guido, if he's still on. Hi, Jeff. It's good to see you.
How are you, Delegate?
Good. So I was wondering if you could tell us of some of the states we've talked about that have passed more ambitious standards, like say New York. Are there any that you feel like have sort of model approaches, model language for concerns around labor, for training and prevailing wage and all of the things you mentioned?
Probably California is a little bit ahead of the game on all of that. They really push their environmental protections and have a very low prevailing wage threshold. It's only $1,000 for the state of California, whereas Maryland is $250,000 and 25% of state funding. So they're a little bit ahead of us in that regard.
Okay, and follow-up question, is that something that labor thinks is better addressed in standalone legislation, or you don't want to see this opportunity where this or other bills in this package move forward without addressing labor's concerns?
I think the labor standards should be in all of the renewable energy legislation that's coming out. There's quite a few bills, as I'm sure you're quite aware of. And especially, like you say, when you're getting into the grid and regeneration, Maryland gets like 79% of its energy from nuclear and gas, which is 48 and 31 respectively. 11% is only renewable, with 75% of that being imported, and then 9% of coal. I think one thing going forward is, without a reliable on-demand energy supply, we have to be careful that we are able to treat our water so we have potable water. Washington Suburban Sanitary Commission keeps about 4.5 billion gallons in their dams and reservoirs for 1.9 million end users. And on the other end of that, you have your sewage treatment. And if we don't have the power to do that, and they have to release that sewage untreated into our rivers and streams, it could create a real environmental disaster. So I think we need to maintain a on-demand, reliable power source, continue as we go forward with the electrification and trying to do away with gas and so forth, fossil fuels.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, the last question is going to go to Melissa Wells for the informational folks, and then we're going to get into the opponents to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't know if this is an ASHRAE or this is a building trades question, but building off of the lead question that Delegate Otto asked about, my question centers on since this bill only speaks to addressing electrification of HVAC, and how efficient would heating and cooling be if we're not also addressing the building envelope and other things that might lead to seepage? Because I think Stephanie mentioned the fact that it may be a more efficient heating opportunity where you wouldn't have to rely on space heaters. But if we're not impacting the external environment around, which people live, how efficient and how much savings will it really be for end users?
I can defer to Stephanie if she'd like to go first or follow up, however she would like to do it.
Sure, thanks, Jeff. No, that's a great question. Thank you for this. Yes, absolutely. Consideration needs to be made into the entire facility as a whole. So the building envelope, et cetera, so that the infiltration doesn't exceed what your building HVAC system can be able to supply. I'm sorry, I have a screaming baby in the background, so I'm going to defer back to Jeff.
All right. Well, thank you. We understand that perfectly.
Sure.
Yeah, you got to have the good windows. A lot of your older buildings have single pane windows, and they're not energy efficient. The doors do not seal properly. And so as you're trying to heat that, you're losing a lot to the outside atmosphere. So it's all part of the total package. You just can't put in a new HVAC heat pump system and expect it to run at 100% optimum use if you're losing, percentage or 30% or whatever it may be to the outside air. So it has to be a total package.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I think, Mr. Farnsworth, did you want to respond?
I just wanted to add something to Delegate Wells' question. It's a really good one. In my little sprint through slides, there was, you see a map of Europe, and it showed the building performance, the ability of buildings to maintain their heat level when it's freezing outside and about 70 degrees inside. And what you see is in those Nordic countries, over 5 hours, they lose around 1 degree centigrade. Buildings in Great Britain, Spain, for example, that aren't as well weatherized lose something between 2 to 3 degrees of their indoor temperature over 5 hours. So your point's really well taken. And the more you can, certainly the more you can weatherize buildings, the more benefit you're going to get from these technologies.
All righty then, let's go on to the opponents of the bill. And first up will be Tom Ballantyne with NAIOP, and I believe Michael Powell is going to be sitting with him to answer questions. So Tom, welcome back to the committee, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Tom Ballantyne, representing NAIOP Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association. Here today, respectfully in opposition and to urge a technically feasible, cost-effective energy transition for apartments, commercial buildings, and their tenants. This bill requires 20 to 40% deeper reductions, 10 years faster than the United Nations and the International Energy Agency's pathways for buildings. And it's 5 years faster than what was recommended by the Maryland Climate Commission. The building cost data that was presented earlier is based on idealized costs for 2035 that assume installed costs for commercial heating systems will fall to less than $8 per square foot. We're now paying much more than that, and the costs are rising. The existing buildings piece, there will be a subset of buildings that can cost effectively electrify, but it'll be relatively small. And the technologies need to improve over time in order to increase the uptake. We suggest you start with a focus on what's cost effective and feasible, allow dual fuel retrofits, create a financial assurance plan that will protect building owners and tenants, and allow time for the natural turnover of equipment. That's not in this schedule. For new construction, we're concerned about decoupling from the international building codes and believe the state should allow time for the International Code Council to complete development of its own low carbon code pathways so we can work through a technically sound and sanctioned code. The bill does not recognize some technical barriers for electrifying some types of larger commercial and multifamily buildings. We think there needs to be flexibility there. And the cost effectiveness test for new construction monetizes speculative future benefits that can't be recognized in loan underwriting. So we think that needs to be cleaned up. On the utility costs, electrifying heat and hot water is going to double the demand, give or take. At the same time that electric vehicles are being are going on the grid and behind the meter at many of our commercial buildings. So coordinating that is a big concern. So I just urge you to work for a transition that's less abrupt, technically sound, provides commercial real estate and our tenants the tools that we need to succeed and thrive during the energy transition. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Kurt Evers with Superior Fireplace. Kurt, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. You have 2 minutes, sir. Kurt? Is Kurt in the waiting room?
I believe there's someone that's just named Kurt, so I'm letting them in now.
Okay. By the way, if you have like a cell phone that says Steve's cell phone, if you can like make sure your first and last name is there so we can recognize you appropriately, that would be very helpful. Kurt, are you with us? Well, all right. We're going to move past Kurt Evers, and if he pops up, we'll listen to him. Lori Graf.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yes.
If I could also just make a statement real quick. There's a lot of people who are leaving the call and then trying to rejoin, and it's very difficult to keep track of everybody and make sure you get in so you can give your testimony on time. So if you've joined the call, please do not leave the call.
Okay. You heard it from the man, Ben Jabin. Okay, we'll go to Lori Graf, and I know that Bob Enton is on and he'll be answering questions later, but Lori, welcome back to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Lori Graf. I am the CEO of the Maryland Building Industry Association. We represent over 100,000 employees in the residential construction industry. I'm here also to respectfully oppose House Bill 831, much for the same reasons that Tom, my colleague from NAIOP, has cited. So I will be somewhat brief. We're happy to discuss climate change as always, and we do believe that there's a lot of things that we can do to make our buildings more efficient. But we do have some serious concerns about this piece of legislation. You've heard a lot about numbers today, about different cost implications and those types of things. We feel like this bill moves very quickly and goes very far, and we do believe that there are a lot of cost implications. As far as the all-electric building code for new construction, we do share NAIOP's concerns about decoupling from the energy code. This timeline, it moves very fast, 2024, that is very quickly. This timeline ignores the fact that it takes many, many years to get through the development process. The gas lines are put in very early. So we have a lot of concerns about that, as well as grandfathering. We do have numbers and cost implications that would indicate that it is more expensive to put in the electric than the gas. I'm happy to share some numbers that I've gotten from our members, but that's anywhere from $5,000 to $20,000 for some of these heat pumps. We also believe that they're not necessarily the best technology for this climate at this time. As you know, and you've heard from us on many occasions, that we have a lot of housing affordability concerns, and this certainly plays into that. There's no options for fuel backups in this plan either. Second piece that we have concerns about, obviously, is the covered buildings piece. I was just talking to a member who just finished a building, state of the art, it's mixed use. They did use gas throughout. He has some restaurants and some retail on the first floor. Obviously, the restaurants ask for gas, they like gas. They put gas in through the apartments as well, as it's more efficient for heating in our climate. As we know, some of the heat pumps, if you get below 32 degrees, they're not as good in our climate. So he went with gas. It's not low income housing, but it's certainly moderate income housing. And now he's concerned. He's like, yes, I have till 2040, but I have a checkpoint at 2030. To get to those milestones are going to be relatively difficult. And at the end of the day, it's going to get passed on to the tenants. Lastly, this bill does not contain any incentives. There's a lot of you have heard testimony about other states, what other states are doing. All of those other states have robust incentive packages. For example, Massachusetts has—
If you could start to wind up.
Absolutely. One more point, Massachusetts has an incentive program of $3 billion to try to get more efficiency in their buildings. So this is a really big piece of it. There's a task force, we understand that, but this bill moves too quickly for a task force. We need to have the incentives in place up front. With that, we are happy to work on this bill and see what we can do moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, next up are either Brandon Todd or Jim Steffens with Washington gas, and there are a few other people who are signed up to answer questions later on. So either Jim or Robert.
Yes, it's Brandon Todd with Washington Gas here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And
Excuse me, you're right. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Well, good afternoon, Chair Barvet and Vice Chair Stein and members of the committee. My name is Brandon Todd, and I'm the Director of Corporate Public Policy with Washington Gas. I joined Washington Gas about a year ago, and prior to joining Washington Gas, I represented Ward 4 on the Council of the District of Columbia. So I have a great appreciation for the work y'all are doing here today. And might I add that this is my first time on the other side of the dais, and I'm thrilled to be doing it in the state of Maryland. Washington Gas supports the overall goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions and recognizes that we have a duty to support our customers and to help the state develop policies that help us provide affordable, safe, and reliable energy without restricting customers' energy choices. Our primary concerns with House Bill 831 is the structural focus of the legislation on economy-wide electrification without understanding what this will mean for customers' affordability, choice, reliability, and resiliency. Our opposition to this bill should not be understood to mean that Washington Gas is not actively looking at ways to address decarbonization. We support a fuel-neutral approach to decarbonization. From our perspective, electrification of existing buildings will not be beneficial for several years because it depends on unprecedented investments of offshore renewables, difficult to site transmission projects, and modernization of the distribution grid. Maryland should not wait for the dust to settle to take climate action. There are actions that can be taken today that contribute to multiple pathways. These include energy efficiency, actions that decarbonize transportation, and acquiring clean sources of gas, including RNG. Washington Gas supports introducing low, no carbon gases into the natural gas delivery system. For instance, renewable natural gas and hydrogen are options that have strong decarbonization potential. We believe the best option is a fuel neutral approach that considers affordability, resiliency, and reliability. And myself, as well as Paul Buckley and Bob Yardley, are happy to answer questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. And I understand Kurt Evers is now with us. So Kurt, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you. I'm Kurt Evers with Superior Fireplace, located in Southern Maryland. A couple points I want to bring up to you is that number one, Maryland produces a little less than 0.1% of carbon in the world. Per capita, Maryland is also one of the lowest states in carbon production. Big part of that is because we import 46% of our electricity. That's in the MCC's and the GGRA 2030s report. There are 20 states currently that have fuel choice bills, and I would encourage us to look at that. Yes, I do agree we need to do something, and something should be done to protect our environment and our future. But too soon, too quick is where I think this bill is. We recently experienced widespread power outages due to the winter storm. A lot of the homes were electric. In Southern Maryland, there was outages for 2 and 3 days. And I know you guys earlier talked about it. It's not existing homes. This is for new construction. And I do feel like this will affect that as well. In our industry, just in our industry, and I know my time, I'm watching my time, job losses for the hearth industry for installing fireplaces. And we're one of the smallest that this affects. We estimate 150 to 200 jobs will be lost from the 100% electric home starting in 2023. The effects on the economy beyond that are huge, and I'm not sure that we've even looked into what and who all that this will affect in moving forward. And again, I do agree that something needs to be done. I think we should spend a little bit more time in trying to figure that out exactly. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm glad we were able to get you on. We're going to turn next to BG&E. Charles Washington will be testifying, and he'll be joined by Derek Dickens and Mark Case, who will be available for questions afterwards. So, Charles, welcome back to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair Barvey and members of the committee. My name is Charles Washington, here on behalf of BGE in respectful opposition to House Bill 831. BGE supports electrification. We support decarbonization, and I've worked with many of you on electrification bills. BGE recently announced our Path to Clean, a commitment to cut operational emissions by at least 50% by 2030 and achieve net zero operations emissions by 2050. But we should be clear that no state in the country has adopted a building code that shifts from natural gas on such an aggressive timeline. When you hear that California did it or New York did it, what you're hearing is that some smaller jurisdictions in those states did it. And those smaller jurisdictions considered, when they considered their policies, they better accounted for the challenges, the feasibility, the range of options, and the economic impacts of such a shift. Due to the long witness list, you won't have an opportunity to hear from our Chief Operating Officer or our Vice President of Regulatory Policy. But if Mr. Dickens had had an opportunity to speak, he would have shared concerns this legislation fails to provide the time and tools necessary to prepare the grid. You've heard from several witnesses who suggest investments in the grid will not be necessary. With the greatest respect to them, when it comes to the BGE system that serves 1.3 million of your constituents, they simply do not have the data to back up their assertions. Once we have detailed information on where the new load will materialize, we know we will need multiple new substations, and we know we'll need many new feeder lines in 3 to 5 years. Some of this infrastructure can take well over 10 years to construct, and we need that time to ensure the safe and affordable and reliable delivery of energy service. Mr. Case, if he had an opportunity to speak with you, would have let you know that there's more than one pathway to a decarbonized future. This legislation locks in on one of the costliest options without duly considering the others. The Climate Commission report acknowledges a cost to Marylanders of $8 to $14 billion a year to pursue this path. I'll end by saying this, Mr. Chair. Decarbonizing Maryland is important, but it will impact every single business and every single household in the state. Shouldn't we take the time to be sure we get it right? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's turn now to Donald Birch with Birch Oil. Donald, welcome. Is Donald Birch here with us?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you and see you. Welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee, sir. You have 2 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, committee. My name is Donnie Birch with Birch Oil and Birch Propane. In 1928, my great-grandfather started our family heating oil business. Over the years, our business involved include propane delivery and service and installation. 5 generations of the Birch family members and its employees have worked in our community alongside with our friends and neighbors. We have been there for the members of our community. Our focus has always been to give back to our community. If this bill goes forward as written, it would mean the end to our business and our employees as we know it today. We have always worked with the state of Maryland and our neighbors to be good stewards of the environment. We were instrumental in the shift from leaded to unleaded fuel. We worked with the MDE to lower sulfur in diesel and home heating fuels. We want to work with the state to help solve the needs as well. Yet this bill effectively closes the door on small businesses like ours. We serve members of the Amish and Mennonite community. They have no electricity. They use propane and kerosene to provide lighting and heat their homes. Has anyone considered that impact? We deliver to asphalt plants that pave our roads. We deliver fuel to farmers to harvest their crops and provide propane to dry their grain. We deliver to fuel trucking companies to keep their stores filled with goods. We deliver propane to funeral homes to cremate our loved ones. Have you considered the families that rely on 24-hour power for their medical equipment and now won't be able to have a backup generator, and solar battery systems cost 7 to 10 times more? Our low-income customers can't afford this change. This electric system could cost them 3 times more to install and potentially twice as much to operate. How will you explain this to them? Biofuels. it can meet these standards, yet not a word of this energy is in this bill, other than to eliminate it. We want to be part of the solution to our energy needs. This bill is eliminating the freedom of choice and mandating electric. My family and employees are asking you to hear our story and continue to be part of the solution to meet Maryland's energy needs. We're asking you not to vote for this bill, House Bill 831. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And there are a number of people from your company who are available to answer questions later. So I'll move now to Brian Quinn with Venable LLP. Brian, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian Quinn on behalf of Chesapeake Utilities. Chesapeake is the natural gas distribution company on the Eastern Shore. I'm a District 11 resident and here respectfully in opposition to my friend, the Vice Chairman's bill, who I respect tremendously. We oppose the natural gas ban because of the extraordinary uncertainty and cost it will impose on Maryland utility ratepayers. These costs are significantly greater than any purported benefit the bill allegedly might provide. Natural gas is affordable energy that has helped Maryland make significant progress towards deep GHG emission reductions on the shore. For example, we're partnering with anaerobic digester projects that produce renewable natural gas from chicken litter. And the existing gas infrastructure system can help. We've helped hospitals install combined heat and power microgrids so they can reduce their CO2 emissions and lower their electricity consumption. The existing grid can support food waste facilities, landfills, and water treatment facilities capture RNG and deliver it to homes. If the state's goal is to reduce GHG emissions, we should keep all options on the table. Forcing electrification on Marylanders at all costs puts the cart well before the horse. And I just wanted to clarify something. I believe I heard some of the proponents say that the bill does not affect existing residential home owners. Respectfully, I think that's incorrect. There's a fiscal note for this bill, but the real fiscal note is the Maryland Climate Change Commission E3 study. And we've attached as an exhibit to our testimony a page right from there. So if you pass the bill, although the bill only applies to 25,000 square foot buildings or more, and it only bans natural gas and new construction moving forward, that is all assumed in the E3 report. The E3 report tells us that that will impact both electricity rates and natural gas rates. And that's on the bill of every ratepayer in the state. Natural gas rates are projected to increase.
If you could wrap it up.
I'm wrapped up, and I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. So next we will talk to Mark Callahan, hear from Mark Callahan with Callahan's Gas. Mr. Callahan, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm Mark Callahan. I'm here in opposition to House Bill 831. I'm here representing Callahan's Gas, propane gas company started back in 1937 by my grandfather. I'm here representing 12 of my employees and their families. I'm here representing 2,000 customers and their families. I'm concerned for my employees when I see a bill that's forcing electrification, pushes for no fossil fuels in new construction. That's decimating jobs, it's decimating family businesses, and it's decimating industries. I'm worried for my customers when I see a bill that would subject them to pay a fee for emissions. That's negative reinforcement to coerce an outcome. I find it a little bit ironic that 10 days ago in a Senate hearing, the electric companies were asked, how will you generate the power to replace these fossil fuels? Their answer was to burn natural gas. So we're replacing a fossil fuel with a fossil fuel. Clean burning propane is a part of the solution. Yeah, we heat homes, we heat water, but we can do that when the power's out. If we rid ourselves of fossil fuels, we're putting all of our eggs in one basket. That puts the electric grid's infrastructure into question. That would subject us to brownouts, makes us much more vulnerable to cyber attacks. Putting all of our eggs in one basket limits our choice. Simple economics says if you limit choices, prices are going to go up. This bill goes too far, too fast. Moving forward with propane at the table keeps consumer price down and energy reliability up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. We're going to turn now to Michael Halloran. Mike, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your time this afternoon. For the record, Mike O'Halloran on behalf of the Mid-Atlantic Petroleum Distributors and Mid-Atlantic Propane Gas Associations in opposition to House Bill 831. Earlier this morning, I sent to committee members an article that ran in the Wall Street Journal last weekend. I really urge you all to read it because it contains some stunning revelations about our nation's electrical grid and the race to electrification, including a warning from the New York Independent System Operator, which you just heard referenced, which just last month warned of possible supply shortages and rolling blackouts as soon as next year. Indeed, the opening reads, "The U.S. electrical system is becoming less dependable. The problem is likely to get worse before it gets better." To me, that equates to the pain HB 831 would cause Marylanders far outweighs the marginal benefits it would produce on a global scale. There was a reference to a death spiral earlier. That's what this bill represents to hundreds of businesses and their livelihoods, because it prevents heat oil and propane companies from growing or acquiring new customers. That means they cannot go to the bank for a loan or credit. The millions of dollars they've invested in their employees, in their assets, and their infrastructure, all stranded. As far as the timelines in this bill, they are not only overly ambitious, but any timeline that sunsets the use of heating oil and propane that your constituents and local businesses depend on for space and water heating, cooking, and other appliances means Maryland companies, multi-generational family companies, are out of business. That is what you've heard and will hear from these businesses. They provide not only a vital service, but a reliable energy source for our neighbors as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, let's hear from Philip Tonelli with Cato Gas and Oil. Mr. Tonelli, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. Sir, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Phil Tonelli. I'm representing Cato Gas and Oil today. Cato, we support the idea behind this bill, but we respectfully oppose the essential banning of green burning renewable fossil fuels like propane, even natural gas, and heating oil. I've listened to most of this discussion, and much of the discussion talks about the potential job gains with this program. But I think we need to focus a little bit more on what these people in opposition have been bringing up as the potential job losses. Cato's been in business since 1960. We employ over 600 people, not all of which are directly in the heating side, but it's going to be detrimental and basically shut the core of our business down if we can no longer compete with these other people that are on this panel in opposition. We compete with them every day. And, we win some, we lose some, but the winner in these competitions are the consumers, your constituents, that benefit from the competition that each of our companies bring to each other. The industry that we work in has made great strides in the last 20 years that I've been involved with the efficiencies with on-demand hot water heaters that are, much more efficient than the electric ones that, some people have proposed. The space heating, 99.5% efficient, with the resulting product being water. And I heard somebody refer to it as dirty excursions from these space heaters. That's just not true. There's great strides have been made to make them more efficient, green, and I think we need to take that into effect and leave the propane fossil fuels out of this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, let's hear from Steve Stuck with Stuck Enterprises, Inc. And Oakland Oil and Propane. Steve, welcome to the committee. Please, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Steve Stuck. I am the owner of Stuck Enterprises, a second-generation family business which operates Oakland Oil and Propane, Deep Creek Mountain Utilities, and the Deep Creek Fireplace and Outdoor Store in Garrett County, which is the far western county in Maryland. We have over 125 employees and are very active in supporting our community. I applaud the legislators' desire to address the growing need to find ways to protect our environment. However, as someone who works in an industry that provides alternative fuel sources, I believe a path that relies solely on electricity is unsafe, expensive, and creates a harmful economic impact on the people of Maryland. Many residents, businesses, and hospitals in Maryland rely on propane as a primary source of fuel or on propane power generators in the event of loss of electrical power. Lack of power is dangerous to human life and has a negative impact when businesses are forced to close. Propane provides a very dependable, efficient fuel source that is readily available on site. Many residents of Maryland who rely on propane as a primary heating source live close to the poverty level. Mandating all electric heat sources requires not only substantial initial investments, but also ongoing increase to their budgets. Relying on state funds to offset the cost will have ongoing negative effects on the annual budget. State funds should be utilized for long-term investment in technology that will allow alternative fuel sources already available to be part of the path to achieving goals of this bill while preventing the reliance on totally on electricity. As we look at the events that are unfolding in the world around us now, we see that our decisions are not made in a vacuum. This bill will put our state at an economic disadvantage and impact our security. It will unduly impact families and businesses at a time when inflation and the effects of the coronavirus have them operating at the thinnest of margins, and will divert time and resources from finding and developing diverse paths to a net zero carbon impact. I respectfully request that the committee vote no on House Bill 831. And just a couple very quick things if I could. We're a 50-year-old business that supports our community. Like I would put us against anybody in this community, how we support the community. I've got 125 employees, their jobs are at stake. And I want to just two other quick things. Just last week, a building I bought that used all heat pumps and all electric that I happened to bought burnt down because of an electrical issue. So I just want to make sure that some of the comments that had to do with natural gas and explosions, electrical issues occur too that burn buildings down.
Okay.
That's all. I appreciate it. I just appreciate everybody's time on this, and thank you very much. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Next, let's go to Nash McMahon with Trigas Oil and Oil Company. Nash, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the time in front of the committee today. My name is Nash McMahon, and I represent Trigas and Oil as a third-generation family member, and we're headquartered in Caroline County. We employ 167 people, and I do come before you today in opposition of House Bill 831. All of the fuels listed in HB 831 are not equal. This includes electricity and the fuels that are used to generate it. But I'll say that all of them have made strides to be more climate friendly. You'll recall back in 2006 that the EPA began to phase in more stringent regulations to lower the amount of sulfur in diesel fuel to 15 parts per million. It was 500 parts per million. Today, that fuel is known as ultra low sulfur diesel, and it's readily available at all Maryland fuel stations. There are also options such as renewable propane, and that is also a non-fossil fuel that's produced from 100% renewable raw materials. I'm sure you've heard of biodiesel, of which the state of Maryland supports in many of its alternative energy programs, as well as renewable diesel. 2 different products, but with similar results. Trigas and Oil is actively involved in supporting the use of the products I've mentioned. We store biodiesel in Baltimore along with 2 other providers, making it widely available, and that every Maryland petroleum marketer and user has it available to them. Renewable propane is on our horizon. We as an industry have to be good stewards to the environment because it's only been entrusted to us for a short period of time. I urge you to not give up on our proven industry and to continue to allow us to make strides for more environmental solutions. We ask for an unfavorable report today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's go to Frank Taylor with Taylor Gas Company. And Frank Taylor. Frank, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. I appreciate this time today. My name is Frank Taylor. I'm president of Taylor Gas Company, a small family-run propane business located in Lexington Park, Maryland, and in St. Mary's County. We're proud to point out Taylor Gas is in their third generation. We've been serving Southern Maryland since 1950, and we employ 25 Marylanders in full-time positions. Our family, like many others have spoken to earlier, have been strong supporters of our community, just as all small businesses have been in Maryland. I speak to you today in strong opposition to House Bill 831, not because we're in disagreement about the desire to reduce greenhouse emissions, but because this bill, as proposed, threatens to ruin the very business my family and many other families in similar energy businesses have worked so hard to build over generations. By directing the people of Maryland to use only electricity for their energy source in new construction, Marylanders are being unfairly required to severely limit their freedom of choice when it comes to energy selection. By eliminating the use of propane for new construction, our family business cannot grow and will not grow. Attracting and retaining promising, talented people for our business will be severely hampered. Who would want to join a business whose outlook for growth and advancement will be stymied because it will be phased out of existence? This bill is extremely troubling for our business because we do not see a path forward to grow. With a small carbon footprint of propane, we could be part of the energy solution. Work is already underway for renewable propane, biodiesel, as you've heard, and many other things. I don't believe that the electrical grid, though we've heard otherwise today, is ready for the demand which will be placed on it to deliver. With a sole source of energy, electric energy policy, and electrical power interruption due to a cyber attack would be disastrous to Marylanders. Severe weather like that they experienced in Texas last winter could cripple the electrical grid, leaving Marylanders in the cold and the dark. I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your attention to this.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's turn now to, hold on, Jay Taylor with Taylor Oil, Inc. Different Taylor, different Taylor. So Jay Taylor, you're welcome to give us 2 minutes of your time here in Annapolis. You have the floor. Jay Taylor. Well, we'll
apologies. I believe he's in the waiting room right now. If you want to move
well,
on,
I'll tell you what.
To him for the next.
Well, let's go to Melvin Thompson, and we'll pick up Jay in a few minutes. Melvin, are you with us?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Melvin Thompson, representing the Restaurant Association of Maryland, and we are testifying in opposition to this legislation as drafted. And I want to thank Delegate Clark for asking questions earlier about the effect of this bill on restaurants. Not only would phasing out the use of natural gas and fossil fuels in favor of electrification increase the cost of food service equipment and appliances, it would also increase operating costs and affect restaurant design and location. Restaurants rely on the efficiency and performance of gas for commercial cooking. Electric cooking equipment is generally more expensive, costlier to operate, and generally lacks the performance that commercial kitchens require. Also, kitchens use a significant amount of hot water in our industry to meet our cleaning and sanitation requirements, and we rely on the efficiency of gas to meet our hot water demands. Restaurants that have switched to energy efficient tankless water heaters fueled by natural gas, for example, benefit from these units consuming about 30% less energy than conventional water heaters. Electric models are not quite as efficient for commercial uses that require higher water temperatures and flow rates. And we're also concerned about the effect of language in the bill mandating reduced emissions for existing covered buildings that are 25,000 square feet or more. Many restaurants are located in shopping malls and shopping centers and in ground level retail space of office buildings, and would be affected by the same building emissions reductions that their landlords would be required to achieve. And any restaurants that can continue to use natural gas or other fuels will pay significantly higher costs for such fuels. So we hope that the committee will take a more practical policy approach on this issue that recognizes the need for a diverse energy supply, because we believe that passage of this legislation as it's currently drafted will hinder our industry's ability to succeed and grow in Maryland. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Is Jay Taylor with us? Mr. Taylor, Jay Taylor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're with us. Welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee, sir. You have 2 minutes.
All right, thank you for the opportunity today, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jay Taylor. I'm with Taylor Oil Company in Salisbury, Maryland. We are a small business that services the lower eastern shore of Maryland, Delaware, and Virginia. We have approximately about 30 employees. Our industry over the years have strived to reduce emissions by modifying products, by reducing sulfur contents in diesel, reformulating gasolines, coupled with the heating equipment manufacturers have maximized the efficiencies to reduce the output of emissions. I can go on with a lot of industry jargon, but also lastly, I live on the lower eastern shore, and one of my other concerns is that being close to the Delaware border, I look at the economic impacts for the opportunities, for instance, for new companies. Let's say, for instance, a new business is looking at the region, a national or regional company is looking at coming to this area, and they have a choice between Salisbury, Maryland, or Federalsburg, Maryland, or Seaford, Delaware, for instance. I believe House Bill 831 could hinder those decisions, and possibly we would lose the economic benefit of having a new business, which would create jobs and more commerce for our area. I can go on, and I appreciate your time today, but I want to thank you for the opportunity, but we are in opposition of House Bill 831. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm glad we were able to get you. And finally, the last opponent to the bill is Craig Mathis, who is the president of the Somerset County Commissioners. Craig, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Craig Matthias, and I'm the president of Somerset County.
Sorry about that.
Excuse me?
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
My name is Craig Matthias, and I'm the president of the Somerset County Board of Commissioners. I'm here today on behalf of the other commissioners and the county residents to express our opposition to House Bill 831. We are not opposed to seeking ways to improve the effects of climate change on our environment, for we currently have over 1,000 acres of solar and are always seeking ways to reduce atmospheric pollution. But we are opposed to banning natural gas in all new buildings on or before January the 1st of 2023, along with imposed strict emission limitations on certain existing commercial and multifamily residential buildings that ratchet down over the next several years and impose fees on the owners of those buildings if they do not convert off of gas service. The county recently completed construction of a natural gas pipeline that brings gas to the University of Maryland Eastern Shore, along with the Eastern Shore Correctional Institution, which was supported by both the governor and lieutenant governor, along with the Maryland Public Service Commission. Natural gas will lower overall CO2 emissions in the county by replacing other fuel sources. Finally, the Maryland Commission on Climate Change recently approved a building energy transition plan, which is what is interesting is the fact that the estimated costs of their recommendations are in the multi-billion-dollar range annually, ranging from 1.5 billion to 4 billion annually in alternative compliance payments, which means higher electric and gas rates to the residents of the state of Maryland. So on behalf of the citizens of Somerset County, I simply ask that you would strongly reconsider this bill as written and add amendments that would not hinder the economic opportunities and financial growth and development for the citizens of Somerset County and the Eastern Shore, and implement one that would curtail proposals that would help to raise the standard of living for those who desire to do so. Because we are not asking for a handout, we're just asking for a hand with your consideration and opposition of this bill as currently proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we're going to go to questions now, and the first question will go to Delegate Boyce.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for being here and being so patient and yet so passionate and providing so much information at now 4 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday. With that, I have some very specific questions listening to the opposition. The first one I want to talk about is this fall I had the opportunity for the chair and vice chair to visit schools that were net zero costs. And one of the things that came up is that those net zero schools, the cost for construction was actually cost neutral. And so I'm asking the question about the Climate Change Commission reporting that the new housing would be less to build and less expensive to operate, especially if fuel and heating systems are electric. And can someone speak to that?
Maybe the sponsor of the bill, I don't know.
I think that's fine. I can move to the next question.
Okay.
Delegate, if you wanted to know about the commission look at that issue, I was the co-chair of the mitigation work group that developed the commission.
Yes, sir.
They're actually, the net zero schools were more expensive. In fact, if you look at the Senate bill on this, they limited the number of schools that would have to go to net zero and provide for special funds because of the concerns from the Department of Education about the cost of the net zero schools. You do have to put a lot more insulation into a school. A net zero is a very high burden to reach.
That's true, but if I remember correctly, the cost, the additional cost was gained in change management. So there was an extra $1 million or so to work on change management of the staff in the school, the parents in the school, and the teachers of the school. But they said essentially it was net the same cost. But I don't want to argue that because there's a lot of people, and I want to keep going with my questions. Thank you so much. I've heard a lot of you say that this is all too soon and too quick. And if 2024 is too quick, what date would be appropriate?
Again, I hate to jump into it, but the original recommendation of the building transition was not 2024. The building transition had recommended 2027. However, there's a clause there that says that before doing that date, and I'll quote from the report, there had to be a building transition study for locations where the grid is not sufficient to serve the new construction. The concern was that it's a perfect storm kind of issue. It's not just that we're shifting everything to electric. So what used to be gas now has to bear the electric too, but it's happening at a time when we're also changing to electric cars. We're shutting down all the coal plants. We're trying to build solar farms, and my firm does a lot of solar farms, but we've got a lot of local opposition, and PJM has suspended new applications because they're overwhelmed. So there's concern, and we suggested that there be studies, but the original recommendation was 2027.
Okay, thank you so much.
And Delegate Boyce, if you wouldn't mind, if I could just jump in on behalf of certainly all the companies that testified. Look, if we're talking about timelines, if you refer to my testimony, any timeline that you put in this bill that phases out the use of heating oil or propane, no matter how far you put it, these family companies that testified before you today, they're out of business.
Understood.
Okay?
Yep. Understood. Yep. Thank you so much.
Delegate Boyce, could I make one comment about the new construction timeline? I think it was Ms. Graff who mentioned grandfathering. Projects are in design now that will be built in 2024, 25, 26. Many of them have made pre-commitments for infrastructure. And I'd say that the timeline picking a calendar date for something that may be dependent on other factors.
Understood.
Access to adequate electric supplies and other things is very important, and it becomes less important if there's more flexibility for the design teams and the local code officials to make judgment calls about the components that are in these buildings.
Understood. My next question, I want to be thorough and move along. There's been also a lot of question about the grid, and I want to ask this in two parts because I asked it to the proponents about the grid, the reliability of the grid, and most importantly, the idea that we don't need to ramp up the grid until probably after 2030. So I wanted to ask about that, and especially ask about that as it relates to, can anyone speak to, and I think maybe it's BG&E or Washington Gas can talk about what does happen when there is an outage in that regard, and how does that work, and how are not just residents affected, but we're talking about larger systems that are connected to it, like a hospital, for instance, so on and so forth. Because somebody talk a little bit more about the grid in that regard. And I don't mean going out like Texas, but going out like, when you have a power surge and it knocks out, electricity.
This is Derek Dickens. I'm speaking from BGE. I'm the Chief Customer Officer, or Chief Operating Officer there. When you talk about our grid, and you heard a lot of comments about that, it can just expand and accept this load. The reality of it is our grids are designed and they're very complex, where we service 1.3 million electric customers over a 2,300 square mile territory of Central Maryland. And so with that, we have a lot of technology, wires, pipes and wires and things out there that allow us to have a reliable, safe and reliable system for us. And so when you talk about expanding this load that's out there, we have to evaluate, and we need to know what type of load is going to be out there, whether it's commercial, residential, industrial. All those types of things have an impact on reliability. And if we don't know and plan correctly, you could inadvertently cause an outage because you're overloading those circuits. So for us to get the information ahead of time to say, okay, if you want to build and go to this style and eliminate gas, what type of load will we see out there? Is it going to be a commercial building? Is it going to be a residential building? We can then take the time and evaluate the data and figure out what capacity we need to build into that system to, again, provide that safe and reliable service to our customers. If we don't, you could experience outages that makes it unstable, and that's what we don't want to do because we're committed to providing that safe and reliable service to our customers.
And thank you for that, Mr. Dickinson. And the second part of that is you talked about reliability, but what I don't hear, I guess what I can't figure out in my mind. I live in a city home, row home, almost 100 years old, if not already 100 years old. I don't have AC. I use window units. And, sometimes on the hottest day, what ends up happening, of course, is everybody's using their ACs at max, and you usually have a power shortage. And so explain to me the difference between that happening in the summer, but yet that doesn't necessarily happen in the winter when everybody's got their heat up. I don't understand the difference.
Well, the key piece, you're talking about peak loading. In the summer, when you're running, everyone's running air conditioners, fans, and things of that nature to cool themselves, and they typically run on electricity. And
Sure.
so if that's the case, if everyone's using electricity, you're going to potentially take those systems up to the maximum level of their capacity. And sometimes it causes a dip in quality of voltage and things like that. And we try to minimize that by putting technology in place to reduce that during those peak periods of time. When you're talking about in the winter, you're not running your air conditioners. As a matter of fact, you're taking them out, sealing your windows and keeping the heat in. And so now you're running more gas at that point in time. So you have less intensity on that electric system, but you're depending on gas for your heating.
But if your HVAC system is electric and everybody's running more heat, or if it is cost efficient, could the same thing happen in the winter?
It could, what it would do, let's say if you were to take that usage of your gas and now convert that to electric.
Sure.
That same problem that you had in the summer,
sure,
because of the peaking load, will now move towards the winter as well, where you'll have everyone using more electricity. Therefore, you run the risk of having a similar problem. That what we call that peaking period that was typically peaking summer might become a peaking winter and summer.
And is that an issue of not having an appropriately, and when we talk about grid, I have an old substation literally a block from my house that is not in use. And so when we think about working to prevent some of those things? Would it be an upgrade in those substations, or the creation of more of those substations so that there's not a draw so much all over, versus that substation kind of controlling that area so there doesn't create a mass outage versus a local outage?
It could be both. It could be us, one, enhancing the current substation and saying, okay, here's what we project to see from the data we'll get, and say we see an increased load that says we can actually add capacity to the existing substation to supply that and not give you issues. However, if the load is greater than what we can do to expand the substation, we may have to commission a new one. And commissioning a new one even takes more time than expanding an existing substation. But both those options can come into play depending on what the load is that we need to supply to our customers to make it safe and reliable.
And I think if I heard the I forgot who was talking. I think it was Washington Gas. I think it was Charles. He talked about 10, did he say 10 years to build out?
The range could be, if we have to do a brand new substation, that could be up to 10 years. And the reason why is, one, we have to figure out what the load is. We then have to design it. Then we have to go about and procure land. We have to see what land do we need. We need to go find the land where we can place this substation. That in itself takes time to buy it. Then once we are able to purchase it, if that even takes a couple of years, now we have to get the permitting to be able to site it. Once we do all that, then we start construction. So all those things, depending on each one has its own timeline and the variables that go along with it, could make it up to 10 years if we had to do a new substation.
All right, my last two questions, Mr. Chair, and pulling on that point.
Delegate Boyce, could I add one thing real quick?
Yes, Mr. Callahan.
Yeah, thank you. I would argue that the potential for brownouts in the winter is actually higher, because in the summertime, not everybody uses air conditioning, or maybe most people do, but when they're not home, they have it off, or if they go on vacation, they turn it off. Sure. I can tell you in the winter, everybody turns their heat on and leaves it on because you don't want frozen pipes. So everybody's constantly flooding it in the winter.
Thank you so much. And the last question, and it's compounded, is that Mr. Dickerson and Mr. Charles mentioned, there was a mention of cutting down on creating electrification and cutting down on operational emissions, which to me doesn't necessarily sound like global emissions at the same time. So if you can talk a little bit about what that actually means. And actually, I don't think I understand the term fuel neutral. Sorry for my ignorance.
No problem. I think from the electrification and making it neutral, I'll attempt to ask that, and maybe Mark Case might be able to answer that as well as one of my colleagues, is that, so as we enhance and improve our system, we're importing new technologies that are more friendlier to the environment innately as we move the new technologies out there. That's why we're always looking to renew our infrastructure and continue to make it more reliable, more safe, and more efficient. And with that comes some environmental friendly activities that we do as well when we pick those technologies when we do that.
Okay, so but the question is when that was mentioned, and maybe it was Washington, it was BG&E, mentioned that you're cutting operational emissions. And I'm just want to be clear that that's not necessarily the same as cutting down on global or residential or commercial. And if maybe I'm not hearing it correctly, by cutting down on operational or your business emissions, does that somehow mean that you're more able to then cut down on the emissions as it relates to residential use?
Delegate Boyce, that's a really good question. This is Charles Washington again. Our path to clean is focused on the emissions that are driven by our operations. So if you think about the trucks we roll to provide service to your neighborhood, our buildings that we own and operate, all of our activities, we're looking to cut emissions from our operations by 50% by 2030 and get to net zero by 2050. If that satisfies your question, I'll stop there.
It does, but I think that the issue is a couple of things. I'm extremely sympathetic to this whole movement. On one hand, we've got to do something to move forward, but I'm also sympathetic about the fact that we're potentially putting some certain businesses in a position where they lose their business and they potentially could lose livelihood and we can lose jobs. So this is a fine line right now, but both are important. And so when I hear you, so this has been coming, right? Like this kind of movement has been coming. So when I hear someone say operationally, they're reducing their personal emissions, I think that's important. But I guess the question is how does that help you as it relates to reducing the emissions that essentially I paid for, right? I have gas, I'm not ashamed to admit it, I have gas. And what does that do to help me and other individuals as we're trying to kind of create this movement to cut down and yet,
It's a really good question. And part of what we've committed to is helping our customers achieve their own greenhouse gas emissions reductions as well. And we've got some programs that we offer to help customers in their homes and in their businesses to achieve some of that. I think one of the really important things, and I would ask my colleague Mark Case to jump in here, is that we're also looking at various pathways to achieve deep decarbonization in Maryland. And we really believe that there are cost-effective options to get to the same exact goals that have been identified by the state, and that we have a big role to play in achieving those those pathways. And maybe Mr. Case, if you could just say a little bit about those.
Yep, be happy to. Mark Case for BGE. Yeah, one of the things that we took note of is that in the Climate Commission work and in the modeling that was done by E3, the consultant that was supporting the Climate Commission, it demonstrated that there are several ways that Maryland can get to a net zero carbon position by the 2045 timeframe. And it showed actually that going all electric is not the lowest cost. It's one of the more expensive options. That a more economic option is to utilize a high degree of heat pumps. So there will be a lot of beneficial electrification. BGE is a supporter of that. But the backup heating source on the days that the heat pump can't provide all the heat that's needed, let's say when temperatures get below freezing, a fossil fuel, natural gas, propane, heating oil, et cetera, could be there for those backup periods. And that's a lot more economical than building out the electric grid to be able to handle those extreme peak periods and the amount of resistance heating that would be required to do that. So our point is that there are lots of different ways for Maryland to achieve its goals. We're supportive of that. We want to see Maryland go forward in the approach that's the least disruptive and the most economical for our customers.
And
thank you so much.
Boyce,
Yes.
If I may, just from a different perspective, just as some of these utilities that you've heard, they're making their own efforts. As you've heard from some of the family companies, they're also willing participants in trying to provide healthier environment not only for their clients and customers, but indeed all Marylanders. We talked about diesel fuel and lowering the sulfur amounts. We're talking about biofuels. So the fact of the matter is that these companies provide a very reliable energy source. And if we were to move forward with House Bill 831, we're essentially putting all of our eggs into one basket. If I could just kind of give it that cliche.
Sure. Yeah.
And it's important that we don't do that because it provides for reliability, resiliency, so that all of our customers, when they turn on the light switch, when they turn on their gas stoves, when they turn on their boilers, they have the resources there to heat their homes, cook their products, all that good stuff.
So what I'm hearing is,
we've got 10 more.
I'm sorry, I'm going.
Okay. Before I recognize the Vice Chairman ask a question, I just have one broad question. The E3 study, is there any opponent to this bill that fundamentally disagrees with the findings of the E3 study? Okay.
I assume you mean all of the findings, including the cost estimates?
The whole thing.
Okay. Because obviously that's the basis of our opposition is the E3 study and those cost estimates, $8 to $14 billion.
But to answer your question, you agree with the E3 study?
I think, yes, its estimates of cost are correct.
Okay, all right, that's all I wanted. Okay, the next question goes to the Vice Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few comments and I do have a couple questions, but I guess I want to get at this issue of the scenario that was modeled and represented the final conclusions of the Climate Commission, and which this bill is based on. There's been a lot of talk about the high electrification scenario. That was one that was considered but rejected. The final recommendations, and it's very clear in the commission report, is what's called the MWG scenario, which, to quote the building work group, it models high electrification in the residential sector and modest electrification in the commercial sector. The costs of $8 to $14 billion, which have been mentioned, that is for the high electrification scenario, which was rejected. The costs in the mitigation, the MWG scenario, which is what the report is based and recommendations are based on, and which were approved 24-2 with every private sector representative who was voting in favor. It is based on this MWG scenario, and the costs are ramp up gradually to $1 billion by 2045. Most of that is upgrade to the grid, and a lot of that could probably be paid with federal money. And part of that upgrade in the grid might be happening anyway. So I just want to get that clear from the outset. Now, my second point is actually a question. Tom, you said that the bill represents an advancement of 5 years on the Climate Commission recommendation. What specifically are you referring to?
The modeling and the deadlines in the Climate Commission were a 2045 deadline.
Well, I have to point out that the building work group and the commission adopted a 2040 deadline for net zero for commercial buildings, which is what is in HB 831. So you're right. I mean, the commission is recommending net zero for the whole state by 2045, but that's not what this bill does. This bill focuses on buildings, which the Climate Commission said should have their emissions reduced to net zero by 2040. Couple other points, and this is a question for BG&E. Would the electrification code be more palatable to you if we were to say, for example, I mean, again, it kicks in 2024. It's only going to apply to new permits. Building codes are not retroactive, so it will apply for new developments. But to the extent that BG&E may have already planned your internal modeling based on something for which there's a permit after the all-electric code comes into place, what if we grandfather that development? So it wouldn't be subject to the all-electric code. Would that help in terms of your concerns about the potential impact of that code?
I mean, I would answer it only from an operational point of view, is that for me, as the chief operating officer, we need to know in advance where load is going to increase so that we can plan our system to make sure we can handle that load. And the load that we look at our capacity every year to see where we have growth and where we need to adjust. But we've not factored into any of our models to date the elimination of any gas and picking up those additional gas customers, picking down becoming electric load. We need time to get that information to know what's going to be in those areas and what their plans are for that so that we can adjust the system. It could be we make the assessment that, okay, is no problem, we can handle it. Or it may be that we can't handle it and we have to make adjustments to the system. And that's where we need the time to analyze it to make sure we can keep that system reliable and safe.
Well, I guess maybe putting my question another way then, what if the law was specifically, the law electric code specifically gave you whatever time you needed to make adjustments? Because again, we're talking about new developments in 2024, for which no permitted application has been submitted. So it's not on anyone's, it wouldn't be on your internal timeline at this point anyway. But I'm saying, what if it happened to pick up some project for which you thought, okay, built into your scenarios was going to be a mixed fuel development, but the permit might have been put in 2024. So anyway, just maybe something to think about as to whether that would make it more palatable. Couple of the points, just want to say fuel backup is allowed. A number of witnesses said that this bill bans natural gas. It does not ban natural gas. As I said in my testimony, it would allow clean natural gas, renewable fuels. In fact, I mean, the report the climate change report that this is all based on assumes that 25% of current natural gas throughput is still happening 25 years from now. So if there were a ban, it would say 0, but no, which is, the idea is that many understanding, and this is written clearly in the report, many commercial buildings will maintain their gas system under this. And going to the issue of the building emission standard, I think someone said it's not flexible. Well, in the bill, it says that the building emission standard shall, quote, provide maximum flexibility to the owners of covered buildings to comply with building emission standards. So the idea is to provide maximum flexibility for buildings. I mean, the comment, and Mr. Chairman, I just got a few more of these. The comment about, concern about decoupling of existing building codes from a new electric code. Well, several other states are already amending the energy code to require all electric energy codes, and they have no slowdown in development. California, Washington State, New York. There was a mention that the scenario adopted by the mitigation work group was the most costly option. Not true. It was the least costly option, and that's why it was adopted. Cooking is exempt, as was mentioned. I won't get into the Wall Street Journal article because that article is not on point. And maybe I'll just close on a text I just got during the recent testimony from an ASHRAE engineer saying false on cost of heating water and buildings being double. That is with electric resistance heating. High performance heat pumps are much more efficient. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm good. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chairman, can I just comment on the
go ahead. Go ahead.
So there's no confusion. You are right. There were different cost estimates for what we call high electrification or electrification with a fuel backup. But the electrification with fuel backup scenario allowed hookups of fossil fuel for backup heat on new construction. The reason why BG&E and we and others here are using the higher $8 billion to $14 billion number is because, unlike the scenario studied by the Climate Change Commission, you do not allow new hookups for fuel backup. This bill provides no hookups for fuel on new construction, period, and drives the old buildings to retrofit by imposing a fee. So I guess we use that number.
Mr. Powell, we just have to disagree. There's nothing in the bill that says that. In fact, it says that non-electric systems can be used if variance can be requested, if it meets a cost effectiveness test. Fuel backup is still allowed under this bill, but we can just agree to disagree. And if it's helpful to provide clarifying language on that point, which I'm happy to do because that is my intent, please suggest that.
That is something we could happy to sit down with you on.
Yeah, before I recognize Delegate Weigel, I just want to make it clear that the committee is not going to do nothing. The committee is probably going to pass a bill. I don't want to presume anything, but we have always demonstrated a capacity to entertain thoughtful amendments to any of our bills, and that continues to be our operating philosophy here on this bill as well. So Delegate Weigel has the next question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just if someone could provide clarification on the $8 to $14 billion price tag, what is that inclusive of? Is it retrofitting, grid upgrades, everything? I mean, I'm not sure what's in that number.
It's for the high electrification option where new hookups of fossil fuel was not allowed. It included the cost to the buildings, but it also included grid upgrades. It was intended by E3 to be a total cost per year of having to operate the system with all electric and no fuel backups.
You say cost per year. That's not the investment cost, that's annual cost?
That was what E3 concluded in their report.
Oh, okay.
There's a chart on that, by the way, if you want to look at it, that I can provide to you.
All right, I appreciate that. Thanks. I asked the proponents a question in regards to impact on electrical rates. I didn't know if any of you had an opinion on that as far as the stranded cost recovery, surcharges, plant upgrades and all that. Are there any estimates out there on what the impact may be on electric rates?
Once again, there's a chart in the E3 report. It showed electric rates, and if you sort of look at the chart, it looked like electric rates by about 2045 would approximately double. That's an E3 prediction. That's, I don't know if the utilities would agree with that number or not. The natural gas rates actually just went through the roof. There's what the People's Council referred to as a death spiral. What happens is, as fewer people are on natural gas, or even those who are on it using it only for cooking or something else, and the cost of the infrastructure is the same, the cost of natural gas per customer starts going up. And as the cost goes up, more people drop off of natural gas, and as more people drop off, the cost goes up. So natural gas prices were almost a vertical line after the first 5-10 years. And again, there's a chart in the E3 report that you can look at that shows that.
Okay, thank you. Next question. What type of impact does this bill, or would this bill have on some of our industry? I'm thinking about because it's 25,000 square feet or more. So what about some of the farms, the poultry barns, all sorts of things like that? And is it possible to go to electric for those type of facilities?
I know for greenhouses and for poultry barns, we saw testimony that they could not. And when you think about a greenhouse with all that glass, not insulated, often in rural areas where the electric grid is not very robust. We've got BG&E talking about their system in the city, which they spend a lot of money on. Chop Tank doesn't spend that money on maintaining their system. And obviously, if you have a power outage for a poultry barn or a greenhouse, you could lose your entire crop. So it is problematic for certain types of buildings beyond the problems that others would have.
So if they couldn't
just weigh in?
Go ahead, Bob.
Thank you. Bob Etton, we represent Tidal Creek Growers, which is one of the larger nurseries in the state of Maryland with locations predominantly in rural areas. The problem is that in rural areas in particular, businesses make multi-million-dollar investments in land that is close to a source of gas. So if you're going to operate a greenhouse, you have to have be able to heat it in the wintertime. Electric is impossible. And so if I'm going to open a new greenhouse or nursery someplace, I'm going to open it someplace that's near a property, a farm, whatever, that's near a natural gas pipeline. That's the only choice I have if I want to go and have that business. And we have one client that's just invested millions of dollars to buy a piece of property, specifically because it's in a rural area, but it's near a natural gas. So we feel very strongly that we hope that the Senate and the House will both have an agricultural exemption in this bill for growers, whether it's vegetables or fruit or shrubs, whatever it is, for growers, because otherwise you're going to really decimate those industries. And there was an agricultural exemption in last year's bill in the Senate. It's not in this year, but we're working very hard to get it back in.
So if they couldn't meet the requirements of the bill, they would have to pay the fee or just go to another state?
I think so. And, it's awfully hard if you signed a contract this year to buy a piece of land that you're going to develop, that you're going to, plan for the next 2 years to build a greenhouse or a chicken, a poultry farm, whatever. What do you do in that case? You've already invested the money. You can't go somewhere else. But on the other hand, if I'm up in Cecil County and I'm thinking, well, I'm going to expand I going to expand in Maryland or am I going to expand in Delaware? It's just we don't have any. They don't have a choice. They've got to have a gas. They have no choice.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add to that, and I know the delegate's question was specific to agricultural applications, but one of the interesting things that's happened during the course of the legislative process here is I've had the opportunity to speak with a large group, over 250 commercial users of gas. And what became clear to me in that conversation is that just like we're talking about agriculture, there are lots of applications that we haven't really fully thought through yet. And every time they brought them up, I wondered, do we need more time to figure out how this will impact all of our industries? For example, I had a hospital tell me that they need to have a 6 megawatt diesel generator, and that they would need 45 acres if they had to do that by solar. And so just a number of industries that I don't know that we specifically have thought through how this bill would impact them, that rely on our service to do what they must do. And I think it's important for us to really sit down and kind of think through all those applications if the committee plans to move as the chairman suggested.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate, could I just
Sure.
endorse that comment? The application of this to primary heat is one thing, but to apply it to secondary heat and emergency power is another issue altogether that is of concern.
Okay, Delegate Weigel, you have a
I
follow-up?
have one more question.
Okay.
I'm not clear, Mr. Thompson of the Restaurant and Beverage Association, you talked about the impact on kitchen equipment. I hear that cooking is excluded. I don't see it. I know my eyes aren't what they used to be. Can someone clarify whether kitchen equipment is excluded from this bill?
Thank you, Delegate. And I think that is a very good question. For new construction, I think the language is clear regarding fossil fuels are prohibited for water and space heating. But it's my understanding that for commercial buildings, water and space heating consume the majority of gas usage. And so our concern would be whether commercial developers would, spend the money to extend gas lines to their new development if they were only to be used for cooking, which is a small portion of the consumption, and whether that would be cost prohibitive for them. But I think that on new construction would be a question that's probably best for someone representing the commercial real estate industry. And then, with existing buildings, as I mentioned, we have a lot of restaurants that are located in shopping centers and malls and in office buildings that might be subject to the reductions in emissions for existing buildings, and we would have to comply with that. And I think that eventually goes to net zero by 2040.
Okay, we've got 8 more questions. It's almost 5. We're going to go to the next question here, and that goes to Delegate Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for joining us. I'll try to be as brief as possible. So we've kind of gone around in a circle here with the proponents, the informational, and the opponents on these issues regarding reliability and the grid and this issue with portability. But I just go back to now a comment that the bill sponsor made now, I believe 4 hours ago, where he gave us all some homework to go read the Baltimore Sun. I don't know if anyone remembers this. It was several hours ago, but he gave us some homework to go read the Baltimore Sun editorial on this issue that they wrote 3 days ago after the Senate hearing. I did my homework. I had 4 hours to do it, but fortunately, since it was only about a 400-word assignment, I managed to do it with plenty of time. And the Sun wrote, in response to the Senate hearing, opponents of electrification have made claims about natural gas that don't stand up to scrutiny. They have said that natural gas is more reliable, which ignores how most gas furnaces require electricity to run, that it's cheaper. The Maryland Commission on Climate Change actually found the reverse to be true, and that transitioning to electricity will harm low and moderate income households when, again, the long-term fuel costs should actually prove lower. So my question is to BG&E and Washington Gas, which is that, is your contention that the Baltimore Sun, the Maryland Commission on Climate Change, and basically every other study that I could find is wrong that the long-term costs of all electric new construction are lower.
I'll speak to that. We've done a study of our natural gas customers, what costs they would incur if they were required to convert over to an electric scenario. And so I'm talking about existing gas customers converting over to an all-electric scenario. And what we found is that the average cost is projected to be about $10,000 per residential customer to make that conversion. Now,
well, let me just
the E3 study would put out very large numbers.
Sorry if I could just cut you off though, Mr. Case, because I don't want to confuse people. The bill doesn't require any existing residential single-family homeowners to convert, though, right? So estimates about what it would cost to retrofit existing residential homes are not relevant to the bill, right? I mean, they're interesting. I may want to convert my home one day, so I'm personally interested, but I just don't want people to get confused about what we're talking about. So the $10,000 number you mentioned, while very interesting academically, is not relevant to the bill, right?
Perhaps, but there's also targets to get to net zero. And so exactly how that's going to play out and whether it is going to require more and more conversions over time and that fossil fuels are going to be phased out, as you've heard many of the opponents talk about, that it's not a viable business model under the way it's done. I'll also say this about the E3 modeling is that they have some really high increases in gas prices, right? They take gas prices from roughly $10 a million BTU delivered currently, and you see numbers of $90 per million BTUs, a ninefold increase, or even 200 under some of the scenarios. So under those sort of modeling, I mean, it definitely can drive someone to conclude all electric is cheaper because we made these assumptions that gas prices are going to go up ninefold. I think that's all part of the equation.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just have one follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
So taking the E3 study out of it then, which I think everyone sort of mostly just agreed with the chairman with, when the chairman asked, do you mostly agree with the research that was done by E3, everyone basically nodded along. But let's just throw it out for a second and say that maybe their assumptions on this issue were faulty. I found another report, I don't know if you've seen it, Mr. Case, from an entity called RMI. And I find it really interesting because what they did is they went to a bunch of cities. Now, they didn't go to Washington, D.C. or Baltimore, but they went to Austin, they went to Boston, they went to Columbus, they went to Denver, they went to Minneapolis, they went to New York City, they went to Seattle, et cetera. And they looked at two things. First, they looked at what the upfront cost would be for new construction of an all-electric home versus mixed fuel. Then they looked at energy savings over time. And what was interesting is in every city, it was clear energy savings over time for all electric was dramatically saved costs over time, as the E3 study also agreed with. But what I also found interesting is that in every city except Minneapolis, where of course the climate is a little bit different than Maryland, and every city except for Minneapolis, the upfront cost of all electric was cheaper. So not even the cost down the road, just to build it in the first place was cheaper. So my question is, are you familiar with this RMI study? Of course, I'm happy to share it with, if not, I'm happy to share it with you and anyone else on the committee who wants to see it. Are you familiar with this study? And whether you are or not, do you refute the idea that all electric new construction is cheaper? And if so, sorry, last one, do you have any independent studies that reaffirm that?
To answer your question, I'm not familiar with the RMI study. I'd be happy to take a look at that. I think we need more time to study the costs of an all-electric scenario versus a combination scenario where maybe electric heat pumps are the primary and there's a backup fuel that could either be natural gas or some other fossil fuel as the backup. I suspect that could be a lower cost scenario. I'd probably agree the first cost would be lower if you're just putting in a heat pump versus a separate heat pump plus a backup fuel. But I do think the operating costs, to me, it's not clear that what you're asserting is true.
Could I interject?
Delegate Stewart, if I could just jump in, I just wanted to correct one thing. You'd mentioned about the E3 study and people agree with it. MAPTA and the Propane Gas Association, we did not agree with it. In fact, I will make sure that the committee has, our comments during the process. As we said during the Senate hearing, essentially objected every step of the way. So I just wanted to set the record straight on that.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Delegate Stewart.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
The E3's numbers for construction costs are not current year costs. They're projected costs for 2035. So even if you agree with them, and we have some big disagreements with their assumptions about the cost of installing heat pump equipment in large office buildings, even if you agree with them, they aren't here today and they won't be here for quite some time.
Tom, have you seen the RMI study?
I have seen the RMI study. It's
okay.
not
My theory, or my assumption, not my assumption, but my understanding is of that study is that it's not based on 2035. Those are immediate, right now numbers.
Those are about single family houses. And our bigger, I think the equipment works better in small buildings. It doesn't scale up well for big buildings, and that's part of the reason why I'm on this side of the hearing today instead of on the support with amendment side or something else. The cost figures that E3 did in their modeling only ran numbers for a 5,000 square foot commercial building as the small version and a 50,000 square foot building as the large building. They homogenize all kinds of other product types and building sizes into a very sort of almost misleading characterization of the costs. There'll be plenty of buildings that can do this. They will have characteristics, they're fairly small, low-rise, multifamily, residential, and commercial that has kind of the same characteristics, have a good chance of electrifying without a lot of trouble. But when you get beyond that, you have trouble with scaling up hot water heat pumps for big commercial uses. We're transitioning the refrigerants to low global warming potential refrigerants. Those have effects on the equipment. So this is an evolution that's happening in the industry that needs some flexibility and not rigid kind of mandated performance. And that's what, going back to my comment before about discretion for the design teams and discretion for the code officials.
Okay, I appreciate it. I'm out of time, so I'm not going to ask any more questions.
Yeah, no, I actually want to follow up on some of the things that Delegate Stewart has said. And
Mr. Chairman, can I just make one more comment and then I'll let you go?
Sure.
I just wanted to say on Tom's comment before it goes, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say in my 4 hours of Googling, it seemed like actually commercial scale costs actually do scale up. They're actually more efficient. And they when working to lower temperatures. But anyway, so I think we can continue discussions. But sorry, Mr. Chair.
I was just going to say that the superiority of electricity over liquid and gas fuels has to do with the efficiency of conversion. My electric car has less than 1/4 of the energy in its battery that a gasoline fuel tank has. But because the electric motors are 4 times more efficient, I can go 300 miles. And so I guess what I just do want to impart to everybody is that this committee is not going to do nothing. And we're not going to take the stance of saying that there will be 0 mandates, because if we were to do that, what's the point of us being a legislature and meeting? But, obviously we're going to do whatever we deemed to be a reasonable thing. So Delegate Wells has the next question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't quite sure if I was next or not. So I think this question is probably geared towards BG&E and possibly Washington Gas. But I represent the 40th district in Baltimore City. So I looked up some of the current work that BG&E is doing in the city, and I see that there's several projects underway, I believe under the STRIDE program primarily. And so I think my question is centering a little bit more around cost recovery, and this may also be something that the building and Tom Ballantyne might weigh in on, but we have 2 significant TIFs in Baltimore City right now. One in Port Covington, and then we have another one for Perkins Homes. And those TIFs are for infrastructure investments. And what I'm curious to understand is, and those TIFs they are using bonds, right? So there's the private equity market that we are going to have to pay back. And so my question is, if we are installing, new gas lines along with sewer and water infrastructure, what does the cost recovery, I guess, what does the modeling look like for the developments that they know are going to come, but also the projection of newer development that may be on the horizon, but that was depending on possibly using gas for their HVAC. So I hope that question makes sense. I know it's a big one, but I think we have a talented panel of people that can answer it.
Not that talented.
There we go.
I don't know enough about the internals of the TIF or what the buildings are going to be using for their heat and air conditioning equipment. I mean, for the most part, new buildings either are using almost entirely electric and sparing amounts of natural gas, or they'll have a special use that requires the heat properties that come with natural gas. And what's happening with the TIFs, I really can't comment on.
So I'm not interested. I'm not expecting you to know specifically what's happening with the TIFs, just to be clear. What I'm asking is that in the world of development, there's a lot of projection, right? And in the world of utilities, there's a lot of projection. And so my question is that there's projection that was taken into account for these developments, for the investments that BG&E is undertaking, not just around Port Covington and Perkins Homes, but broadly speaking, across Baltimore City, but also for those that are done around new development. And so I would like to know if there's any, what should we be considering? Like the chairman said, we're going to do something on this year. And so I want to make sure that when we think about our liability as Baltimore City, just speaking specifically of us, I want to make sure that we are providing the right kind of lens of how we administer this so that we're not disadvantaged even further when it comes to our revenue.
I think there's that consideration applies to both existing buildings and new construction. And it may be more important in existing buildings for the city of Baltimore. There's 46 million square feet of building space in this bill that was built between 1811 and 1939. Our forward-thinking members are looking through their building portfolios to see what can perform at whatever the future expectation is, and the risk of obsolescence and devaluing of certain product types and buildings is there. It's part of the reason why there's so much controversy at the federal level about integrating climate change decision-making into banking regulations, so, for example. But you do need to look at how it's going to affect both existing and new construction. And the existing buildings may be more difficult because they have at least in new construction, when you look at the pro forma, you have an opportunity not to build, right? You don't have to go there. But existing buildings are already what they are. There's some cost there, and you have an obligation to do something. And whatever we can do to try and help sort of fill in the answer to your question, we'll try to do that. I think it's a good one.
Is there anyone from BG&E, I think especially with regard to the STRIDE program and the work that's being done under that in Baltimore especially?
Delegate Wells, could you just restate your question as
so
I
understand that there are several projects that are currently underway in Baltimore City that are underground utility work. And so I get constituents who they're complaining about our roads always being torn up for this work, right? And so some of that is including upgrades to gas pipes. And so I'm just trying to understand in terms of that investment that's being made to upgrade, enhance, how does this legislation that we're talking about today, how does that impact the current investment and the planned investments that BG&E has for underground gas pipes in Baltimore?
You know, I think it's a really good question, and I'm sure we're gonna, you know, if this bill ends up passing or in some version, we're gonna have to look hard at that. But I think overall, we would say that the STRIDE work is really important work in a lot of dimensions. And number one, STRIDE is one of the most effective tools we have to reduce the number of gas leaks on the system, reduce the amount of methane that escapes into the atmosphere. And so as a greenhouse gas reduction tool, it's really important in that sense. And then on top of that, we have the safety benefits, which are the primary driver of STRIDE, and additionally, the economic development benefits that go along with it. So our hope is that STRIDE will go forward, you know, however this bill plays out.
Thank you. And then my last question is just a clarification. This kind of happened a few, I think, questions back, and I think Tom Valentine was talking about this. Net zero versus decarbonization. And I wasn't sure if folks were saying that they prefer a net zero approach to kind of how we reduce the carbon emissions piece around our building stock, or if they were saying decarbonization is better. I'm paraphrasing. It's been a few questions since that came up, but can you clarify?
Net zero is preferable, and it's the approach that the state takes kind of on a global basis or on a broad basis, and it's greenhouse gas reduction strategies. But for purposes of this conversation and buildings, you know, we're one of the bigger supporters of the idea that there's an alternative compliance fee, because it does provide an opportunity to comply in situations where the choices are very difficult, right? So a net zero approach is it doesn't require that everything be done on site, and the broader that you allow those, you know, kind of off-site mitigation opportunities to present themselves and to work into the process, the faster you can get things done, and probably you can do it at lower cost.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's, you know, we've got 10 more bills after this. I like the conversation, but just keep that in the back of your mind. Delegate Amprey.
Thank you. I got about 6 questions here.
Okay.
I'm joking. I don't have 6 questions. I'm joking.
Knock it back to 3.
I'm joking. I only have 1 question. I'm excited about the conversation we're having. I'm really excited about us moving towards a more green, to be a more green state. But at the end of the day, I'm still concerned about the timeline here. And this question more so goes to the team from BG&E and maybe also the bill sponsor. And what I'm worried about is I keep hearing that from one side that there's not going to be its expansive substation need, but from the experts who actually build out the substations, I'm hearing that we are going to need more substations. I want to get a better understanding from BG&E about the process that you all go through in determining when you need a substation and where the location of that substation most often will be based on your how you make that decision. Because the equity piece that I'm thinking about is, if we're moving this really fast, I worry that communities that have often been forgotten about when we place certain industrial items there are going to be the ones that, you know, suffer as we try to make this move really fast. So I want to hear from BG&E about the process that you go through in building out your substations and where where you locate them. And then I guess the follow-up is there any way within the legislation we can ensure moving forward, if I can hear from the sponsor, on how we can make sure there's an equity piece to make sure that as we are building out things to make these dates happen, are we always thinking about the equity piece of making sure that most often communities of color are harmed by where substations are located and other industries. So just want to get the answers to those 2 questions.
Yeah, I'll field the first question, kind of the process of how we evaluate and bring out our substations. So the first thing we do is we have to do analysis on our system to see where there's load growth or where there's need for a substation, rather it be through aging infrastructure or through increased capacity that we need to add. Then once we determine that, we then have to do the analysis to really understand, what does that require? Is it, for example, is it a 13 kV circuit? How many do we need to put in that area to support the load that's there? Or is it 34? Is 34 kV more beneficial? Again, we make that decision, and that analysis takes time to really understand what that looks like, to be thorough, to know what equipment we need. Once we've now decided that, we then know how to size the substation for what we think we need to have to support that load. Now, after we size it, now we say, all right, where's the land that we need to go do that? So the first thing we always try to do is, can we use the existing land in the substation that we already have? We always want to try to expand and enhance that if we can, because again, that substation is there. We showed that we were taking care of it, we're looking after it. And again, expanding that requires less time to do, but we still have to get community input from that and things, because again, depending what's going on in construction. But again, it's there, folks are used to it. Sometimes that makes it a little easier, sometimes it doesn't. But it becomes even more difficult when we have to put a new substation. And then, let's be honest, no one wants it in their backyard at the end of the day, but we have to provide that service, so we have to put it somewhere. And so what we try to do is find the least impactful area to be able to put that substation. And it's not related to community or anything like that. It's where we can find the land that locates us to be able to have the less intrusion as we transverse across the territory to get that service to our customers. And once we identify what that land is and where we can place it, we then say, we go to the community, we do outreach, we explain what we're going to do, explain why we have to do it. We go apply for the permits, we go through the entire process, and we try to make sure we have community engagement, or we do have community engagement, working with our government external affairs folks to reach out to the community to really show what we can do. And the reality is, we build substations a lot differently than we did 20, 30 years ago. And so when we build a new substation, it's less of an eyesore than it was in the past. But again, it's still a big piece of equipment that someone doesn't want in their area. But we try to make it as unobtrusive as possible as we do that. But through that process, it takes time. Again, that community outreach could take 2 years at the end of the day to get folks to really understand and what we need to do from a beautification standpoint versus what makes sense from an operational standpoint to build a substation. Again, do you make it an enclosed substation? Do you make it with high walls? Or whatever, or do you just put berms around it to make it less intrusive? Because
okay, I think we got it. Thank you very much. Delegate Otto has the next question.
Oh well, Mr. Chairman, I just want to get some kind of a follow up, but just to better understand, with the current bill is drafted, is there anything that we have to make sure? Because what I worry about, we had this conversation earlier this week about the omelet conversation, right? People want an omelet, but they don't want to crack the egg. And I think that we're headed down a pathway where the communities that are the biggest advocates for a greener Maryland are going to also be the biggest advocates against a substation in their backyard, which is then going to place more substations possibly in our more rural communities and communities of color. So what I want to better understand is, what can we put in this legislation, or is there anything we can do to safeguard that the process of building out substations, there's an equity piece to it? That's all I'm asking.
Okay, well, I get that and I hear that, and you should have a conversation with the sponsor on that. But right now, I want to turn to Delegate Otto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just a question more probably for BG&E being the largest provider, dealing with gas, and how do you make those decisions for investment and the regulatory framework you go through to for cost recovery, and that much similar to the questions that Delegate Wells had asked.
I could try to speak to that, Marquez. So BGE was the first utility in Maryland to implement what's called now a multi-year rate plan. We followed our plan in 2020. It laid out our investment plans for a 3-year period, 2021 through 2023. So we're now in year 2 of that. We go through an extensive rate proceeding that's overseen by the Maryland Public Service Commission. There's lots of discovery, lots of parties involved in that process, intervention, testimony from multiple sources. And at the end of the day, the commission ultimately determines what investment plan it considers to be in the public interest. And then our job is to execute against that plan.
Thank you. I think my county commissioner is gone off the phone call, I had a question for him because we've just dealt with the gas situation and some of that regulatory framework that you have to go through. But I also have a question for Mr. Powell about the commission report. Did they make any recommendations for retrofitting buildings?
Yeah, what they did was we looked at the cost of the retrofitting, and because it was so high, the recommendation were that you proceed with retrofitting, but only if the General Assembly first provided significant financial incentives. The cost is billions of dollars, and I understand the sponsor and I have a different view about how many billions, but it's billions of dollars. And so the commission said, do that only if you provide the financial incentives. The bill calls for a group to be created to study that. Frankly, our members look at it and say, you got the biggest surplus that any of us in living memory can recall this year, and you're not providing any financial incentives this year. So telling us that you're going to hit us with these huge, monstrous costs, and that then talk about financial incentives is the concern. We feel that it's got the cart before the horse.
Thank you.
Before I recognize the next question from Delegate Terraza, I have to say, as a businessman myself, I am completely astounded by the power company's unwillingness to look at this as a gigantic business opportunity. That about 8 years ago, my company got a quadrupling of a hazardous waste contract from a major hospital chain. And we did not start out by complaining that we're going to have to buy another box truck. We bought another box truck and immediately began to plan for our revenue, for that revenue stream growing from $1 million to $4 million. I just can't see how you don't see this as a gigantic business opportunity. Can someone please explain this to me? I mean, God, I would love it if somebody said, you know, that contract you have with MedImmune AstraZeneca, it's not going to be $2 million. It's going to be $8 million. I'd be doing cartwheels.
Yeah, Chairman Barbie, if I may, I'll try to respond to that. There's no doubt that as we head towards a deep decarbonization future, net zero future, there's going to be a lot of electrification. We know there are opportunities there on the electric side. And it's not that we're not interested in that or supportive of that, but it's how we go about getting there, right? We want to do it in a way that's the lowest cost for our customers. At the end of the day, we're a regulated company. We know that we have to keep energy affordable. We can't get to this at sort of any expense. It has to be done in a rational manner. And then it also has to be done with sufficient time. And implementing a ban on fossil fuels 10 months from now, 2 years from now, in our view, that's a very aggressive pace. It's well beyond what any other state in the country is looking at. It doesn't allow time for the build out of the electric grid that's needed to be able to support those customers converting over to electric or being built as all electric. So we understand your point. We know there's opportunity associated with this. We just want this to be done in a fair manner for our customers at the end of the day.
Well, you know, I mean, let's just take vehicles for instance. I'm never going to buy another gasoline car again as long as I live, which hopefully will be another 25 years, which means that a lot of people who own gas stations are going to have to find a different line of business. Obviously, I didn't buy an electric car specifically with the purpose in mind of putting people out of business. But the fact of the matter is, electric systems generally are more efficient than fuel burning systems because of the law of thermodynamics. I mean, this is, you know, the law of thermodynamics is more powerful than the Constitution of the United States of America. It's the law that we all live under, whether we want to or not. And I don't know, it seems to me astounding that people are just acting as though this big wave that's happening over the next 25 years can somehow be halted in the next 10 to 15 years. I'm just very surprised that some people are taking this attitude. Delegate Terraza has the next question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that lead-in. Because I think what I'm astounded by is this sort of, I guess my question is for BGE, because you keep saying that you don't know what the timing is until you know what it's going to look like, but you can't know what it's going to look like. We can't pass something until you have time to look at it. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is there anything you can tell us about the timing? What additional, how will you know what additional substations you'll need? What timing do you need to figure that out? What studies have you done so far to start looking at along the lines of Chairman Barvey? Like this, you've seen this coming, this has been studied, Pepco's done that study that they talked about. There's a number of studies. I guess I'm trying to understand how you don't have any sense of what that's going to take to do, and if you have information about what that timing is.
Well, this is Derek Dickens again from BGE. It's not that we don't have an idea of what it is. We don't know the exact information. So what we do, we make assumptions at the end of the day, and we make assumptions and we import them in the model. And they're very broad assumptions that require us to say, okay, what if this load were to increase over here? What would that load look like? We may model it in steps from 20 megawatts to 40 megawatts to 6 megawatts, whatever that happens to be. But again, we don't want to make an investment that causes us to overbuild or underbuild at that time. So we have an idea where it might be if gas went away, because what we do know is where our gas customers sit. And if that gas goes away, we know there are areas where buildings, what type of buildings are going to be there, we don't know.
How many more substations are you going to need under this plan?
We don't know for sure. We know it's going to be more than one, but I can't tell you that.
More than one, you'll need 10. More than one, you'll need 1,000. I mean,
I can say definitely not 1,000, but at the same time, we know based on how our system is constructed, we have 233 substations on our system today. We know the capacity of those substations and where those ratings are. And depending on where the load goes if you were to eliminate the gas for new construction, we then have to decide how do we categorize that to say what's the right size substation for that area. We'll make some assumptions, but again, we need time to analyze those assumptions again to build it out and say, what does this look like? Then we need.
But that's what I don't understand. I mean, you know what this bill says. So what would it take if this bill passed the way it was for you to know how many substations you need, for example?
No, if the bill had passed the way it is today, we would continue to go down our analysis that we're doing today, and we'll make some broad assumptions and say, here's what those things are.
What is that? Like, what's the answer to that?
Not completed that final study.
Well, hold on. Let the gentleman answer. Yeah, go ahead.
We've not made the final study. We've started making some high-level assumptions, and depending on what happens in the outcome of this bill will require us to then make some more detailed assumptions to determine what the impact of that is to our system. But again, ideally, because we want to provide a safe and reliable system, the more information we have, the more precise we can be in what we need to implement.
Right, but I guess what I'm hearing is that you don't want the bill to pass until there's more time to study that, but you can't study that until you know what the bill says. Am I mishearing that?
No,
if I can jump in and just say, Mr. Dickens is giving you the technical answer. And the work that he and his team are doing, it's really complex work. I appreciate for sure as the policy wing of the company that it's not entirely satisfying to hear that, and that we only have a 90-day session for you to make your decisions. And for that reason, we're working on what we can provide that's preliminary. But I think what's important is that when we give you a timeline, when we give you a time frame, and you make policy decisions based on what we say, that we've done the analysis, at least preliminary analysis, that makes it strong enough that we can stand behind it. So we are working to get you something before the end of this process, but it will be preliminary. It will be based on assumptions, and as the process continues, it is subject to evolve.
So you think you can look at the bill that you've had for a while, and before the end of session, you think you can come up with a preliminary estimate, is what you're saying?
That is what I'm saying. Yes.
Okay. I guess.
Well, I think that's a victory, Delegate Terraza.
Thank you.
I'm going to move on to Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought my turn was never going to come. Thank you for this conversation. So 2 quick questions for, I guess it's for Vice Chair Stein. So Vice Chair Stein, I thought I heard you talking about that there would be allowances for some continuation of the use of gas, and you use the term clean natural gas. So that's the first time I've heard that. It was also earlier the first time I heard, I think, renewable natural gas. I had to look renewable natural gas up. What is clean natural gas? And under what scenario? You talked about, would it always require a variance for whomever wants to make the case that they need to continue using gas?
Yeah, no, I mean, Delegate, the bottom line is, I mentioned that as possibilities. For example, I know that there is natural gas that's being produced through anaerobic digestion that I think is going into BG&E system that presumably has a much smaller carbon footprint than natural gas. Guess what I'm saying is there is no prohibition on using gas generally under the bill. The standards are meant to be as flexible as possible. And again, the assumption from the Climate Commission was that 25% of current gas throughput will continue, as of 2045. I just was giving those as examples of what might be considered by MDE in determining, whether a building has met the criteria for reducing its emissions. For example, WGL Energy has a product that says, a natural gas product for its own customers that it says is carbon neutral. I guess they purchase carbon offsets also. That might be something that would be considered by MDE as getting to the net zero emissions. I'm saying there's flexibility in this bill to allow for those kinds of, but it would it'd be up to MDE to determine how much credit would a particular form of natural gas that's at least somewhat cleaner would a building owner get.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, one other quick question on the bill and then one observation about power lines. Delegate Stein, just out of curiosity, why did you exempt cooking equipment? That kind of surprised me.
Well, quite honestly, Delegate, it's because we know that some people, including my wife, I've got to say, are very particular about using gas burners. So we didn't want to sort of go down that rabbit hole of debating that issue. And also because, again, we tried to have as much fidelity.
It's only 2% of the gasoline usage, right?
I don't know. I know in
it's
the
really
commercial sector it's more, but I don't know in the aggregate what it is. But yeah, and also, again, Delegate, we in drafting this bill, we wanted to have as much fidelity as possible to what the Climate Change Commission recommended. And they just recommended saying under the all electric code, no fossil fuels for heating and hot water. So implicitly cooking is allowed.
Okay, fair enough. Really quickly, Mr. Chair, on the issue of power lines, in this, the developer representatives can comment or not, but this is just an observation from my time on the Prince George's County Council when we reviewed development proposals. And my colleagues and I would almost always strongly recommend to developers that they consider burying their power lines. And we always got resistance. No, it's too expensive. It's cost prohibitive. It's, I think it just seems to me.
Well, Mary, it's 10 times more expensive.
Well, I know, but when we're talking in terms of, I don't doubt that, but in terms of, in the, I guess within the framework of this conversation about electrification and concerns about reliability and more extreme weather, I would hope that could be looked at again. And I don't know, I know that is not the purview of this committee, Mr. Chairman. I realize that's an ECM issue and Public Service Commission issue, but I just think that should be looked at. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm going to give the last word to Republican Delegate Jay Jacobs, which I may regret, but that's the way it's going to go. So Jay, try not to make me look too bad here.
That's
right?
my label, huh, Mr. Chairman?
my good friend, the Republican Delegate Jay Jacobs. Is that any better?
Yeah, that's better. I'm sorry. Sorry, I was out for an hour this afternoon and missed some of the testimony, so hopefully I won't repeat a question while I was at AELR. But I really would kind of direct this to Brian Quinn, and perhaps the Vice Chairman could chime in. But you know, in my district, especially in the Cecil County, and we put a lot of effort into bringing natural gas into specifically Warwick Mushroom and SunMed growers up there. You know, they both just did big expansions, and I'm looking at, and I know that there's plans in the future, if things go well, that they're going to do additions as well. They want to put another addition on. I know we talked about what the challenges may be. So how do you envision this? Would you envision this as if they do an upgrade, an addition, would they then have to retrofit the existing businesses to all electric? Or, you know, what's the final show when you do an addition?
Yeah, that's not my intention, that you'd have to retrofit the existing building. But and also I do want to say there is a variance for the all electric code, and as well as an alternative compliance payment mechanism for the building emission standard. Again, it's recommended by 24-2 vote of the Climate Change Commission. So those are opportunities that provide some flexibility, so that if someone could say, yeah, gas is the only way to go, electric won't work, or it'll be much more expensive, then they could move ahead.
So, you know, I know what we went through recently to get this natural gas in there, to make these, really to convince these businesses to expand. And I know they want to expand some more. And so I'm really concerned that will they have to adhere to these new guidelines of electrification if they do that, versus, you know, where we got to with gas. And I guess in my other question, and I don't know if anybody asked this, was, you know, the whole chicken industry on the shores, like LP. There's hundreds of these buildings, these poultry barns.
What's LP?
Liquefied gas.
Oh, all right.
Liquefied propane. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's not necessarily a natural gas hooked to them. It's more of a LP, but right. That's what runs these the majority of these chicken houses. They use a lot of it. And so what's the plan for them?
You know what? Why don't we put a pin in that? We're all friends here. We're going to talk to each other, and that's a great place to end this all, I think.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we're 4 hours and 36 minutes into this bill hearing.
Well, we beat the Senate, didn't we?
And that's all we want. That's what we really wanted to do.
That's really all we wanted to do. Okay. First of all, thank you very much. That's going to conclude the public hearing on House Bill 831. Let me just say that this is the beginning of a very complex conversation that's going to occur here and in the Senate. And I want to reiterate that we're not going to do nothing. And we are going to work very carefully with all the stakeholders to make sure that we move forward in a manner that makes sense for the state of Maryland today and in the future. And I again want to thank the Vice Chairman for his hard work for the last 9 months, and his legislative aide and all the people who worked with him. This is an excellent work product, and we're going to expand from there. So thank you very much. As I said, that ends the public hearing on House Bill 831. Now let's go to House Bill 402. Yes.
Mr. Chair, I was going to respectfully ask, could we get like a 5-minute woosah, a 5-minute, just get up and stretch our legs, or you just want to push through?
No, I want to push through, but all of you are at liberty to do push-ups in your office. So yeah, I'm sorry, it's 6 o'clock and we have 10 bills. That's why I want to push through. Okay. All right. The first bill has as House Bill 402, we have before us Attorney General Brian Frosh. Ms. General, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. You have 4 minutes.
Okay, I'll talk fast, Mr. Chairman. This is a lot simpler than the last bill you were hearing, which sounds like a great bill. This is a bill that will harmonize the powers of the Department of Environment. Right now, in large pieces of its jurisdiction, it does not have the ability to bring administrative enforcement actions. And there are 3 types of enforcement actions that it can bring: administrative, civil, and criminal. Although we exclusively bring our office brings the criminal cases. The Department of Environment, though desperately understaffed and overworked in this administration, our hope is that these streamlined authorities will improve environmental enforcement, at least beginning in 2023. Many of you have probably heard me criticize MDE for its failure to address enforcement effectively for the past 7 years. We're left with a severely depleted agency. Jobs have been eliminated, staff levels have dropped, and the number of inspectors are dangerously low. This bill, what it does is it allows the department, when we have a willing agency, to bring administrative enforcement actions where the department issues an injunction, issues a fine, and those can be challenged and overturned by an administrative law judge or a court. But they have these tools in more than half of the areas that they regulate: air and radiation, sediment discharges, water pollution discharges, hazardous waste, solid waste, oil control, landfills, CAFOs, lead, but they don't have this ability in 7 other areas. And what it means is that sometimes there is no ability to address environmental problems, failures of people to follow the law, no way to address it except for filing a criminal case, which is very difficult. And it's also a tool we really hate to use unless we have to. And it may seem trivial in some respects, but let me just start with the first one: dam safety. There are more than 600 active dams in this state. Approximately 100 of them are classified as high hazard, and that means they, if there is a failure, it would likely result in the loss of human life and extensive property damages to homes, infrastructure, flooding, major highways, etc. There are 150 dams that are significant hazard, which means they may result in the loss of life and all those other consequences. The majority of dams in the state of Maryland are more than 50 years old, which is beyond the useful life of many of their components. So if the department has the ability to pursue administrative and civil penalties, which they do not now, they can stop short of having our office go out and file criminal charges for somebody that has failed to keep dams in good repair to prevent injury and property damage downstream. Same thing for certified operators for water supply. There are about 3,300 public drinking water systems in Maryland. They serve the vast majority of all Marylanders, about 5.5 million. And the systems are being operated by private citizens or homeowners associations. The department does not have.
If you can wrap it up in 2 seconds, that would be awesome.
Okay, so the department doesn't have civil or administrative penalty action there, or in in the other areas in which we propose that you give that authority to them. The authority we're talking about is the same authority they have in the other areas that I mentioned previously. Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, well, we're going to go through all the favorable witnesses and then we'll entertain questions. So let me begin with Dominic Butchko with Mako. Dom, welcome back. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Pleasure to be back here again today. I'm actually on your last bill, so in self-interest, I'm going to keep this very short. Mako urges the committee to give a favorable report with amendments. HB 420 is clearly introduced with the goal of improving compliance with environmental regulations. Counties recognize and support their role in a productive regime to hold all players properly accountable for their misdeeds and failures. Counties also recognize that parts of this bill, as introduced, appear to present untenable or deeply impractical burdens on locally owned facilities, and in some cases, their individual employees. Mako would just like to offer 3 principles to guide amendments. Prevent individual employee liability unless there's a high standard reach. Recognize willfulness as a principal tenet before applying punitive measures, and preserving and encouraging practical solutions before applying punitive measures. Bill amendments could help reframe the specific interactions of these laws with local government facilities and employees and promote intergovernmental collaboration where it appears productive. Accordingly, Mako urges the committee to give House Bill 402 a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Robert Etten, favorable with amendments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Robert Etten, testifying favorable with amendments on behalf of the Maryland Bankers Association. You have the written testimony, I think it's in opposition, from William O'Connell, who is an attorney and is the chairman of the Maryland State Bar Association Real Property Section. And he points out the problems that I think the banking industry and the title insurance industry and the real estate industry have with the bill. The bill allows for the creation of a lien, and it says the lien exists if such and such happens. But the reality is that under Maryland law, the only way that you have a lien is if that lien is recorded up in the clerk's office. Otherwise, you could go to buy a property and you wouldn't know there was a lien on it. So the First Amendment says that it has to be filed when it's effective when it's recorded in the land records. The second issue is that it allows for the imposition of a penalty and the creation of the lien, even though the underlying case may not yet have been adjudicated. So let's say that, I'm a developer, I'm a whatever, and now all of a sudden I've got this lien on my property. It's going to be recorded, and I am appealing the decision of the Attorney General. We just think that that should not become a lien until all remedies have been exhausted. If you could address those 2 issues, we would not have a problem with the bill. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Bob. Next up, Robin Clark, also favorable with amendments.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. Here, Robin Clark on behalf of Chesapeake Bay Foundation, but in testimony that's joined in the written copy by the Center for Progressive Reform, Chesapeake Legal Alliance, and Shore Rivers. We support the efforts in this bill to make many positive changes, provide many more tools to the department around enforcement in order to keep our water quality high. For example, the Attorney General has mentioned it, but to provide the department with a civil penalty around drinking water supply, making sure that they're certified operators in our drinking water infrastructure. And also to update penalties, some of which haven't been updated for decades and could never really provide a deterrent to bad actors for that reason. So very supportive of the provisions in this bill and pushing for a few amendments that we think would strengthen the legislation. The vast majority of enforcement actions are administrative, but we'd like to see more of a discourse between the department and the Office of Attorney General with regard to those violations that may rise to the level of needing the Attorney General's engagement. And therefore would like to see some sort of a referral process or notice out to the Office of Attorney General from the department when they are taking an administrative action so that awareness can begin, that conversation might begin earlier. Second, there are many things taken into consideration when assessing what a penalty should be for a violator, but we'd like to the committee to consider adding the economic benefit that a violator derived from failing to comply with the law, because I think that really sadly gets us into the weighing and the decision making of a bad actor when they're determining whether they're going to comply with the law or not. Will I derive economic benefit from this? Maybe I take that route. Finally, we'd like to see an opportunity for the public to engage in the administrative hearing process. With that, I urge a favorable report. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, Angelica Bailey with MML.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, committee members. Thank you for having me. Angelica Bailey, Government Relations Director for the Maryland Municipal League. We're here in support with amendments. As I said in our written testimony, we completely understand the need for enforcement in these facilities, but we just think this goes too far. The penalties for violations would be high for a facility or a company, let alone an individual. And this bill would let individual employees be held personally liable, both civilly and criminally. So, a violation could send a municipal wastewater employee to jail for a year on top of a $5,000 penalty, and that's $5,000 a day. It's unlikely, maybe, but it is possible. And that in and of itself feels unreasonable. And this bill goes even farther to make those penalties apply to any violations, not just intentional or willful violations. We can understand the need to hold a purposeful violator responsible, but honest human error happens sometimes. We're all guilty of it. And a massive personal penalty is not a fair result. And we're not just arguing on the principle of the matter here either. This would have an impact on our municipal wastewater employees like plant supervisors and plant operators. We already have a hard time attracting and retaining staff for these positions. So we're very concerned that good folks would be scared off by this. So, as we've said before, we get it. We understand the purpose. We don't disagree with the goal, but the penalties would put municipal wastewater facilities in a really tough spot. So thank you for your consideration. We hope to continue to work with the sponsors and the proponents, and happy Friday.
Okay, thank you very much. The last witness who wants to testify in favor is Greg Smith. Greg, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Mr. Smith is not here.
All right, then we will go to questions. The first question will be Delegate Boyce.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Attorney General Frost. I did have a couple of questions. I was actually hoping that one more testimony would go so that I can formulate it a little better. But I think to MML.
You want to go after Sarah Love?
I think I can get it out. To MML's point about penalties, I'm certainly about giving MDE more authority if they need it, but given that they don't have enough or have barely even had enough inspectors in the last couple of years, and given the fact now that I think it is interesting that they've decided to sue Baltimore City when there is a large lack of compliance throughout the state for facilities, I'm a little skeptical about how this would be used, because on one hand, a plant has or a facility has a responsibility to maintain itself, whether it's a dam, the water facility, whatever it is. But on the other hand, half of these places haven't been appropriately inspected. So I wanted you to help me out with understanding about giving them this authority when things haven't been really well inspected to date.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good question, because MDE has only about a third of the inspectors it needs to make our drinking water safe. But it doesn't have tools beyond, a nuclear weapon or beneath a nuclear weapon in order to get things fixed. So, if you had a dam that was in need of repair, drastically in need of repair, what would happen now is either nothing, or our office would indict somebody or charge somebody with a misdemeanor. And there really need to be graduated opportunities for getting people to comply with the law. I mean, I don't think that we need to indict folks in order to make them, I hope we don't need to indict folks in order to make them clean up our drinking water or stop wastewater from going into a nearby stream. And what this bill does is it takes the exact same tools that the Department of Environment has in 9 other areas and says, okay, here are 7 areas in which you don't have that power, and we're giving them to you. And so all the, the fears about employees going to jail, nobody's going to jail unless they commit a crime. And we don't need this bill to chase people who've committed crimes, who've done it intentionally, who have done it recklessly. We got that power. We don't need that. What we need is MDE to be able to go in and say, look, man, you're screwing this up. It's dangerous for everybody in the neighborhood, or it's dangerous for the folks who are drinking the water. We need you to clean it up. We're gonna impose a $1,000 fine. Please stop. Pay the fine. Get it.
You might as well. He's pretty cheap too.
Marlon, you're off mute. Can somebody mute Marlon, please? I'm sorry, Mr.
That's okay.
But I think to Angelica's point, would someone who made a mistake or something, it's a full moon and something off happens, would they be in danger of being criminally charged or held, grossly negligent for something that?
Well, I mean, if someone does it, grossly negligently or intentionally, then yeah, they could be criminally charged. This bill won't change that. We already have that power.
Okay.
What we're talking about is extending to all of, so in 9 areas of its jurisdiction, MDE can go in and say, okay, here's an administrative fine.
Understood.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it now. I'm sorry, Mr. Yes, I get it. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Delegate Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Attorney General. Always wonderful to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this bill. As we all are well aware, MDE is in some dire straits. Very quick question for you. Have you had a chance to see the judiciary's opposition?
Yes, I saw it a couple of weeks ago, but I don't remember what their concern is now.
I mean, they made a vague comment about they don't like it. It amends things. And then they say, in particular, they're opposed to the language which states that a court shall grant an injunction. Would you be amenable to may, or is shall very important?
That can certainly be fixed, but let me tell you, that's the language in 9 other subtitles with respect to MDE's jurisdiction. So we're not breaking new ground here.
Good to know. Thank you. And Mr. Chair, if I may, I have another question.
Sure.
This question is for Robin. Robin, how does this bill intersect with the bill that this committee heard the other day about zombie permits?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question, Delegate. So you heard the other day legislation with regard to water discharge permits. Those that are in non-compliance and those that are zombies are administratively continued beyond their permit term. That bill is really trying to get ahead of this bill. It's also trying to add tools for the Department of Environment to go in and do inspections at an earlier stage when they see a blip that there's a pollution discharge occurring that's outside of the permit's limits, that they should go out and inspect that facility within a month. And also that they should seek to clear the backlog of old permits that need to be renewed and try to limit the extent to which going forward they renew those permits. This bill is really a complement to that. It's a little further down the line when you're starting to look at penalty provisions, and it's providing more tools to the department with regard to those later enforcement actions, whether they be administrative, civil, or criminal.
Thank you.
There appear to be no, Delegate Healy has a question. Delegate Healy?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. I guess I really responding to Delegate Boyce's question, which really reminded me that a lot of the problems with a lot of these things is that there are not enough inspectors. They're not doing enforcement. Passing a bill giving them more authority may actually water down their ability to do the things that they're already not doing very well. It seems like maybe we ought to be concentrating more on requiring them to hire enough staff to do the jobs that they've been given. Don't you agree with that, Attorney General?
I think we need to do both, Delegate Healy. You were absolutely right. I mean, they need to, and it's the number of inspectors has plummeted over 7 years. And
okay, so you're in favor of doing both.
Okay, thank you.
I'm in favor of doing both. Yes.
Okay, that's good. Okay, we're going to move now to the opponents of the bill. And the first is, wait, do any of them actually want to talk at us? Oh, there are no oral opponents. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Attorney General. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 402. You are free to go to cocktail hour. I am not, however. We will go to House Bill 485, the Montgomery County delegation, and I believe it's being presented to us by DFH.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, if he's here, he's got it. If not, I do.
You've got it.
Okay, he's not here.
Right.
Colleagues, stepping in on the fly here. Delegate Sarah Love here to present House Bill 485, which is a Montgomery County delegation bill. You have the delegation letter in your packets. In short, what this bill does is codifies practices in Montgomery County that have been in place since 2017, and that sunsetted last year. Actually, I lied. They sunset this year, June 30th. So we need to re-up them. It has to do with your and my favorite topic of Sunday hunting. Basically, like I said, it just codifies what we've been doing since 2017. So ask for your favorable report to get rid of the sunset so we can keep doing what we've been doing, which has been a compromise worked out with Horse Council and hunters and been in place for many, many years. Thanks.
Okay, we will hear from Jane Siegler, who is with the Maryland Horse Council. Jane, welcome back to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Barvey. I won't need those 2 minutes. I just want to say that the Horse Council has been supportive of what we call the 10:30 a.m. compromise since 2016. And since this bill does not expand Sunday hunting, the compromise has been working well in Montgomery County and in the other counties in the state that have adopted it. So we support the bill.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Robert Sissel with the Montgomery Ag Producers. Bob, welcome to the committee. Is Bob with us?
I am here. I just was, I didn't know if you were going to unmute me or I was going to unmute me.
Oh, and by the way, before you start testifying, Bob.
Yes, sir.
Nobody opposes a spill.
Yes. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds. How's that? Montgomery Ag Producers supports the bill. The agricultural community as a whole supports the bill. It is, as was described, it was sunsetted for this year, and we want to continue it. We made a great working relationship with the Horse Council, the agricultural community, and the hunting community. The numbers are out for this past year, and 8% of the deer taken in Montgomery County are on Sundays, and we only hunt till 10:30 in the morning. So that's a good number, and overall the harvest was down, but we support the bill as it is written, and I thank you very much. Good to see you.
Delegate Terraza has a question on this local bill that has no opponents.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure I understand. This is 30 minutes before sunrise till 10:30 on Sundays, and then can they hunt the rest of the week?
Yes, ma'am. This is only a Sunday hunting bill. It is to codify the ability to hunt Sunday mornings until 10:30 in the morning and a half an hour before sunrise.
And that's in addition to the rest of the week.
Correct. The other 6 days of the week are preset by the DNR, and they're in conjunction with the rest of the state.
Okay.
And Delegate Terraza, it's not adding anything. It's what we've been doing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, that ends the public hearing on House Bill 485. Let's go to House Bill 586, Delegate Ahrens.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to present that bill on his behalf, if you don't mind.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm a co-sponsor on the bill.
All right.
House Bill 586 is simply the county of Queen Anne's being added to the list of counties in Maryland for the agritourism use of farm barns that are exempt from the building permit requirements, and it's up to 200 people. It expands it to the limit of 200, which we have. I forget how many counties are in that now, but it's really just adding Queen Anne's to the same list of all the other counties that have up to 200.
Yeah, it's a bunch of counties. Okay.
That's all the bill does.
Okay, there's no opposition. Colby Ferguson is signed up to testify in favor. Colby, are you with us?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hey, there he is.
I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'll be short and sweet. This is, I think, round 3 of this bill. I think we've had 2 other counties that brought forward the same bill this year, and it just adds Queen Anne's County to, I think, 11 other counties in the state that have done this, and hopefully by the end of this session, we'll have 3 more. So with that, we encourage a favorable report.
All right, thank you very much. I believe there's no opposition to the bill. Are there any questions? There appear not to be. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 586. We'll go to House Bill 686. Is Delegate Solomon in the House?
He's in the waiting room, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay. Well, let's let him in. Let's light him up.
Coming in now.
Okay. Jared?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You have 4 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, they just let me out of the waiting room, so thank you for your indulgence. First off, I want to just thank you all for your incredible work. I watched a good chunk of the earlier hearing, and I know it's late, and just appreciate the incredible effort and dialogue that went on. That is probably, as the chair said, the most important issue you're going to hear tonight. I think this bill is important as well, but thank you all for your work on that. So I am here today to present HB 686, the Safe Indoor Air Act. And this bill basically builds off of a lot of the work that this committee did over not only the last 3 years on lead in school drinking water, but even before that with former Delegate Lafferty. We really use that as a model. And so what this bill does is highlights an issue that has been front and center more because we're dealing with COVID, but has been a longstanding issue in our public schools to make sure that we have the highest quality indoor air for our educators, for our children, as we possibly can. Between mold and moisture issues, and again with COVID now being front and center, and the decision to to eliminate mask mandates front and center for many of our local boards. This bill is really probably more timely than I even imagined when we started working on it. And so what it does is really 3 key things. First, it codifies indoor air standards and the best practices that are already recommended by MSDE and the IAC, the Interagency Commission on School Construction. And what it does is it basically says that anything above 1,200 parts per million of CO2, of carbon dioxide in the air in a classroom is something that should be remediated. We have 2 tiers. We have above 1,200 parts per million, which is, again, the recommended level by the IAC and MSDE that should be below that. And then anything above 2,000 has another tier of remediation. And again, CO2 is sort of a proxy for air circulation and can be used as a proxy for a whole host of other things. It's easy to test and it's easy to measure. And you're going to hear from some of the public health experts that we've been working with that are going to go a little bit more in depth in that. But then once you've done the testing, the bill lays out a process, or now that we've codified the regulations, the bill outlines a process for regular testing, again, modeled off of the similar process that was in place for lead in drinking water. And then finally, obviously lays out a plan of public notification and a plan of remediation, which we think are all fairly reasonable. There's actually, there's a letter of support from the new Superintendent Chowdhury, who fully supports what we're trying to do in this bill. The other thing that I want to touch on is obviously, and we can get into more specifics if you have questions of sort of the way that we laid out how the testing and notification and remediation should go, and certainly we're open to tweaks to that. But there's obviously always a huge concern around funding issues for our public schools, and we know that our schools are facing really unprecedented challenges. But there's a couple of things I want to mention. One, almost every school system in the state got an incredible infusion of federal dollars, many of whom spent millions on remediation and ventilation efforts through the federal money that they received. And there's examples of those in the testimony. We got data back through MSDE and DLS from about 14 school systems. So we feel like much of the stuff that's in here already that would be needed, things like fans or things like air filtration systems, are already things or portable filters that school systems have purchased. In addition to that, school systems received $40 million alone in the Healthy Schools Facilities Fund just for HVAC renovations in November. And there's another $90 million earmarked in this year's budget for additional funding for HVAC improvements. That's on top of the $1 billion that we have in this year's budget for school capital improvements. So we've really been very thoughtful.
So they have a lot of money and you have 20 seconds left.
Yes, that was the last point that I wanted to make. So we think we've put a very thoughtful procedure in here to protect our kids, protect our educators, and we'll defer now to the experts you're going to hear from, and happy to take some questions. And would urge a favorable report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We're gonna turn to Elizabeth Dahl. Elizabeth, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Dahl, and I'm a parent and a scientist and a resident of Baltimore County. I have worked in outdoor air quality for years in my scientific research at Loyola University. And when the COVID-19 pandemic started in 2020, I began work on indoor air quality. When schools reopened last fall, I worked with friends, colleagues, and their children to collect carbon dioxide data from 8 Baltimore County public schools. While these data are limited in scope, the observations we collected are concerning and explain why we need this bill. At my son's school, Parkville Middle, 8 out of the 15 classrooms analyzed had carbon dioxide levels over 1,200 parts per million, and 4 of those had levels over 2,000 parts per million, defined as elevated by this bill. Some rooms had closer to 4,000 parts per million. We saw similar levels at Parkville High. And this wasn't unique to middle and high schools. When we looked at data from Warren Elementary School, in one classroom, the carbon dioxide levels climbed over 2,000 parts per million by 10 a.m. and were above that level for 2 hours about every day. At the respiration rate of a child, that's equivalent to breathing out 2 cups of air directly from another person each school day. Why are we not doing more to make sure the air is safe? We don't allow them to share utensils or food. We didn't allow them to share school supplies for a long time, but we allow them to breathe and rebreathe the same air. If we assess carbon dioxide levels in classrooms, it's straightforward and simple to do. I did it with kids. And these data will allow school systems to target the spaces that in most need of improvement instead of taking a blanket approach. Addressing ventilation and filtration will improve the environment our children learn in and help keep them healthy and in school. Even prior to COVID, improving ventilation and filtration was shown to was a demonstrated way to reduce student absences, which is a priority of parents and should be a priority of everyone. Thank you for hearing me today, and I urge you to issue a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll turn to Seth Adams with the Montgomery County Public School System. Seth, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Chair Barvey, members of the committee. My name is Seth Adams. I'm the Director of Facilities Management for Montgomery County Public Schools. I'm excited to be here this evening in support of Delegate Solomon and House Bill 686, the Safe School Indoor Air Act. I'm here today to provide a slightly different perspective of why I believe this bill is advantageous to the various LEAs across the state. First and foremost, indoor air quality in our school buildings is absolutely critical work. And with the many challenges students and staff are currently facing, this is an opportunity to provide a platform to potentially remove the worry of building conditions as one of those challenges. For me, this focus on infrastructure can change the relationships between school districts and the families they serve. Our work within MCPS surrounding indoor air quality has focused on partnerships with parents and industry experts over the past 2 years and has become a true success story for our students. The ability to communicate and educate as one unified voice has become the result of this work, and we're very excited to continue the development of this relationship through our further implementation of indoor air quality projects throughout our schools. As a practitioner, I know it can sometimes be scary as the individual responsible for the success of implementing initiatives such as this, but if implemented the right way, this approach has true benefits that outweigh any identified challenges. I know firsthand that our schools in the state of Maryland are some of the best in the country. We have true success stories out there that are rarely highlighted or even noticed. We have the opportunity to change that narrative and also have the ability to focus on our facility challenges in an open and transparent manner. In addition, as a byproduct of implementing a state space condition measurement and reporting tool, we have the opportunity to create dialogue and partnerships with stakeholders manage perceptions, focus on critical areas of infrastructure through preventative and corrective maintenance, and finally, but most importantly, maintain great indoor air quality conditions for our students. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Next, we'll turn to Hannah Donart. Hannah, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Barvey and committee members for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Montgomery County Council of PTAs. My name is Hannah Donner. I am chair of MCC PTA's Health and Wellness Committee, a public health scientist, and a mother of 2 young children attending public school. Our committee urges you to support HB 686. We represent over 25,000 members from over 200 diverse school communities. This bill closely aligns with our advocacy priorities to improve ventilation and air filtration systems in every school in order to ensure a healthy environment for all, while providing equitable access to safe learning spaces for the most vulnerable. We support this bill alongside our superintendent, Dr. McKnight, our facilities director, Seth Adams, who you just heard from, our Board of Ed members, our in Teachers Union, State Superintendent and State Superintendent Chaudry, as it provides transparent science-based measures that integrate indoor air quality control measure or strategies fundamental to healthier school environments and is already in Maryland's recommendations for schools. Children breathe more air per body weight than adults and have developing lungs. They also spend large portions of time in classrooms, many of which have been shown to have insufficient ventilation. CO2 monitoring provides a measure of how much air is being exhaled and rebreathed in by others in indoor spaces. Thus, the higher the ventilation rate, the more fresh air is being brought in, lending to many short and long-term health and academic benefits. Benefits of improving indoor air quality in schools encompass improving overall health and learning. Increasing ventilation reduces indoor air pollutants that are triggers for chronic respiratory diseases such as asthma and lowers the risk of airborne disease illnesses such as COVID-19. Increased ventilation also has been linked to higher test scores and minimized absenteeism. The economic benefits from increased student performance and improved health also far outweigh the costs of improving indoor air quality. Scientists estimate that net annual costs of improved ventilation range from just a few dollars to about 10 per person. This equates to less than 0.1% of typical public spending on elementary and secondary education in the US. Thus, this bill provides practical data-driven metrics that can aid school facilities in prioritizing funding allocation to equitably promote healthy schools. Every child has the right to a healthy school environment. For these reasons, we urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Vice Chair Stein.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Next is Ruth Ann Norton.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Stein and the committee. Nice to be here. I'm Ruth Ann Norton, President and CEO of the Green and Healthy Initiative, also a member of the Environmental Protection Agency's Children's Health Protection Advisory Council and chair of the Maryland Lead Commission. I'm here on behalf of GHHI to support you're favorable on HB 686. I think it is a well thought out bill. As we know, high levels of carbon dioxide can cause not only fatigue, headaches, dizziness, and psychological changes in the circulatory and cardiovascular systems, but it causes brain damage that can impair the life of a child and of the teachers and staff in our schools. We need to lower these elevated carbon dioxide levels in classrooms so that we can ensure that when a child gets to the classroom, they are healthy, ready to learn, earn, and compete for a lifetime. Elevated carbon monoxide levels also affect respiratory conditions such as asthma, which is in fact the #1 reason that kids miss school and one of the highest drivers of costs for Medicaid costs for our lower income children. This bill will also be an important tool in our work on environmental and racial justice. African American children, which predominate many of our school systems in terms of numbers, are also a higher likelihood of suffering long-term and permanent effects from asthma and neurological impacts from carbon dioxide, many studies show. We think this bill is well thought out in terms of its implementation and funding, and we urge its have our strong support for a favorable on HB 686.
Thank you, Ruth Ann. Next, we'll go to Donald Milton.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members, for the opportunity to testify. I'm a physician scientist and the Empowering Maryland professor of Environmental and Occupational Health at the University of Maryland School of Public Health in College Park. I'm also a resident of District 22. I'm testifying in favor of HB 686. Safer, cleaner indoor air in Maryland schools resulting from enactment of this bill will make major contributions to the health of our children and communities in three important ways. First, it will reduce illness absence, increasing children's time in the classroom and parents' ability to work. Second, it will protect against future waves and new pandemic airborne respiratory viruses, reducing our reliance on individual actions such as mask wearing. And third, it will result in improved intellectual performance and educational achievement of our students. In writing my testimony, in the written testimony, I provide some more detail on each of these points with key citations from the scientific literature. But briefly, ventilation, bringing in outdoor air into classrooms, was repeatedly shown to reduce illness absence from school and work before the pandemic. During this pandemic, a CDC study showed that schools that had improved ventilation reduced COVID rates in the school by 39%, as compared with mask mandates, which reduced them by 37%. Influenza and many other respiratory infections are also airborne infections, and improving ventilation will reduce them, and in the process, reduce childhood asthma hospitalizations, the major cause of pediatric hospitalizations. The benefits of ventilation, however, are much more than the physical health and include improvement in student performance. Every intervention research study that has looked at this has confirmed this finding. The costs, therefore, of increased ventilation are minuscule in comparison with the benefits, and avoiding school closures during severe influenza seasons and future pandemics would be priceless. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Let's next go to Jelena Sverbrick. I probably butchered your name, I'm sorry. Jelena. Okay, let's go to Laura Stewart. Is Laura Stewart there?
I am here. Good afternoon. Okay. My name is Laura Stewart, VP for Advocacy for Free State PTA, representing 34,000 members in over 500 schools. Our priorities include maintaining or modernizing HVAC systems in order to ensure a healthy school environment. Therefore, we are in full support of HB 686. This bill is important because CO2 levels serve as a proxy for ventilation. The COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated how important ventilation and filtration is to children, staff, and their families' well-being. I've heard from parents that are concerned with air quality, and several have sent in their own CO2 monitors with their children. Most of the results are reassuring, but a few are not. This tool should not only be available for parents that can afford to buy monitors. All too often, limited resources go to the squeaky wheel, who often are the community members that have the means and time to advocate. HB 686 will help target those resources where we need it most. It will require data collection and action to ensure that problems are addressed. As masking becomes optional, ventilation filtration becomes even more important. It will prevent learning loss by reducing exposure to airborne viruses that cause time out of school. I also want to stress that this bill allows schools to scale up their monitoring without huge cost outlays to start. For instance, you can start with 10 monitors and move them daily, taking less than 2 weeks to cover a typical elementary school. Uploading the data and recording the maximum CO2 reading only takes a couple minutes. Bad air quality has caused missed school days way before this pandemic. Any parent with a child with asthma, which I have, can tell you about the harm done to their children by mold, particle, and virus exposure in school. I've talked to teachers who have told me about having to take sick leave after being transferred to a school with bad air quality. This bill is an opportunity to build back better, to learn from this pandemic and come out on the other side with healthier learning spaces for our kids. Therefore, we urge a favorable report for HB 686. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next, let's hear from Jennifer Martin. Jennifer, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I am Jennifer Martin, president of the Montgomery County Education Association, representing over 14,000 public school employees. I want to thank this committee and Delegate Solomon for his introduction of House Bill 686, the Safe School Indoor Air Act. The Safe School Indoor Air Act is straightforward legislation that will improve the learning environment for students and working conditions for educators. House Bill 686 commits the state of Maryland to ensuring air quality standards in schools are met at a time when we are still navigating a public health crisis. This legislation introduces important safeguards for students and educators' health. As COVID-19 continues to affect our economy, health systems, and classrooms, House Bill 686 ensures that Maryland schools are protected against airborne contaminants and pathogens. The policy outlined in 686 would give peace of mind to our students and parents who have suffered so much over the last 2 years as they have endured the hardships caused by COVID. Schools throughout the state and in Montgomery County, too, often have faulty or inadequate vents, fans, and sensors. Furthermore, lower air quality standards are disproportionately seen in schools that serve communities of color. By codifying indoor air quality standards, best practices, and safety protocols, the Safe Indoor Air Act will reduce illness, infection, and improve learning and working conditions for all. Like our students, our teachers, administrators, and support personnel, all frontline workers deserve to know that their schools are always safe. This legislation is common sense reform that would enable schools to improve air ventilation and filtration, thereby improving the air quality within confined spaces like our classrooms.
Okay, if you could wind up your testimony.
I have one more sentence. The Montgomery County Education Association supports House Bill 686 because clean air is essential to promoting healthy learning conditions for students and safe working conditions for educators. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm going to turn to John Willems, who's testifying against. John, if you're there, you have 2 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, John Willems, representing the Maryland Association of Boards of Education, here today in the unenviable position of testifying in opposition to this bill. I have had the pleasure of speaking at length with the sponsor yesterday, and we have worked together over the past several years to implement the lead in school drinking water program at MDE, and I have just nothing but the greatest respect for his expertise and dedication in this area. However, I have heard the word ensure used an awful lot in describing what this bill does, and I've heard a lot of references to funding as well. And in the with all due respect category related to the Healthy School Fund, there's nothing that ensures that those dots are connected between that funding and the mandates of this bill. There's nothing in this bill that actually provides schools with additional funding for school maintenance, equipment, or personnel. So that there's nothing in this bill that ensures that school systems could in fact implement permanent remediations within a year. And so while we have spent a lot of federal money on HEPA filters and improvements to HVAC programs, and I do agree with the sponsor that the best case scenario is that we learn a lot of good things about the improved quality of indoor air in schools based on these assessments. And carbon dioxide testing makes a lot of sense, don't get me wrong. But the bill itself, I think, sets the impression that we're going to do this testing and that we're going to magically achieve results that actually require the expenditure of millions of dollars on people and equipment. We already chronically underfund systemic renovations in Maryland. And it's something we've spent a lot of time advocating for over just the last year. So for those reasons, we look forward to continue to work on the bill, but we are in a position of opposition. Thank you.
Okay, the first question goes to Delegate Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 questions. First question, Delegate Solomon, how logistically would this be done? And my second question, I was going to ask you based on the written, but Mr. Willems is here and already testified. If you could respond, let us know my question. How do you respond to Mr. Willems and Mabe's opposition? Thank you.
Sure. Well, thank you for the questions, Delegate Love. So the first question, so it's really, so first off, we would require that MDE create, in partnership with MSD, essentially a training protocol to teach folks how to do this. And you'll see in some of the opposition testimony that's come in, there seems to be this misconception, I think, among some of the districts that you have to go out and hire a private firm to come in and do this. That's not the case at all. For CO2 monitoring, and I would point you to the superintendent's testimony, the written testimony, they say that the ongoing monitoring required can be accomplished with portable equipment that is fairly inexpensive and provides data that can be directly exported to an associated application. So our hope would be that you could identify, the bill requires you would have to identify 3 people in each building to take the training on how to do CO2 monitoring. Again, just like the lead in water testing is done, it's done usually by a maintenance official or some facilities official in a building. And you would essentially take the monitor, you would place it in that room in the morning, you would take a day's worth of sampling. That data would be uploaded to a central database, probably monitored, we would assume by the school system's facilities office. In that instance, Seth for MCPS and his staff. And you would do the same thing again in that room a couple of months later when it was warm out or when it was cold. And so we've also, in the conversation that I had with John and the folks at MAIM, we talked about there is an incredible burden being placed on maintenance and janitorial staff right now because of COVID. We're happy to scale some of this back, potentially to just start it. But, in some of the, again, I think it was Anne Arundel County sent in a letter that they would have to spend millions of dollars to hire outside consultants. Nothing in this bill says that it has to be done by outside consultants. Again, the superintendent's own testimony says can be done fairly inexpensively. The monitors are, $20 or $30 to purchase. Again, we're open to be flexible with staff time. And to your second question.
I think we got the answer. Next question goes to Delegate Weigel. Oh, excuse me, Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Delegate Solomon. How do you talked a little bit about the cost and how the monitoring will be done, but how do you envision schools paying for the large infrastructure investments, particularly in school districts with aging school buildings?
Yeah, that's a great question. So a lot of our hope is, frankly, again, because this is something that's already sort of looked at by the IAC in their facilities inventory. And again, this is best practice that's been on the books from both MSD and IAC for a while, that most of these classrooms, things can be pretty easily fixed or remediated with all of the things that have been purchased already. So, I mentioned that districts have spent millions of dollars on these, incredibly potent filters that go into the existing units already. But most districts, especially the larger ones, have gone out and spent, again, millions of dollars on portable filters. So you could put a filter in there, you could put a fan in there to address, lower levels. If you do have a building where, every room in the building had, level over 2,000, we write that you have up to a year to figure out a long-term plan. So again, there is $1 billion in school construction money. The Healthy Schools Facilities Fund has $90 million in it. It is a commitment of this body and the Senate to make sure that money stays in there. I understand what John is saying, that not every school system has connected those dots, but that's not, I think that's something we could do with outreach and with more conversations. And we also discussed the possibility that if you do have a building where, it's slated to be on the CIP for complete reno or reconstruction, maybe within 2 years, but they have a large scale HVAC problem, we wouldn't want the district spending $10 million to upgrade an HVAC system on a building that's going to be torn down anyway. So we understand, we're willing to work on that. We're willing to put some flexibility in there. But my comment to the districts would be, if you have a building where every room has major HVAC issues and that building is not already slated for a reno or a significant upgrade, the money is available from the state, and that is a failure of the local board to make that a priority.
Okay, next question goes to Delegate Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for Dr. Milton. Have you done any studies on the masking of students and the impact on the respiratory infections, oxygen, and CO2 levels of school children as a result of masking?
I have not personally done studies on the physiology of masking. However, as an occupational medicine physician, I am well aware that masks can slightly increase people's respiratory effort. There is no evidence, and I have looked through the literature for this, that there's any change in the carbon dioxide burden in the body from that. People who are running and exercising heavily while wearing a mask can get tired a little earlier. This is mainly a problem for older adults.
Okay, thank you.
Next question goes to Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize. I missed a few minutes of this, so this might have been covered. So there are CO2 levels already established in the IAC. Is that correct? And does this change those requirements?
No, Delegate Ruth, thank you for the question. Yeah, so they are already in IAC and MSCE regs. Our concern is that there really isn't a whole lot done about them. There's no regular monitoring. We know the IAC is doing sort of a full soup to nuts school inventory across the entire state. That's been a priority for the Appropriations Committee and Budget and Tax, but that does not do that. They do not do regular monitoring. It is not updated. It is not publicly available, and it would not address a lot of the issues that are in here.
Thank you so much. And sorry, I haven't had a chance to look at the testimony. Did MSCA take a position on this?
Yes, yeah, and Jennifer is here not only as
great.
our local president, but as a representative of the State Teachers Union.
I'm so sorry, I had to step out.
Testified in favor.
Thank you.
Yes.
And there's testimony also from MedChi and the Academy of Pediatrics as well. I think Ms. Casemeyer couldn't be here tonight.
Okay. Any further questions? Hearing none, thank you so much. We're going to move to House Bill 829. Delegate Love.
Thank you, Mr.
4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but Pam is here in opposition to my bill. So just so we know. But anyway. I just hit mute. Thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, it's been a long day, but thank you. Delegate Sarah Love here to present HB 829, the Zero Emission Truck Act of 2022. As those of you on this committee are well aware, we have set ambitious goals here in Maryland to combat climate change. Decreasing discharges from transportation is a key element of this. Trucks and buses, usually fueled by diesel, account for 4% of vehicles on the road, but are responsible for nearly 25% of greenhouse gas emissions from transportation. Truck emissions are the fastest growing source of greenhouse gas emissions. These emissions, as we've heard, affect the respiratory system, increase the risk of heart problems, premature death, lung cancer. They damage crops, trees, and other vegetation. They also produce acid rain, which affects soils, lakes, streams, and enter the food chain. So HB 834 is an important step to bring down these emissions. Under the Federal Clean Air Act, vehicles in the United States can be certified under one of two programs, the federal program or the California program. In 2007, this body passed the Clean Car Act, which adopted California's low emission vehicle and zero emission vehicle standards. So HB 829 is the next step by adopting California's standards with respect to medium and heavy duty trucks. We're already moving there. I don't know if you all were there at the press conference the other day. We had an example of a ZEV garbage truck. Hyattsville added its first ZEV garbage truck last year. Governor Larry Hogan has recognized the importance of this transition. In July 2020, he announced that along with the governors of 14 other states and the mayor of DC, he had signed an agreement to collaborate on increasing the number of electric, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles, pursuing a goal of all sales of these vehicles being zero-emission models by 2050. Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, Washington, and Oregon have all adopted similar legislation. Connecticut, Maine, Vermont, Rhode Island, Colorado, and Illinois are in discussions. Maryland should be on this list. You have one amendment in your packet. We got the weight definitions wrong. So I encourage you to look at that. And with that, I respectfully request a favorable report on 829.
Okay, let's go to Emily Scarr with Mary Perg. Emily, welcome back. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Barvey, again, for the record, my name is Emily Scarr. I'm the director of Maryland PERG, the statewide consumer group, here on behalf of Environment Maryland, Maryland PERG, and Maryland PERG students in support of HB 829, the Advanced Clean Truck Rule. This bill will not clean up all of our vehicles or even electrify all of our trucks, but it will increase the number of electric trucks sold in the state starting in 2025 and ramping up for more than a decade, which is very good for public health and the environment. Diesel fumes from medium and heavy duty trucks on the road is a true health hazard. And throughout the state, Maryland children and families are already suffering enough from damaging health effects of unhealthy air. In our written report, our written testimony, you can see our October report, Trouble in the Air, which outlines the number of elevated air pollution days throughout the state, finding that the Baltimore area experienced more than 43 days of elevated air pollution in 2020, which is more than a month. And many metropolitan areas across the state had similar levels of high air pollution days. Every day of elevated air pollution increases risks of premature death, asthma attacks, cancer, and other adverse health impacts. In 2021, the American Lung Association also gave 6 Maryland counties an F for air quality. You can click on the link in my testimony to see how your county did. In particular, diesel pollution contributes to numerous negative health impacts through the particulate matter it produces. So by passing this bill, Maryland would join a growing number of states adopting the advanced clean truck rule, including California, Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, Washington, and Oregon. So we respectfully request a favorable report. Thank you for hanging in with us so late on a Friday night.
Yep, thank you. Next is Dr. Christine Berg. Christine, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes. Christine Berg. Okay, we'll go to Josh Tolkien.
She's muted.
Okay, Christine. We'll go to Josh Tolkien.
Okay, wait, I'm sorry. I thought I'm unmuted now. I apologize.
Okay, go ahead, Christine.
Okay, I'm Dr. Christine Berg. I'd like to thank you, Chairman Barve, and the other members of the committee for allowing me to speak. I appreciate your patience, and it's been a long afternoon for you. I'm an oncologist and internationally recognized in cancer screening and also lung cancer risk. I would like to urge support of HB 829, the Zero Emission Truck Act, to reduce emissions from medium and heavy duty trucks in Maryland. I want to specifically applaud my D16 delegate, Sarah Love, for sponsoring this bill and giving an eloquent introduction on the bill and its impacts, particularly on health. I wanted to mention that CO2 emissions contributing to climate change also have an effect on cancer patients. In my written testimony, I attached 2 of the publications I have had outlining the problems, and if you want more information, you can read it. The problems with fine particulate matter and nitrous oxide have already been very well addressed, and I urge that zero emission trucks be implemented gradually as we're allowed under this legislation. And thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you. Next, let's turn to Kevin Shen. Kevin, welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thanks, Chairman Barber, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kevin Shen, and I'm a policy analyst at the Union of Concerned Scientists. As a Maryland resident and analyst working on transportation and air quality issues, I support HB 829, the Zero Emissions Truck Act, which would help Maryland adopt the Advanced Clean Trucks Rule. As Delegate Love has said, 6 other states have already adopted this rule and taken an important step towards cleaning up their transportation sectors. And in 2020, Governor Hogan committed to making all truck and bus sales to be zero emission by 2050. This rule will be a concrete step towards making good on those promises. We have the technologies ready right now, and it'd be foolish not to make them available and to actually use them. In the United States, there are more than 100 models of electric trucks and buses from over 30 manufacturers that are available either today or with production announced before this rule would go into effect. This covers most kinds of trucks, from delivery vans to long-haul semi-tractor trailers to dump trucks like the one that you might have seen outside on Tuesday. There are numerous studies showing how that over the lifetime of these electric trucks, most of them have a lower total cost of ownership given the fuel and maintenance cost savings, and this saves on fleets' bottom lines. This rule also acts on a very gradual timeline. So the charging needs of electric trucks adopted in its early years will be satisfied by existing grid infrastructure, and vehicle to grid integration strategies can help avoid the need for some distribution upgrades. And adoption of the rule will provide some certainty and a baseline trajectory for truck adoption around which electric utilities in the state can plan for and implement necessary grid upgrades and service extensions. In fact, these trucks will benefit the grid and customer electric bills by increasing economies of scale, something known as downward pressure on rates. This rule is also complemented by vehicle incentive programs, such as the Clean Fuels Incentive Program, and expansions proposed in bills like the TEAM Act coming later down. The benefits of this rule are immense, and I urge a favorable report. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Now we'll go to, you're with the Union of Concerned Scientists. Josh, did I skip over you? What's going on here?
Yes, you did. You did.
Okay, sorry, Josh. Go ahead. You got 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Josh Tolkien, Director of the Sierra Club Maryland chapter. On behalf of our 70,000 members and supporters, we urge a favorable report. You've heard from us before, transportation is the largest source of climate pollution in the state of Maryland. Large trucks, delivery trucks, account for 30% of those emissions and significant pollutants and particulates. We have a model solution. As Delegate Love mentioned, in 2007, this body adopted the first clean car program, signing on to the California Clean Car Rule for passenger cars. I am afraid I'm going to have to date myself. I had a lot more hair at the time, but I testified for that bill and advocated for it. And I'm here to tell you that there were a lot of opposition arguments. People won't want the cars. They will want too many of them, so there'll be a wait. There's not enough options. I don't want to have to buy them. Unfortunately, you're going to hear very similar arguments today, but I'm here to tell you that the program that we implemented was successful for passenger cars. We have so many hybrid and electric vehicle options today, and we can make the same thing happen in the electric truck sector if we enact similar strong policies. We're going to hear that there's a long wait for trucks. That is because the demand is out there right now, and we need to be putting policies in place to be incentivizing the manufacturing. If somebody says, I don't want to buy an electric truck, I want to remind the committee, this bill puts a requirement on the manufacturers, ensuring that there's the supply to meet the demand that we know is coming. So nobody will be required to purchase an electric truck. If you look at the percentages in the table, you will see that the ramp up still allows plenty of room for a variety of trucks all the way out 10, 15 years from now. We will have a growing electric truck supply while still allowing for choice. These standards are critical. This is the time to enact them. And if we get in early, there are benefits for early adoption. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next, we'll listen to Soraya Ben. Soraya?
Unfortunately, I believe she is not able to testify at this time.
Okay. Caitlin Monahan is testifying on behalf of Rivian, favorable with amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Caitlin Monahan. As a Maryland resident, parent, and employee of Rivian Automotive, I thank you for your consideration of this bill. Founded in 2009, Rivian is an American manufacturer of electric vehicles. With over 12,000 employees across the U.S., Rivian develops and manufactures all electric zero-emission vehicles here in the U.S. We have 3 vehicles available now, 3 models, the R1T pickup, the R1S SUV, and a commercial fleet vehicle that can be used for different applications. For example, Amazon has ordered 100,000 of these vehicles from us for last mile clean delivery. All of these vehicles can be counted towards the medium and heavy duty ZEV requirements of this bill. You'll hear a lot about the environmental and public health benefits, so I'll focus on the industry side. The ACT will accelerate the growth of medium and heavy duty EV market. With its strong yet achievable standards, vehicle class specific sales targets, and provisions for credit trading, the regulation is thoughtfully designed to support the industry's compliance efforts while driving accelerated deployment of EVs by manufacturers. It is important to remember that if enacted, The mandate is the responsibility of the manufacturers. Manufacturers absolutely can and should meet these standards. Remember that these wouldn't start until model year 2026, and it only starts at about 10%. If we're not electric at a 10% flexible, tradable level by 2026, we're all in trouble. We can and we should do this. Yesterday at the Senate hearing, car dealers were saying that buyers don't want to buy EVs. That's not true.
If you can wind up your testimony, the committee would really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. That's not true today, and it will certainly not be true in 2026. Thank you for your consideration of this bill.
Okay, I'm going to entertain questions for the advocates, and then we'll go to the opponents. I have a question for whomever. Is this like the ZEV mandate where we have to accept the California standard and we can't alter it in any way?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay, and this is for everything up to 18-wheelers, right?
It's for all vehicles over 8,500 pounds.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you so much. We'll go to the opponents and we'll start with Louis Campion, who is testifying in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Louis Campion, Maryland Motor Truck Association, and we do appreciate efforts to further reduce greenhouse gases from transportation, including trucks. Electric trucks are coming, but they're not coming along these timelines. Our industry is actually fuel neutral. We don't care what the fuel is. We just need fuel that's available, the product's affordable, and that it meets our operational needs so we can deliver the products that people need. Electric trucks are not like electric cars. They are nothing like electric cars, and we keep wanting to compare them in that way. There are dramatic differences in the availability of product. Right now, there are 6 major heavy-duty truck manufacturers in this country, and they have approximately 5 models actually available, and they are not in mass production. I'll give you an example. Everybody likes to point to the Tesla truck. Tesla Semi announced in 2017. They were going to release it in 2019. It's now 2022, and there is not a single Tesla truck actually available for purchase on the road. Battery range and charge time are dramatically different. Batteries right now 150 to 250 miles, and it takes you 2 hours to charge. A comparable diesel vehicle can go 2,000 miles, and it takes you 15 minutes to fill up. Grid capacity, there's actually a major trucking company in Joliet, Illinois, that did try to outfit its terminal there for electric vehicles. And it was rejected by the city because the grid could not support their application. Cost is about 3 times higher for these vehicles, not even counting the charging station. In California, you get purchase incentives of $120,000 per vehicle plus charging incentives. If we want to start dedicating those kinds of dollars, we might be able to move this product in the future. We have to have infrastructure first, Mr. Chairman. Maryland has 1,200 electric charging stations. They're only for passenger cars. We have 0 electric charging stations for heavy-duty vehicles in this state right now. So we would suggest that it is premature to pass this. We want to transition as these hurdles are overcome.
Okay, if you can wrap it up.
And that's all I need to say, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
thank you.
Great. Mike O'Halloran with the Petroleum Distributors. Mike, welcome back.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. I've been with you all day, so I'm happy to still be here. For the record, Mike O'Halloran on behalf of the Mid-Atlantic Petroleum Distributors in opposition to House Bill 829. In the interest of time, I will largely adopt the testimony of my colleague from the Maryland Motor Truck Association. Look, our members own and operate fueling stations that power Maryland's trucking fleet. And you just heard from them, these trucks are not a viable option. But beside that, they also operate these vehicles, our members that is, especially those who deliver heating and propane to thousands of homes and businesses throughout the state as a viable and important energy source for space and water heating applications. Delivery drivers cannot afford the time necessary to charge up their tankers when they're making vital refills during our winter months, for example. For these reasons, we do request an unfavorable committee report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Timothy French with the Truck and Engine Manufacturers Association.
Good evening. My name is Tim French, testifying on behalf of the Truck and Engine Manufacturers Association. EMA represents the world's leading manufacturers of commercial trucks, the types of vehicles that would be covered under the proposed Zero Emission Truck Act. EMA and its members fully support a conversion of commercial trucking fleet to ZEVs. However, the adoption of state-specific ZEV truck sales mandates is not the way to get there. To ensure the successful deployment of ZEV trucks, very large public investments will be required up front, not after ZEV sales mandates are put in place. More specifically, and before opting into CARB's ACT program, Maryland needs to establish a comprehensive program to develop the robust infrastructure necessary to recharge or refuel ZEV trucks for trucks that will involve longer installation timelines, greater demands on the state's electricity grid, and significantly larger public investments than for passenger cars. In addition, since the cost of ZEV trucks is currently 2 to 3 times higher than for a conventionally fueled truck, Maryland also will need to provide upfront purchase incentives to offset the significantly higher price differential for ZEV trucks. Otherwise, the assumed increasing percentage of purchases of ZEV trucks will simply not occur. Thus, action on this bill should be deferred. Deferral also makes sense since the ACT rule is being revised by CARB to require 100% ZEV truck sales by 2035 or even earlier. Considering that development, the legislature should pause to assess all of the actual ramifications of following California's regulatory path. In sum, the proposed Zero Emission Truck Act would put the cart before the horse. If the necessary ZEV truck recharging infrastructure is not in place, if sufficiently large purchase incentives are not readily available, truck purchasers will not buy the ZEV trucks that manufacturers would be obligated to sell. The net result would be the establishment of unworkable mandates that would more likely frustrate, not foster, the emerging market for ZEV trucks in Maryland. Thank you.
Okay, next, Alexander Adams with the Partnership for a Zero Emission Vehicle Future.
I believe Mr. Adams is not here.
Okay, and then I guess the last is Pam Casemeyer, who I understand is here.
Yes. Hello, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Pam Casemeyer here on behalf of the Maryland Delaware Solid Waste Association. I'll save you a lot of time. I'm not sure I can add a tremendous amount, but I did want to say that our industry is here just to say, because everyone can visualize trash trucks. I understand there's one manufacturer that sort of has developed a model. It doesn't work for the entire industry. And as you can well imagine, effective and cost-effective collection of waste and recyclables is something that's critical, unrelated to missions. So I'm here on their behalf to echo everything that you've heard from the other opponents.
Okay, we've got a couple of questions, but I want to start with a question because I ordinarily understand why people are for and against bills. I understand why the petroleum distributors oppose this bill. I understand why the truck and engine manufacturers oppose this bill. I don't understand why the Motor Truck Association and you, Pam, I don't understand why you oppose this bill, because if they don't produce the trucks and they don't buy the trucks, you're not harmed in any way. I understand why the petroleum guys are opposed to it. They're opposed to the industry. I don't understand why the Motor Truck Association would care.
So I'll take that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. So, okay, at the end of the day, right, we are not currently required to purchase these vehicles, but we know that California is also working on an advanced fleet purchasing rule. And as has already been observed, you have to bring in all of the components around that rule. So if California moves forward with a fleet purchasing rule, it will also require us to follow their fleet purchasing rule because we cannot deviate from California's standards. Secondly, and just very briefly, what will absolutely happen is we will just buy trucks from Virginia, West Virginia, and that's, I know, a threat that you hear all the time. Buying a truck is nothing like buying a car. You don't go to a truck dealer and there's trucks all over the place. You spec out that truck on a sheet. You know what you want. You choose the type of engine you want. So you're muted, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. So literally, it's a paperwork transaction, and they deliver the truck to you.
Here's what I don't understand. This,
yes,
I mean, let's say we passed a law that says you can only buy trucks that use Heineken beer as a fuel source. Okay?
Yep.
And let's just assume that nobody builds a truck that uses Heineken beer as a fuel source. How does that law hurt you?
So that's a great question, right? Because we've seen the continued delay, I will call it, in meeting the ZEV car goals, right? You cannot plan as a business for replacing your fleet, for your fleet turnover schedule, for making decisions about leasing versus buying, all of which goes into those kinds of turnover of equipment decisions. If you believe that there's a mandate about product sales, then it's not
Louis,
available.
I'm sorry. I'm the CFO of a company that has 3 box trucks and a bunch of vans and pickups. I'm not saying that I support the bill or that I'm going to vote for the bill, but if it were to pass, I don't see how it hurts my business. I'll just buy what's available.
But okay, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that, but your availability will be limited here in Maryland because of the percentage of sales mandates. That's part of the problem, is that if I can't go to my dealer and get the equipment that I want to get because they are under a ZEV sales mandate, and operationally those vehicles don't meet my needs. And let's say they're at a 25% threshold right now in terms of the ZEV sales mandate. All right, they cannot sell me the truck that I want legally if they have not met that, if they're not going to meet that mandate.
Okay, I understand. Okay, first question goes to Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this question is for the sponsor and or the proponents. So I heard Mr. Campion say that there are no chargers for zero emission trucks in Maryland. And I wanted to just ask, do you know if that's true? And if that is true, how do we get there, and how can we move forward with this bill?
That's a great question. I think I'm going to kick that over to Caitlin or some of the other folks who may have the answer to that.
Thanks for that question. I can start. So there's really robust charging infrastructure and a huge economic development opportunity for third parties that are interested in investing in this infrastructure. We've seen companies like ChargePoint, Electrify America, make these investments. Rivian Automotive, my company, that we're making these investments now, and the Biden administration, as part of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, has committed to investing billions of dollars in electric vehicle charging infrastructure as a really important part of their climate initiative. So it's here now and it's growing quickly. And again, this, if enacted today, this wouldn't begin until model year 2026. So we have a lot of time to continue to build this out.
Thank you. Is it true though that the electric vehicle chargers for cars will not work with these trucks?
There are different, in terms of the kilowatt hour capacity for chargers, there are different types of chargers, but there's a lot of flexibility in this program. So it's over 8,500 pounds and it's a credit trading process. So for example, all 3 of our models, passenger pickups, SUVs, and delivery vehicles, do count towards this program. There's robust charging infrastructure now. So as we ramp up and advance the technology for some of these even heavier models, there's a lot of flexibility and lead time in the program to account for that.
So the smaller trucks can use the current EV chargers, but not the larger ones. Is that what you're saying? I'm sorry, I'm just not understanding.
So they can use them. It's a bit of a slower charge,
Okay,
but that technology is improving really rapidly over time. And again, huge federal investments going into that now.
Okay, so never mind. I understand. Thank you.
Next question goes to the sponsor, Delegate Love.
Mr. Chair, very briefly, I wouldn't have brought this up, but Louis, you threw out Tesla. Are you aware that they submitted testimony in support of this bill? It's a yes or no question.
No, I am not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Asked and answered. I like it. Delegate Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to make sure I understand. So I think one thing that's being missed is the fact that trucking goes beyond the state. And so I'm curious about infrastructure as relates to being able to charge from state to state. That's one question. Two, I think to the chairman's point, I'm trying to figure out, because I'm not sure I understand. If I have a fleet now that is not being created, and especially in model year 2026, and my truck breaks down and there is no inventory in the EV world to replace it, what does a trucker do? What depending on the type of truck. So, I mean, a truck is a truck, 18-wheeler, this, that, refrigeration, non-refrigeration. So I'm wondering, if it's not in market and I have an accident, my truck goes over the bridge, is done, what would one do?
I can take that question.
I mean, I'd like to hear from both sides personally, yes.
There is not a requirement on any individual. So what you would do is you would go to the location where you bought your previous truck and you would request that model, and in all foreseeable scenarios, you would purchase the truck that you wanted. Ideally, by the time that happens, you would see an increased supply of electric options and you would have a choice between those. But it is not a requirement in any way on the individual company to be purchasing the electric vehicles. It's a requirement on the manufacturer.
That's what I needed, because I'm confused about that. So thanks for that clarification, because if the issue is if there isn't enough to be made, what you're saying is on the manufacturer in 2016 to start making these trucks. But if Mr. Campion lost a truck and he needed to replace it, he can go buy the same type of truck that may be a diesel option. But what you're saying is that there may be an electric option.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Yep.
To the out-of-state
yes.
issue, I would note that there are several other states in the Northeast that have begun to or have adopted this program. And I would also note that the ramp-up speeds for the different classes of trucks are different. The lowest ramp-up speed is for your Class 7, Class 8 tractor trailers.
Right.
It is going to be a slower adoption for some of those larger vehicles. There'll be questions about interstate charging systems.
And I think that was my actually question, Josh. It wasn't about who else was doing this. It's really about trucks don't just go. Like if I'm a trucker and I'm delivering, right. I may not just be in Maryland, I may be in Virginia. And the question is, you then have to create routes to know, and we're talking about an EV, battery, mileage, time, where I can go to, I mean, it's just like a gas station. If you're not somewhere and that light comes on, you are up, what creek. So same thing I'm thinking about.
Yep, and there's going to be planning of those routes,
also, please,
planning of the companies.
Okay.
Planning of the charging opportunities. The ramp up intentionally is smaller there, and likely we'll be looking at smaller routes in the first couple of years. But the companies that are going to be adopting this are looking at these mandates will be making plans for those interstate routes, and there will absolutely be charging infrastructure needs over the ramp up of this, just as we've seen charging infrastructure increases since 2007 when we put this clean passenger, the original clean car rule in place.
Did Louis?
Yes, Louis wanted to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to point out two points with regards to that charging infrastructure component, right? One of the major differences, right, with regards to cars is that if you have a garage, you can turn your garage on a passenger car into a charging station, in effect. Okay, with trucks, we are a pass-through state for trucking. More than 50% of the truck travel in the state of Maryland did not originate here and is not destined for Maryland. They are just passing through the state. So those vehicles are not going to be subject to this mandate and will have continued similar impact from a pollution standpoint that they have today. The other piece of that is anyone who studies truck parking, if you have ever driven at night past an exit or entrance ramp in the state of Maryland or anywhere near a truck parking rest area, you will see trucks all along the shoulder of the entrance and exit ramp. And the reason for that is we have known for over 20 years that there are dramatic shortfalls across the country in truck parking that we have never been able to address in this state or this country. So somebody has to explain to me how, if we can't even put down a slab of asphalt where these guys can actually rest, that we're going to be able to accomplish that with charging infrastructure for them too. So those are the kinds of concerns. We like let me be clear, we don't care if it's electric as long as it can meet our needs. But the concern is that it won't be able to meet our needs.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Campion.
Thank you.
Okay, the next question is going to go to Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if I missed this conversation, I apologize. Are there the incentive programs that exist for EV infrastructure through BGE and other utilities? Could they not be extended for infrastructure for trucks?
If I'll hop in, Delegate Lehman. I mean, it's a pretty simple answer. I think that, you'd have to ask the utilities that, but I will say, if you're talking about incentives, I'm looking here right now, while this bill doesn't have any money behind it, California has put, let me see here, $10 billion with a B into incentives in the past 2 years. And they are a much, much larger market than little old Maryland over here.
Thank you for that. So are those incentives directly, out of the state's coffers then?
That I would imagine it is, simply because it's a California rule. I would imagine it's California state taxpayer dollars that are going towards that. I mean, I know just last week, the U.S. Departments of Energy and Transportation rolled out just $5 billion for passenger cars for the infrastructure.
Hold on, Mike.
Maryland's starting to work on.
Mike, you don't know the answer. We'll have staff find out the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for bringing the bill, Delegate Love.
Delegate Terraza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clarify something from Delegate Ruth's question about whether small and large vehicles could both be charged on a regular charging. And I wish I could remember who was answering her question, but at this point I don't. But can any size truck be charged on a car? No, I'm seeing.
No, Delegate Terraza, they cannot. Actually, Tim, you might have a better perspective on that, given they manufacture those vehicles. But the wattage needs are dramatically different between a car and a truck.
So does that make it much slower, or that means they can't be charged at all?
Actually,
slower.
they don't use the same. I'm sorry, Tim. I'm jumping in.
Jen, let me answer the question this way. My wife and I have electric cars. We live in an apartment building with underground parking. We do not have level 2 charging. We have an ordinary wall socket that we plug into, and it adds 5 miles of range per hour, which for us is good enough. It means we plug it in overnight and it's 50 miles, and that's generally good enough. But I mean, just take our battery and multiply by 10, and that's the charging capacity you would need for an 18-wheeler.
Right. I was just wondering if they can be charged into those. I mean, if they're compatible. I understand.
They don't use the same. I'm sorry, Delegate. They don't use the same type of plug-in system. In fact, there's not universal adoption amongst the truck manufacturers similar to, like, Tesla has a different charging system that I think other electric cars use. There's not a universal standard currently for heavy duty trucking on even the plug-in on the charger right now.
But I think there's a converter for that.
Not that I'm aware of on.
Well, I mean, for the Tesla.
Trucks. On the cars, that may very well be the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Delegate Ruth has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just I thought Caitlin might have wanted to answer that question as well.
Sure, Caitlin, do you want to say something?
Thank you. So Chairman, likewise, I have an electric pickup that does qualify for this program. So you have to keep in mind that we're not just talking about 18-wheelers. These are all vehicles over 8,500 pounds of the gross curb weight, which includes the R1T pickup, which is smaller than an F-150. I also have it plugged into a regular outlet, the 120. It's slower, but it works. And really the onus on standardizing these plugs is on the manufacturer. We should do this. It makes more sense to do it. And if us as manufacturers are being required to meet this standard, we will find a solution. But we do need government to push manufacturers to do what we can and should be doing already to meet the moment on climate.
Delegate Clark has a question.
One very quick question from the from some of the people that are pro this. At what point in time, or how far do we go continuing with subsidies for EV cars and trucks before that segment of the transportation fleet can start to sustain itself on its own and the subsidies could go away?
Delegate Clark, I think we're all very happy that Delegate Fraser Hidalgo is not here because his response would be, when we start giving subsidies to the fossil fuel industry, well, which we are still doing.
Well, we may be doing that, but I'm just asking that question. I'd like to know the answer to that.
It's sort of a philosophical question, but it's a valid concern. It really falls more into the line of debate rather than a question. So, all right, folks, we're all going to be talking amongst ourselves on this. I'm going to conclude the public hearing on this bill, and we'll move on to Delegate Love's next bill, House Bill 834.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm back. So this is a little fun bill. I hope, and the reason I say it's fun is that I hope you all have looked at my written testimony and you see the picture of Septic Sam. He is my favorite part of this whole thing. Anyway, Chair Barber, Vice Chair Stein, members of ENT, Delegate Sarah Love here to present HB 834. So HB 834 helps to raise septic awareness by doing two things. First, it would establish Septic Smart Week in connection with the EPA's established Septic Smart Week, say that one 10 times fast, which falls the third full week in September. This year, Septic Week is September 19 to 23. Second, the bill would require that new homeowners who are buying a residence with a septic system be provided with certain materials, information about septic systems from the EPA. In 2019, this committee in the full House passed two Montgomery County local bills, HB 202 and HB 562, that did this exact same thing. I've combined them into one bill. Those two bills stalled in the Senate due to a concern that they would result in multiple local bills. So as a result, we have one statewide bill. A couple of brief stats for you. According to MDE, approximately 2.2 Maryland households, roughly 20% of Maryland households, are on septic. In Montgomery County alone, my county, approximately 20,000 properties are on septic. Ensuring that homeowners and home buyers are educated on proper septic usage and care is important for both homeowners and the environment. Currently, 9 states have legislatively adopted Septic Smart Week: Michigan, Minnesota, New Hampshire, New Mexico, North Dakota, North Carolina, Virginia, Washington, and Oklahoma. States have taken a variety of really clever measures to raise awareness of septic issues. I list them in my testimony. In short, increased awareness of septic system usage and care improves efficiency in water usage, proper disposal of hazardous materials, proper care of drains to avoid costly repairs. It will aid in ensuring clean water and a cleaner environment for Maryland. So thank you for your attention. There is an amendment in your file. I didn't read the bill correctly. I apologize. So the amendment just aligns the bill with exactly what was passed in 2019. So thank you, and I request a favorable report.
Okay, well, believe it or not, Robert Enton, the Prince of Darkness, is actually testifying in favor of the bill. Bob, I know you're a child of the 60s. Are you on LSD today? What's going on?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, please. Thank you for your insights. It's my pleasure on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association to come to the table and support another bill today. We are favorable on Delegate Love's bill. And, I've represented the builders, I guess, for 20 years, and we've had septic bills, year after year. We really do believe that this is the right way to go, that what we need to do is to educate people about their septic systems, to understand the maintenance of the septic systems. I have a septic system at my house, and I guess because I dealt with the issue, I made sure that I got inspected when I bought the house, and I made sure that I put on my calendar after talking to my realtor, how many years forward should I go ahead and have it re-inspected? And that's what people need to do. It's a fact of life. We have septic systems, and if they're maintained, they may last a really, really long time. If they're not, well, then you're going to have to go out and buy another one. So it's one thing to buy a house with a septic system. It's another thing to maintain it. We think that this will move that ball along, and therefore we appreciate Delegate Love putting this bill, and we think it's the right way to go. Thank you very much.
Not at all, Bob. Emily Ranson has signed up in favor as well. Emily, you're on the same side as Bob Enton.
I think this has happened before, though.
Okay.
I think maybe House Bill 1765 several years ago, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we're not sitting at the same table, so the visual just is not as striking. But so I am Emily Ranson with Clean Water Action here in support of Septic Smart Week. As you know, education is incredibly important. There are a lot of things none of us should be flushing down our toilets, but especially if you're on a septic system. So this sort of celebratory educational week and getting those materials to people purchasing a new home on a septic system is fantastic. I have personally convinced one friend to remove some of the trees he's let encroached on his drain field. I finally got my brother to pump out and inspect his septic tank, but we all don't have people who talk about septic systems while out riding their bikes or at family dinner. And so having this sort of week is a great idea. And yes, if you invite me to dinner, we will talk about all sorts of crazy things you should not be flushing. So I'm a great treat. So here urging a favorable report. Thank you.
You're on mute, Mr. Chair.
Thing I want you all to know, somewhere Tony O'Donnell is smiling. So any questions? None? Okay, that concludes the public hearing on House Bill 834. Let's go to House Bill 855. Delegate Boyce.
I'm up. All right, I'm pumping myself up here.
All right.
We're beyond halfway there. Thank you so much. We have the best committee in the House, I always say. For the record, I am Regina T. Boyce, presenting HB 855 Agriculture, Urban Agriculture, Water and Power Infrastructure Grant Program and Fund Establishment. The purpose of HB 855 is to increase the viability of urban farming and community gardens and improve access to urban grown foods by creating a grant program and fund. The established grant program would allow commercial urban agricultural producers to purchase equipment associated with water supply and irrigation and electric power access. More specifically, the grant program will allow the purchase and installation of water meters and pipes, irrigation hoses, electric meters, and electrical lines. The grant program provides up to 87.5% of grant funds, with the grantee providing at least 12.5% of the match. HB 855 requires the governor to include $500,000 in the state budget each year beginning in FY 2024 for 4 years, from FY 2024 to FY 2027. The fund is non-lapsing. The most important part of HB 855 is the definition of urban agricultural producer, any person that annually sells or normally would have sold or plans to sell $1,000 or more of farm products in Maryland produced from the farming operation. Urban agriculture faces challenges of higher costs for land and water and smaller growing areas that are frequently in close proximities to homes and businesses. Most urban farmers utilize municipal water supplies and are subject to zoning laws that make it difficult to farm. HB 855 will increase production of urban agriculture across the state by removing, at least for this bill, water challenges so many face. I thank you for your time and consideration of HB 855. I urge a favorable report. I do also want to stress that this is for urban agriculture across the state. Sometimes when we think of urban, we think of just cities or Baltimore City, but this is for urban spaces across the state of Maryland. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, first up is our friend Colby Ferguson, who no doubt can testify in less than 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
Mr.
Chair.
On a bill that has no opponents.
That's what I like to hear. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Colby Ferguson on behalf of Maryland Farm Bureau, and we come in support of House Bill 855. And the sponsor, Delegate Boyce, has done a great job of explaining the details of this bill. I'll just kind of talk about, I know that I believe Kurt Fuchs is testifying as well. So basically, the things that this bill does is really help assist with the cost of some public infrastructure that a lot of times you see farmers that'll take on a vacant lot. And it's already hard enough to get the soils in play and get them back to any type of capability to grow a crop. And then you add insult to injury when you have the cost and expense of putting in the infrastructure for both water and power. So this bill just does that. It does it for the whole state. We've got issues in Dorchester County and down in Charles County of different locations that would utilize this service. So with that, Mr. Chair, we ask for a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Next, Human Haidarian.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and hello to everybody in the ENT committee. I hope that long meetings are easier virtually. That's pretty amazing. So Fair Farms asked, I'm the Fair Farms campaign manager, and we asked for a favorable report on House Bill 855. So from my previous experience as a farmer at Eco City Farms, which is, I think Colby's background actually is Eco City Farms, which is pretty cool in Prince George's County. And from also being a volunteer for different agricultural advocacy groups, and in my current role too, I echo a lot of the things that Colby has said. I hear a lot of issues for urban farmers wanting to get land, or maybe they have access to land, but there's no electricity or water on it. So that kind of defeats the purpose. Without water and power, urban farms cannot grow healthy food for their communities. And without healthy food in those communities, those areas affected by food apartheid in our urban areas will continue to exist. So I'd like to thank Delegate Boyce, her staff, and the other stakeholders involved in creating this bill. And in case anyone has any questions or anything, happy to answer too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next signed up is Farmer Chippy. Farmer Chippy. Well, we'll move on to Steve McHenry.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Steve McHenry representing Mar Bidco. Pleased to be here to support House Bill 855. Want to thank the sponsor very much for her leadership on this. This is a package of 3 or 4 urban ag bills that grew out of a work group that Mar Bidco and other ag and conservation groups organized last fall and winter. And you've already heard what the bill does. Mar Bidco supports agriculture anywhere in the state, and that includes in urban areas. So we're very pleased to support this bill. We also have submitted our written testimony as well as testimony of the Maryland Food System Resiliency Council. So with that, we urge a favorable report, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thank you so much. Last but not
Mr.
least,
Chairman, can you call for Farmer Chippy one more time?
Farmer Chippy?
He's not here. I just wanted to hear you say that.
Oh, thank you so much. That's a real person, and you just insulted them. I hope you feel.
I actually
feel
love their
proud.
name. I'm kind of disappointed in my own now. It's much less fun to call.
Kurt Fuchs, last but not least, on this
Thank
bill
you,
that has no opponents, and it
Thank
has
you, Mr.
Farmer Chippy as a supporter.
Well, definitely Kurt is a lot less exciting than Farmer Chippy. But thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity. Kurt Fuchs with Mid-Atlantic Farm Credit here in support of House Bill 855. We're a member-owned cooperative supporting rural communities and agriculture with reliable, consistent credit and financial services in good times and bad. We serve the entire depth and breadth of ag in our 5-state footprint. And as access to water and power infrastructure has been identified as a major stumbling block to urban ag producers' success, we're excited about the projects this program will enable and the operations it will support. As you say, you've had a long day. I'm happy to entertain any questions, but would urge a favorable report.
Chairman, you're muted.
For some reason, my space bar wasn't working. I don't know why. Okay, Delegate Wyville has a question on a bill that has no opponents.
Yes, I do. I know it's early yet. Just a question on DBM's letter of information.
I know you're gonna ask.
Yeah, so they're saying with the additional budgetary authority coming next session, the need for the mandated spending is not necessary. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I did, and a couple of thoughts I thought about was we could still create the program and then put the funding in when we do have that ability, or we can continue to duke it out. But I'm open so long as we have at least the program certainly established.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think that's what they were getting towards.
Yes.
The program could be created without the mandated spending.
Yeah,
portion of it.
and right, and my also response is that this is 4 years, and so the idea is that it's 2 million in 4 years that we would hope would be spent up and spent down, and therefore be enough to help with those infrastructure costs across the state, and not looking to appropriate money every year for X amount of years. So I'm happy to work with the committee and the advocates on what is best so that we at least definitely have the program in place. Sir Wyville.
Thank you, Delegate Boyce.
You're quite welcome.
Mr. Chair, I think I might have a funding solution that I brought up earlier in the week.
Yeah.
The House Bill 727, which was the great Maryland Outdoor Act or whatever it was, the Parkland bill. There was, I worked with the bill sponsor, Delegate Lukey, and they were willing to fence line $2 million out of that payback money to cover this. So I think we do have the source.
Which I thought the bill certainly supposed to outline, sir. Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman.
No, that's fine. Ann Healy has the last question on the bill.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope you can hear me. I'm pushing down the, anyway, I want to do a shout out for EcoCities Farms, which is in my district, and really was the inspiration for the original tax credit that I did. It was a tax exemption on property tax that local governments could do to get the ball rolling. I am so pleased and happy that urban agriculture is taking off the way it is, and I will support it in any way I can.
Do you have a question? Do you have a question?
And my question is, are you still in Edmonston? EcoCities Farm? Human.
Oh, that's for me.
Yes.
So I don't, it is, I don't work there
Uma?
anymore. It's,
That's a yes or no.
oh, I'm sorry. Well, it's in 2 places, but
Okay.
one of them is in Edmonston.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, that ends the public hearing on that bill. Let's go to Delegate Gilchrist's first bill, 869. Delegate Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe Rory Murray has made it into the room. I'm Delegate Gilchrist with House Bill 869, which concerns wetlands and waterways restoration programs. This bill calls for a separate application process for waterway restoration projects. MDE currently permits these projects in a process that also includes developments. But these are restoration environmental projects, which can sometimes get caught behind these development projects. Now, MDE has been working on it, and I appreciate it. They've had some dedicated reviewers. They've had some shortened review times. They're working with pre-application meetings. We are also working with amendments on them, perhaps to change this to a study, because it is just such a complicated process. It includes state and federal requirements. There's a lot involved. You can see from the testimony that there's a lot of comments all over the place on this. Mr. Chairman, I urge a favorable report with amendments. And I see Rory Murray is in the room to follow up, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, well, I think my microphone's working. Yeah. We have Timothy Whittle, Christopher B. Kraft, Rory Murray. Would you like Rory Murray to go first?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Rory Murray, you're before us. Welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thanks, Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Rory Murray with Providence Strategies on behalf of Underwood and Associates. Thanks for taking the time to hear us. Special thanks to Delegate Gilchrist. It's been a true pleasure working on this bill for you. You've been a wonderful sponsor to work with. As a very broad overview, the initial reason for bringing this bill is that the current ecological restoration project permit review process, the permit itself, and the accompanying statutes and regulations, in the words of MDE in their letter of information that you have, quote, do not work well, unquote. So he requested a number of provisions that would fix what we'd see as the major issues, basically to create a more effective and efficient permitting process, allow permit reviewers to follow science on holistic ecological system restoration when reviewing permits, and implement policies related to ecosystem restoration. We've had dozens of conversations with the department and various stakeholders, and the general consensus is this is a very long-standing and deep problem at this point. So especially talking with the career staff at MDE, this is an extremely complex issue that apparently the statutes and regs just have not been updated for a long time. So with this in mind, we've agreed in principle to amend the bill to be a comprehensive study by the Wetlands and Waterways Division.
If you could wrap up your testimony, the committee would appreciate it.
Oh, sure, I'm done.
Okay, Timothy Whittle. Timothy, are you with us? Okay, let's go to Christopher B. Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great.
My name is Chris B. Kraft, and my company, Underwood and Associates, is a design build ecosystem restoration company that works throughout the Chesapeake Bay. I've been in ecosystem restoration field for 10 years now, and I'm surrounded by many partners that have been involved in Chesapeake Bay restoration efforts for over 30. With that being said, one conversation that stayed constant over all those years is that the non-tidal and tidal wetland permit process needs to be updated. These conversations and effort to date are all reasons why House Bill 869 is vital to our Chesapeake Bay and its recovery. It will ensure that state resources are being spent as efficiently and effectively as possible. True ecological recovery is being pursued, and most importantly, Maryland continues its national leadership in our efforts to restore our waterways. Last thing I'll say is that we really do need a permit that encourages ecosystem recovery and climate resiliency over time, a permit that focuses on tackling carbon sequestration, habitat creation, and water quality. I think we can get there. It is a deep-rooted problem, but it's something we need to do, and we're ready to do it from our perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Sarah Caldas. Sarah? Okay, she appears not to be with us.
I'm sorry, I was having trouble with my mute.
Oh, okay, well, we all have that.
Sorry, yeah. Thank you, Chairman Barve and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak in support of this bill. My name is Sarah Caldas, and I'm the current Severn River Keeper. Our organization is part of a larger international Waterkeeper Alliance group, and we're founding members of a regional Waterkeepers Chesapeake. River keepers are all about stopping pollution. And in the Severn, that means primarily dealing with stormwater runoff. We're literally grassroots advocates working in the ravines, the stream valleys, the shorelines to stop erosion and sediment hemorrhaging with resilient nature-based restoration projects to save the Severn one creek at a time. We help fund and work with scientists and stream ecologists and environmental engineers, similar to Underwood and Associates, to evolve the best practices for ecosystem reestablishment. In the 20 years that we've been doing this work, there's some good news. Funding and funding partnerships have improved. These are necessarily large-scale projects that require public-private partnerships to have a chance. The bad news, however, is that as the pace of restoration has necessarily increased, it's revealed that the regulatory framework under which we've been working with MDE is disconnected from the restoration goals that value system-wide uplift. It's often obstructive, the process, and not designed for the current ecosystem-based restoration approaches. As currently set up, there is no distinction between voluntary restoration and development mitigation prompted activities. And this is a real problem. We're grouped in under the same rubric as a development project when we're working in these resources. A large stream restoration that we have an enormous, will have enormous positive impact on the Severn's headwaters, has been in permitting and design, for example, for nearly 5 years, which is too long. The MDE staff we have worked with, I think, agree that restoration track is needed and clarification of definition for that.
If you could wrap up your testimony, the committee would
Absolutely.
appreciate it.
The state has the opportunity to set an example for the local regulatory jurisdictions to likewise set restoration on a separate track for regulatory review, and we ask approval. Thank you.
Okay, terrific. Thank you so much. Next up, Kevin Smith. Kevin, you've got 2 minutes. Is Kevin with us? No, Kevin. Robin Clark.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, it's a pleasure to be here. I've got 4 points. I don't know how you have room in your minds for any more, but Robin Clark, representing Chesapeake Bay Foundation, here supporting with amendments, House Bill 869. It sounds to me like amendments are being proposed to the bill. We came in support with amendments, but without specific amendments. So I'm just going to give you 4 reasons why we think the area certainly requires more study, certainly could require a separate review process, such as suggested in this bill. We'd add some more teeth and more specificity. But one of the issues we see right now is the existing value, what's in place already, is not quantified when you're considering the benefits of doing a stream restoration on a site. Another is when the site is not considered suitable for stream restoration. So if you've got a ton of pavement upstream, you're not going to be able to successfully rehabilitate the stream itself, because you're just going to get such a flow of volume of runoff into the stream that it'll tear out and erode the kind of width that you put in.
Oh my God, just hold this.
Roxanne, you need to mute yourself. Go ahead, Robin.
Sure. Number 2 is pointed out in our testimony. There's a lag time, right, between somebody coming in and clearing and grading a stream bed and the ability for plants to regrow. So we have to consider that as another environmental effect. And then 4th, what kind of monitoring are we doing long-term to make sure that we've got the water quality outcomes that were alluded to by Underwood and Associates, and we're moving in the right direction on the bay restoration. So very much look forward to working with the committee. I hope to have the opportunity to discuss amendments to this bill, and appreciate the sponsor for bringing the complicated subject matter forward. Thanks.
Okay, I noticed there are opponents who have offered written testimony, including the Maryland Sierra Club. So Jim, have you read their opposition? What's that all about?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I saw it just today, and well, Mr. Chairman, it's extremely complicated. There's federal issues involved, there's state issues involved, MDE has real concerns about how this can be done. I think making it a study with teeth has a lot to be said for it, and I think I'll reach out to Sierra Club and see what they're saying.
Fair enough. Delegate Healy has the first question. Anne?
That's a mistake. I should have taken it down before.
Okay, the Vice Chairman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegate Gilchrist, thanks for bringing this bill. In my district, there have been a couple stream restoration projects where at least one of them I remember was done to reduce sediment flow, where the community has in turn over time complained that the restoration, in addition to knocking down a lot of trees, hasn't dealt with the stormwater issue, something that Robin Clark alluded to. So are these some of the issues that your bill, or if it's converted to a study, would address?
I think we want Rory to handle that.
Yeah, Rory?
It would. One of the major issues is that because of how rigid a lot of the overlaying statutes and regulations are, these projects have been created towards the permit, which hasn't allowed them to fulfill the goals of what the overarching goal of the project itself is. And this is something we've been discussing with MDE that they agree with, that if we do a really comprehensive study with a lot of recommendations about how to work with these things, we can create projects that are actually better to fit the area where they're supposed to be to get the best ecological restoration in the area, which will mitigate, I think, a lot of the issues that we're currently seeing.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Terraza has the last. Anne, are you going to ask a question? Well, Delegate Terraza has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Delegate Gilchrist. I'm trying to understand what ecosystem restoration is and whether it's the same thing as stream restoration. Is that the same thing?
Yeah, I think we want Rory to talk about this, but yes, I refer to it as a stream restoration bill.
Yeah, actually, Chris Beecraft is an actual expert in this field of science. So if he would be able to take that question.
Sure, I can take that. Short answer is yes. It is, okay. we use the term ecosystem restoration because where we live in our Chesapeake Bay watershed, there are stream wetland complexes, and we're really just considering ecosystems as a whole that have natural resource benefit to them. So instead of calling it stream restoration or wetland restoration, just ecosystem as a whole, okay, anything with MD's regulatory.
Okay, but then there was some statement that this was separate from the development community, but I want to know how this relates to the statewide stream mitigation bank that I'm very concerned about in my community. And if you could speak a little bit to that.
Sure, I can go ahead and jump right in if appropriate.
Yeah,
this bill is moving forward just for voluntary restoration efforts for groups like environmental organizations, Seven River Keeper, Chesapeake Bay Foundation, or local jurisdiction TMDL or MS4 requirements. So right. It would be separate from mitigation banking and development mitigation.
Right, but the stream bank mitigation that's being done in Howard County is being done for the MS4 permit on a voluntary basis. So that would be under the same, I mean, it sounds like it would count.
Well, I guess maybe we're using the word mitigation a little bit too loosely. Mitigation is, at least in our world, is a restoration effort that is put in place because of a development action that impacted resources. And we're saying on this bill, we highlight the fact that those those mitigation projects should still go through the normal permit review process. So we're trying to differentiate restoration.
Okay, listen.
So could this
listen. You know what? let's talk about this offline. I'm going to end this public hearing and move on to the next bill because it's 10 minutes to 8. And I know it's a hyper complicated issue, which I personally don't understand either. But
Mr. Chairman, if I could just say one last word, I'm just wondering if the sponsor would, at least since I'm not on that subcommittee, consider excluding anything that would become part of the statewide stream mitigation bank.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, Delegate Gilchrist, House Bill 884.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I believe Joan Maloof has made it into the room. I'm Delegate Gilchrist with House Bill 884, concerns old growth forest protections in the state of Maryland. We are working on amendments on this bill to take out the portions concerning conservation easements and program open space land. The bill really will focus on Department of Natural Resource lands, state parks, state forests, wildlife management areas, and natural resource management areas. DNR's letter offered some interesting points about Maryland having the largest percentage of old trees in the Northeast. They already have some specialized management for old growth forests, but there's not universal protections on state park lands. And there are some gaps out there that this bill is addressing. As amended, this bill would apply only to DNR lands. The amendments will take out conservation easements and program open space lands. I believe Joan Maloof is in the room, Mr. Chair. She is the expert on this.
Okay, Joan, welcome to the committee, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joan Maloof, Professor Emeritus, Salisbury University. I also am the founder and executive director of the Old Growth Forest Network. We have thousands of Maryland residents that support my statements. It's been great to listen to everyone talk about air quality today, and forests are the very best thing for cleaning the air, and especially the old growth forests. Bill 884 is short and sweet. It just says that any old growth forest on the state land should be protected from cutting. And again, this is amended to only be state land, so it's not going to affect any private land or any farmland. So how much old growth forest do we have in Maryland? Well, 0.4% of our state lands. We have 500,000 acres on state lands, and 2,300 of those are old growth forests. And nobody is cutting those forests right now. In the state forest, they're already protected indirectly because we are part of the Forest Stewardship Committee regulations that says the state forest old growth won't be cut, but it's just little bits. But in the state parks, that old growth is not protected. And so this bill would make sure that for all generations, these forests would be protected, right? Nobody's cutting them now, so we're not losing any money in this process. This is just a way of ensuring that no matter what administration is in, that these old forests are always there for us to enjoy and appreciate. So
thank you very much. Because there's only one other person signed up and she's signed up in opposition, I'm going to turn to Beth Hill, and then we'll have questions for the lot of you. So Beth Hill, you were signed up in opposition. Welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you, Chairman and committee members, for allowing me the opportunity to voice my opposition to House Bill 884. For the record, I'm Beth Hill, Executive Director of the Maryland Forest Association. We represent the entire forest community statewide. MFA is a conservation-minded group that wants forests to remain as forest, and unfortunately, forestry is often misunderstood and confused with land clearing or land use change. House Bill 884 intends to protect old growth forests. One of the most significant issues with this bill is that there's no consensus on what constitutes an old growth timber within the forestry community. So ask 10 different foresters, you'll get 10 different answers, from there's no old growth forest or there's little old growth forest in Maryland to there's a bunch of it. So it really has to do with the age and the age classes of the timber. So we feel like as it's written, it's an invitation to controversy. The committee has my written testimony already, so I'll only touch on a few points. First, as it pertains to Maryland State Forest, we feel that existing policies are working to provide biodiversity. So state forest land is dual certified to ensure that management follows standards for long-term ecological, social, and economic sustainability. The DNR Forest Action Plan states that 1/4 of Maryland's forests are publicly owned, and over 41% of that forest are reserved from harvesting. So if logging is off the table in these areas, one would assume that they will eventually become old growth. The same plan also states that over 40% of both public and private forest land is over 80 years old, and natural mortality on those forest lands is increasing. I'm glad to hear that the easements and the program open space lands are going to be amended out of the bill. That would have been an unprecedented taking of property rights, as many easements are established to preserve working landscapes and working forests, and prohibiting logging on the eased lands could have deterred applicants from applying and actually harm conservation goals, which none of us want. So while this bill may intend to protect rare and special places, which I think we can all agree need to be protected, I think it encompasses a tremendous part of the state. So in summary, we oppose this legislation. We feel that it's unnecessary on the public lands and would have been a breach of faith for private landowners who might consider conservation easements. Therefore, we ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have a question from Delegate Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Beth Hill, we had a briefing last week, Maryland Forestry briefing, and one of the issues that popped up in that briefing I thought was interesting. I actually asked a follow-up question that day, was about this the way the forests are maturing, and we're actually going the other way now. And it was kind of pointed out that anything that lives eventually dies, and the older trees are starting to get to that point where we're having higher mortality because the trees are aging. Could you touch on that just a little bit?
Yeah, so I shared with the delegation a chart that was also taken from the latest DNR Forest Action Plan that showed, so there's been a huge decrease in the forest industry over the past, it was a 10-year snapshot, and it showed as harvesting was decreasing, growth was actually also decreasing because the trees were competing for nutrients and sunlight and so forth. But mortality as the trees continued to age was also increasing. And, those things also happen, with, insects was another hot topic that day on that call. So some of these areas that are off the table from management and can't be managed at all, you can't manage when there's forest pest or forest diseases in those areas as well. So that's also a big concern.
Thank you very much. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, that ends the public hearing on 884. The last bill of the evening is House Bill 894. It's a departmental bill, and it is being introduced by Landon Farrig. Landon, you with us?
I am, Chairman. Director Tung is with us as well. Would you mind if she let off?
As long as you only use 2 minutes between the two of you, I'm good. I mean, 4 minutes between the two of you, I'm good.
Perfect.
Hello, Chairman Barbe, Mr. Vice Chair, and committee members. Thank you for hearing us today in this late hour in regards to this important bill. We always enjoy working with your committee. For the record, I'm Mary Beth Tung. I'm the Director of the Maryland Energy Administration. We're calling this bill the TEAM Act. It will build upon a History of Clean Cars Act legislation and will solidify Maryland as a national leader in transportation sector decarbonization, and by incorporating incentives for electric vehicle charging, zero emission medium and heavy duty vehicles and related infrastructure, and light duty passenger vehicles. It also creates a funding mechanism to galvanize a more comprehensive approach for transportation decarbonization in Maryland. And the TEAM Act will accomplish much, but requires no general funds. I want to use my time to concentrate on incentives for zero emission passenger vehicles and the new zero emission medium and heavy duty vehicle program. Light duty passenger zero emission vehicles, or ZEVs, have not received state incentives for the past 2 years. The TEAM Act reestablishes a ZEV incentive with new equity mechanisms. This includes both a new vehicle purchase price limit and additional incentives for low to moderate income purchaser. As for medium and heavy duty vehicles, creating a new medium and heavy duty ZEV program will address the environmental impacts that aging industrial, commercial, and fleet vehicles playing in the transportation sector emissions. And we heard a little bit about that earlier in on an earlier bill. As for medium and heavy duty vehicles, creating a new medium and heavy duty ZEV program will address the environmental impacts. And with the TEAM Act, Maryland can take advantage of the appetite of private industry to decarbonize and harness private investment to address the needs of businesses that rely on medium and heavy duty vehicles. Again, thank you for your time, and a special thank you to the chair for sponsoring the bill. MEA asked the committee to issue a favorable report for HB 894, and I will now turn it over to Mr. Fehrig.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Chairman, Vice Chair, members. I was going to go into a little bit of the technical detail of some of the administrative efficiencies of the bill and differences between the previous passenger vehicle incentives and the new ones in this bill. In the interest of time, I'll just make an offer to have those conversations in subcommittee, if you'd be kind enough to have me, and urge a favorable vote.
Okay, fair enough. Next up, Louis Campion. Louis?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'll just me too this, if you're okay with it. We do support the legislation because we do need infrastructure investment, and this is at least a start. Thank you.
Next up, Bernie Marzik. Bernie?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Bernie Marzik from Cornerstone Government Affairs here today on behalf of Cisco in support of this legislation. As many of you know, Cisco is the global leader in selling, marketing, and distributing food and food-related products throughout the country. They have a strong presence here in Maryland. Cisco has facilities in Jessup and in Pocomoke City, as well as a specialty meat company, Buckhead Meat and Seafood Mid-Atlantic, which is located in Landover. These facilities use over 500 heavy-duty trucks and trailers throughout the state to deliver to their customers. And nationwide, Cisco has developed several ambitious corporate social responsibility goals, including electrifying 35% of their heavy-duty diesel trucks by 2030. This would be approximately 3,000 trucks across the country. As they are beginning their conversion in California, they are also looking to do this on the East Coast and specifically in Maryland. But as you've heard earlier, in order to do this, they are looking for public-private partnerships to help bridge the funding gaps between a diesel Class 8 truck and an electric Class 8 truck. One Class 8 electric truck costs at least 300% more than a similar Class 8 diesel truck. And the on-site charging infrastructure that you heard about earlier would add another 20% to the price tag for the conversion of these vehicles. So with the medium and heavy duty emission grant program that's in House Bill 894, Cisco would love to take advantage of these opportunities and convert their fleet. So we support this bill and thank MEA for bringing it forward. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, let's go next to Dominic Butchko. Dominic, you are on the last bill today.
Yeah, I'm hitting it out this week. Like third time that's happened. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you very much for having me. Mako loves the bill. It's a late hour. Please support it. Thank you.
All righty then. Next we have William Higgins from the Nikola Corporation. And I think this is the first time you guys have ever testified in Annapolis, at least in my committee. William?
Well, I started about a week ago as the East Coast State and Local Affairs Manager, so we're just getting started out here. But for the record, I'm William Higgins with Nikola Corporation. We're a leading designer and manufacturer of heavy-duty battery electric, which, by the way, they use industry standard CCS1 and CCS2 connectors. We also make fuel cell electric vehicles and energy infrastructure solutions. We're an American company headquartered in Phoenix, Arizona, with a national dealer network that covers the state of Maryland. Here today to express support for this bill, particularly the bill's intent to create a medium and heavy duty Class 8 ZEV grant and ZEV infrastructure program within the MEA. As others have noted, this will help benefit the Maryland MOU signed along with 14 other states in DC that'll help reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the transportation sector, stimulate job creation and economic growth, and benefit disadvantaged communities that have been disproportionately connected or exposed to greater levels of pollution. Creation of a new funding system for medium and heavy duty vehicles within the MEA, as this bill does, will greatly assist Maryland in meeting its objectives in the Clean Truck MOU, improve air quality, and accelerate the introduction of innovative transportation technologies in the state. Nikola looks forward to bringing our Class 8 battery electric and hydrogen fuel cell trucks to Maryland in the near future, and we urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the final witness on this bill, I don't think anybody has signed up in opposition. The final witness is Joshua Fisher on behalf of the Alliance for Automotive Innovation, which is all the electric car companies except Tesla, I think. Joshua? Okay, we've got questions. Delegate Ruth.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So a couple of questions. First of all, medium to heavy duty, we're talking trucks, is that right? That's
correct. Like the previous bill heard this evening.
Right. That was where I was going with this. So we heard that there was little to no infrastructure for trucks, and this would help with that. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, it supports both the vehicles and the infrastructure for a client, or for like a business like Cisco. A lot of their trucking operations might be concentrated around a small area, allowing them to create a hub themselves. But it is open for the infrastructure generally.
Thank you. And who for the regular grants, who is eligible? Is it just individuals, or are businesses eligible for the grants?
I believe it's essentially everyone but state agencies or entities.
So like gas stations could apply for it if they wanted to install electric vehicle chargers?
For the charger? Yeah, absolutely.
For the chargers, yeah.
Yeah, there is currently in statute an ability to give a higher incentive to fueling stations, but businesses are eligible either way, so they would just apply as a business, any other business, for those charging stations under the new law.
Great, thank you. And did you want to comment on the fiscal note?
I haven't reviewed it. I'm sure it's significant, but this is these are all specially funded programs, and we believe some growth within RGGI, plus the aforementioned switch in a funding mechanism for ACP can support a healthy program for the time period we have here, which is 3 years, and then be back before you to take another look at it.
Thank you so much.
Okay, the Vice Chairman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really like the way this bill allocates funding for EJ purposes under the CEF. I guess my question is, would eligible applicants for those new items, for those new categories of funding, be the same as existing applicants for other programs under the CEF?
I'm so sorry, Vice Chair, for which program specifically?
The EJ related purposes.
So currently, a good portion of the ACP, in the future, we anticipate it to be derived from solar ACP. Those funds are currently limited to just low income solar. We want to expand that to EJ communities to give us a little more flexibility, and then also let it expand it beyond solar to some of the things that came up today that are very efficient uses of money, weatherization, insulation, items like that.
And I also might add that there's in this bill an incentive that increases $500 for individuals who have received a federal earned income tax credit. So there is a little bit more for those folks that might need a little bit of extra help.
Great, thank you.
I have a question for the representative from Nikola. Basically, you're a hydrogen you're a hydrogen company, aren't you? I mean, your most your product is primarily a hydrogen fuel cell vehicle. Is
Well,
it not?
we make both kinds of trucks. We offer the Tray BEV, which is a battery electric vehicle, and we're also rolling out the FCEV vehicle as well. But currently in production is the BEV, and it's going to ramp up throughout this year, and we hope to have up to about 10,000 trucks a year starting in Q3 2023. Or Q1 2023, I'm sorry.
Well, the reason I was asking about I mean, I've seen a lot of reports about hydrogen fuel cells as a viable technology for long haul trucking. And so how do you source your hydrogen? Is it green hydrogen? Is it blue hydrogen? Is it gray hydrogen? How do you source it?
So right now we're technologically agnostic when it comes to hydrogen production, but our aim as a company is to produce the cleanest hydrogen possible.
Okay, well, let me just tell you something. We passed a law a couple of years ago, which basically disqualified gray hydrogen by steam reformation as a fuel source for our ZEV mandates. So if you want to drive a hydrogen vehicle in Maryland, it's got to be green hydrogen. I don't know what other states have done, but I think we passed, Delegate Fraser Hidalgo and I passed a law, I'm going to say 4 or 5 years ago, that said in 7 years, you can't use hydrogen that is resulting from the steam reformation of methane as a fuel source. Just be aware that's illegal in Maryland right now.
So we're actually in the process of developing an entire hydrogen ecosystem that we will be producing our own hydrogen. And of course, we're going to be applying all state laws that, that govern that. So thank you for
in Maryland, you won't be able to use the hydrogen if it's from steam reformation.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, we would use the cleanest hydrogen possible. And, our various stations around the country would be modeled after what was required by the state. So.
Okay. Fair enough. Any further questions? All right, that is the end of our public hearing. It's 10 minutes after 8. It looks 8 minutes after 8. So listen, good public hearing, guys. We have a lot to think about and work on. We have had a lot of terrific debate. We, obviously I had to cut you off occasionally, which I regret, but we do have to eat at some point. So in any case, have a great weekend, and hope you don't have to work all weekend as I do. So take care. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.